Alright, welcome to a long commentated version of all my Brotherhood videos that I've just recently uploaded. Um, so you've been like following what I've been doing recently. I've kind of gotten burnt out on uploading Xenoblade cutscenes because there's a lot, especially with Xenoblade 2. I will eventually continue those and finish up all the Common Blade Awakening stuff, but there's just like too many of that, and I will eventually get to Xenoblade 3, which I've had recorded for like 2 years at this point. But I've wanted to do some other stuff for a while, so I decided to do some Assassin's Creed stuff, because I also have a lot of experience with Assassin's Creed, probably like too much for one person. And I just wanted to show my own personal strategies for the full sync objectives in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. I will also do the other games, at least up to AC4. Might also maybe do Unity and Syndicate. Um, but like I've played this game way too many times. I have pretty much just like nailed down all the strategies that I do in each mission. It's pretty much just all muscle memory for me. Sometimes there are still some mistakes, just because of I can't get everything exactly 100% perfect every single time, just because of the nature of how video games work. For these first few sections here, there's not really going to be any like full sync objectives, but it's still gameplay, so I'm still showing it, just to kind of show you how I go through stuff, even though this first mission here is really just following Mario, and there's not really much else that you can do. Um, Also, one of the few times where I actually use a tackle to go through a crowd, just because like I really don't use a tackle in these games as much as I probably should. I typically just run through a crowd and let myself fall to the floor and then get back up and continue running because I just don't really care all that much. Um, Even if I'm like chasing someone down for a mission or whatever, I still don't really do that. I just go around people. Um, but basically, I guess I should probably explain like the way parkour works and all that stuff. Well, I guess I should probably explain combat because we're in combat, but basically, for Brotherhood, this was the first one to introduce like chain killing. So as soon as you like counter or kill someone, you can just press the button and aim towards someone else, and you'll just chain the kill over and over again. As long as you can continue to chain, as long as there's enemies to chain, or like you don't get hit or whatever. Which is a pretty consistent thing in Assassin's Creed up until like Unity. Um, when they changed the combat system to make it more, not really dynamic, but more like, I guess, challenging. Because they got rid of the counter entirely. Um, and then that lasted only like 2 games until they made everything a giant sloppy RPG mess. I was gonna say AI, but they're not made by AI unless Shadows has AI in it now, but that's a whole different issue. I am someone who plays the classic Assassin's Creed games. I really don't like the newer ones. Shadows I actively can't even play right now anyway because I still don't have a PS5 and my PC is not powerful enough to run it. And even if it was, I would prefer to play it on console anyway, just because I'm a console player. You can probably see by my buttons in the top right that I am playing this on PlayStation, but because I don't have a PS5, this is running on PS4 for me. Um, yeah, I've played way too much classic Assassin's Creed. I typically prefer the original games up to like AC4 at least. Um, I still sometimes play Unity and Syndicate. I feel like I have a higher appreciation for Unity and Syndicate nowadays compared to when they first came out, just because I really don't like the new RPG ones. Um, but we're not talking about the RPG ones, because this is Brotherhood, which is an actual good game. I also don't know what happened there. I don't know why Ezio wanted to run up the wall instead of just climbing it. But basically we just follow Mario here and then move on to Monteriggioni. I cut out most of the cutscenes in these videos, but I still left some of them in and left some other parts of them in just for transitioning stuff.
Then Minerva talked about the sun.
but this is still mostly just like following Mario. There's not really too much to explain right now because there's not any like actively full sync objectives that we have to worry about in the beginning parts of the game. But when we do get the full sync objectives, you will see that a lot of them in Brotherhood for some reason are just like different variations of kill target with hit blade or don't get detected or don't get hit or whatever stuff like that. I realized that while recording this for this video or for these series of videos, that a lot of the full sync objectives in Brotherhood are like mostly just the same. Which isn't too big of a deal, but I think the main reason for that is because this was the first game to have full sync objectives in it. So I guess they couldn't really think of anything much else to do to make them like more unique. Revelations does have more unique stuff in it, but I am still in the process of recording Revelations right now. At the time of recording this, I've only recorded up to like sequence 3, and I haven't started editing it yet because I want to edit it once I'm done recording it. But Revelations will be coming sometime after I finish up this for Brotherhood. I was also originally planning to do AC1 and AC2, and I did record like half of AC1. And then I was like, you know what, I might as well just start with Brotherhood because there's no full sync objectives in AC1 and AC2. I still might maybe go back and do AC1 and AC2 at some point. But for now, I decided to start with Brotherhood just because Brotherhood is the first one to have full synced objectives in it, so I feel like my strategies are more important for people to see in these games. Just because, like, with the absence of full sync objectives for AC1 and AC2, there's not really too much differing strategies that you can really do. Like, you can still do different things, but most of the missions are the same every single time because there's not really... You're not really going off the beaten path or whatever to, like, achieve an optional objective. And you're mostly just, like, doing the missions as normal, like, as the game intended. Which I guess for full sync objectives, you are technically doing them as intended for what the devs wanted you to do for the optional objective, but, I guess I mean more like... There's not side things that you can actually, like, really go off and do much in AC1 and AC2. Because apparently in AC1, the only reason side missions or, like, side collectibles exist is because, like, a developer's kid played AC1 and thought it was boring. So they decided to include collectibles in AC1. Which is the whole reason why we have collectibles in all the games nowadays. But since Brotherhood was the first one to have full sync objectives, a lot of my strategies are gonna be probably more important to like realize, because you can do a lot of full sync objectives in a lot of different ways, because all it relies on is that you complete it. It doesn't really matter how you do it. So a lot of my strategies that I personally use, I've built up like over the course of like multiple years of just like replaying the game, just building up my muscle memory, building up my memory of how the missions are built, and like learning the guard patterns and memorizing how guards spawn and where they spawn and how their AI and like stealth and combat works, and just playing the game over and over again over the course of like 13 years or whatever, and then just like having that entirely ingrained in my brain and I can't get out of it. I can't, like, it's really hard to change my strategies. Like, I've looked into like speedrunning Assassin's Creed, but because I do some speedrunning stuff, but the speedrun strategies for Assassin's Creed are different than the strategies I personally use when I play these games casually. So it's kind of hard for me to learn the speedrun strats because I'm way too used to doing my own personal strategies for these games rather than the speedrun strats. Also, speedruns for Assassin's Creed are like 6 hours long or something for most games, and I don't really want to run games that are that long. I typically run shorter games like that are like 30 minutes to an hour long for most of my stuff that I run. And then also there's this. The Assassin's Creed speedrun community, I say community in quotes because it's not really much of a community. It is run entirely by one person. There is one active guy. He is the head mod of the whole community. He controls everything. He is extremely fucking toxic. He doesn't know what he's doing. He is the only person who is allowed to win. He actively makes the community worse. He will ban people who ask questions because he thinks it's a personal attack against him. He's almost never active, so you basically have to harass him to get him to do things or answer questions. And then he gets mad at you for harassing him and says that you being a harasser and like doesn't want you around. He thinks that auto splitters are not related to speedrunning because he banned a whole bunch of people in the Discord for talking about auto splitters for making an auto splitter for one of the games. He actively will verify if someone gets a world record run, he will wait to verify their run and then do an offline, like not streamed or recorded run. Well, it is recorded, but not a streamed like live run, and then verify his world record first, and then wait to verify the other person's world record until after he verifies his own run to beat their world record first. He actively stops videos from being uploaded to the leaderboards if he gets mentioned in the video, even if it's not anything bad about him, even if you just like say one thing. If you just say his name, he will like completely not even like allow the video to be uploaded to the leaderboard. He is extremely toxic. He does not like anyone. He is almost never active. He just does not care about anything but himself. He is the only person who's allowed to win for the speedrun community. And all of that included with this guy, and the fact that most of the speedruns for Assassin's Creed are like 6 hours long, and just like, it really puts me off from speedrunning Assassin's Creed. So like, I do some speedruns of it a little bit, but the things for Assassin's Creed run are things that I've made up myself, like my own personal categories that like no one else runs, and like I'm the only person who runs them. So like I guess I have a free world record, and I don't submit them to the leaderboards because since they're categories that I made up myself, they're not submitted. They're not official categories on the official speedrun.com leaderboards. And like even then I don't really care about leaderboards all that much anyway. Also, another thing that this guy does, the leaderboards for Assassin's Creed for speedrunning are extremely PC dominated. He has made up rules that you are allowed to delete cutscene and voice files, to skip certain cutscenes in the games, and also allowed to use Alt F4 to immediately quit out the game and then reopen it to skip certain other cutscenes, which you can probably tell is a PC exclusive thing that you can do. You can only do that on PC, so the leaderboards are PC dominated. There's like no room for console runs. You're immediately playing you're immediately playing at a disadvantage if you run these games on console, which you can tell. I play these games on console, so I am like the only active, like, not even really that active. I'm like the only like console runner in the whole community. So I am like at a disadvantage compared to like anyone else. Not that there's really much anyone else to begin with, but basically I am playing at a disadvantage compared to anyone else who ever submits to leaderboards. And we are actively not allowed to have any console runs. Well, we do have console runs, but we aren't allowed to have console categories for the speedruns, just because of the fact that this guy who runs the whole community says, oh, we need 3 active runners, and like have them do multiple attempts at a run submitted on the leaderboards for the categories to be split between console and PC, which is extremely unfair because of the fact that console runs are at a disadvantage, so he wants us to actively submit runs with slower times on the leaderboards just to prove that we have 3 active people. Also, the fact that we need 3 active, he says we need 3 active people, which we're not gonna get, because no one runs these games, because this guy makes the whole community extremely fucking toxic, and also the games are like 6-hour long runs, so no one wants to do any of that. So we're not gonna get any free active runners anytime soon or ever. And then we're also, so we're just not ever gonna get any PC console leaderboard splits for Assassin's Creed speedrunning. Just because this one guy wants to be extremely toxic and controlling for no reason. So there's your whole rant about the Assassin's Creed speedrunning community. You can probably tell my feelings about that is extremely bad. If you were involved in a community like that with speedrunning or like even anything else, just don't even bother. Just like, people like that don't deserve to be online, honestly. Just like, I've heard a bunch of stories from other speedrunners I know and talk to that there's other communities that are like that. So it's not just Assassin's Creed that have toxic leadership like that, but I hate seeing things like that online because, like, just like, why do you have to be so controlling and toxic for a fucking speedrunning leaderboard? Please. There's no reason to be like that. Like, and if you're barely active like this guy is, then just don't be the fucking head mod, because being a mod implies that you should be active and, like, be able to answer questions. And also don't treat questions as a personal attack and then ban people for asking them. Like, there's no reason to act like that. It's extremely stupid and dumb, and I hate it, and I hate this guy, and, like, nothing's gonna be done about him, because, like, he's, like, the only person who actually runs these games, so, like, even if we do get him banned, the leaderboards would just completely die out, and no one else would do anything. So there's just not really much we can do about that guy. I won't name his name, but if you do look up the Assassin's Creed speedrunning leaderboards on speedrun.com, then you can probably find out what his name is. But I will say though, don't harass this guy or anything, just because of, like, I don't want to turn into him. I don't want people harassing him, even though he does. He already says that people harass him just by asking, like, basic questions, but, like, just don't actually harass him. There's no reason to do any of that. But yeah, we're in modern day stuff now. This is when Assassin's Creed had actually good modern day and when they actually cared about it. I don't even think modern day really exists in Assassin's Creed anymore. I've watched all the cutscenes for Mirage and Shadows, because Mirage is one I haven't played yet either, but I actually can play Mirage because it is available on PS4, but I also don't want to buy it right now because I don't want to give Ubisoft money, and I also don't really have much of my own money to begin with. Like, I've watched all the cutscenes of Mirage and Shadows, and there's, like, no modern day in those games at all. So this is when, like, Assassin's Creed actually had modern day. There technically is modern day in Valhalla, which was, like, the last time, like, there was, like, a, like, playable modern day, but it was never on the same level as this. It was just, like, the modern day of Valhalla is just like, oh, you're at a cabin in the woods and there's, like, 6 things you can interact with for, like, one line of dialogue, and then you get to the end of the game and you have to do a short parkour sequence and then interact with the thing at the end, and then the game ends.
What are you going to
So there's not like a whole, like, dungeon, like, area like this that you have to, like, parkour through, like the tombs and AC2 and later the Romulus layers in Brotherhood. And I actually will be including all the side missions in this long video. I did include all of them in like in their own individual videos, but for this one long commentated video, I'm also including them again because I want to have a chance to explain my strategies for those. So this won't just be the story. for the main game. This is also in the side mission stuff, and also the Vinci Disappearance DLC.
You know, when I came here last,
Which Brotherhood also took me like a long time to record, like probably longer than it should have. It wasn't that long. It was probably like only like a week or something, or like 2 weeks. But for some reason, after I recorded the main story of the game, after like sequence 9, I went to record all of the side missions and the Da Vinci Disappearance, and I watched back my footage, and it was all extremely like choppy and frozen, and was like barely watchable. And I did a speedrun at a speedrun event where there was also some tech issues with my capture card during that event, and so I got worried that maybe my capture card was dying.
something's open.
And I'm still kind of worried about that, but
Great. Let's see who gets
I think what happened was that, like, I think I fixed it by recording at, I changed my recording settings, from, like, 60 FPS to 30 FPS, and I changed it from recording from at MP4 to MKV, and then remixing and recording in OBS,
Man, it's freezing.
to change it to an MP4. And that seemed to have fixed my recordings. But I did have to basically re-record all of Brotherhood again, at least for the side missions. I didn't bother re-recording all the story missions, because I had already recorded all of that, and my capture card was fine re-recording it. So this stuff you're watching now was all my first recording, but once we get to Da Vinci Disappearance and the side mission stuff, it'll be my second recording attempt. But I think my capture card is fine now. I haven't really tested much streaming with it, because I don't really stream all that often. I do have a Twitch, and I stream sometimes, but I don't really do much. Most of my streams that I do are at live speedrunning events.
Charming.
And mostly, those are mostly fine. They've been fine for like the last few years I've been doing those. But like I haven't really streamed much on my own like personal Twitch channel in like a while, so I haven't really tested much streaming with my capture card issues for a bit. I think my internet is good enough to stream, because I was having a whole issue like last year where I couldn't stream because my internet was being extremely fuggy for no reason. And now when I try to stream, I think it's like still a little choppy and freezy with my capture card. But it's fine when I record, so I might have to do more streaming testing, but I think my capture card is fine now, at least for recording stuff. I did used to make videos a long time ago with the Share Factory on PS4. A long time ago I did make a series of the badly designed full sync objectives in some Assassin's Creed games. And I don't know if I'm proud of those videos now, because I felt like they were kind of too toxic and annoying. And I also made them like, I don't know, like 4 years ago or something. Maybe longer. And I recorded those with Share Factory on my PS4. So I had to edit them in Share Factory instead of recording them with a capture card and using OBS and editing in Premiere like I am now.
And I'm sure that will be your last one.
I think I did still have my capture card back then. But I don't think I was like actively recording with OBS or anything at that point yet in my life. But now that I have OBS and a capture card, and like it's like actually working and hopefully not broken, I record a lot of stuff with my capture card and with my OBS. I have a lot of footage on my hard drive of just stuff I've recorded. Mostly is the Xenoblade cutscene stuff, because that's a lot of stuff I've had to record. I'm still technically in the process of recording Xenoblade 2 stuff, because there's too many Common Blade Awakening stuff. Because what I'm trying to do for that is to show off like every like individual like variation of Common Blades, and like I haven't even counted how many there are because like there's too many, but like basically there's male blades, there's female blades, there's brute blades, and there's twin wing animal blades, and then there's 7 different elements, and then like the males and the brute and the females and the brutes have like 7 different weapons, and then the males and the females have like 4 different faces. Well, males, females, and brutes have 4 different faces. Twin ring animals have 2 faces, and then males and female blades have 12 different voice types with 2 different lines of dialogue, and then brutes have 4 different voice types with 2 lines of dialogue, and then twin ring animal blades have 4 different voice lines with 2 lines of dialogue. So it's like way too many things to record, and I'm making my way through it slowly. I'm up to like the halfway through the female blades at this point, but there's way too much Xenoblade 2 common blades. So I'm kind of taking a break from that right now because I kind of got burnt out on it. But yeah, we just doing some stuff. I'm mostly just like ranting about random stuff right now because there's still not really any full sync objectives we have to worry about right now. This is mostly just modern day normal gameplay stuff. For this, I might as well explain this though. For this electrical junction box section, I do this in the same order every single time. I think there's like multiple junction boxes you can find, but it only requires that you do 4 of them, and I do the same 4 every single time. It doesn't matter which ones you do. It just matters that you do 4 of them. But I've memorized my path. I don't know if it's necessarily like the fastest path to do it, but this is just the path I do every single time I play this game. You'll see that a few times. Sometimes I get a random jump for no reason. I don't really know why that happens. I think for some reason because like my controller is like double reading an input for some reason. Because like I go to like hold X to run, and then I get a jump, but I'm still holding X. So I think my controller is like somehow double reading the X input, and I don't know why it does that. I'm assuming it's either because the game is like so extremely like good at like canceling inputs because of the parkour system in this game is actually good and allows for freedom. So it like automatically cancels like all your inputs, and is like extremely good at reading your inputs, or it's because my controller's old and broken. It's not really that broken of a controller, it's just like my issue of my controller is that like all the rubber on the sticks has like rubbed off after like 10 years. But that shouldn't affect the X input being double inputted for no reason. So I'm assuming it's the game just like canceling an input for no reason and just doing it extremely quickly that I don't notice it with my own fingers. But we do the junction box stuff and then we finally get into the animus again. And then it's gonna force us to do, I probably should have cut out this loading screen, but I don't care. It's gonna force us to do the virtual training thing, which I don't really care too much about, but it's a forced thing to do. Basically, it's just like you have these 4 different like categories of things you could do, and then each of those categories have like different missions you can do for like medals, which get shared online, which don't really matter too much. It's mostly just for like bragging rights with like online friends, which I don't really have a lot of online friends on PlayStation that I talk to anymore, and even if I did, like, they don't really... All the online friends I've ever met on PlayStation don't really play Assassin's Creed, so I don't really have anyone to compare it to anyway, and like, it's not really that... It doesn't really matter all that much as bragging rights, like what I was talking about speedrunning earlier, I don't really care about leaderboards, and like I'm for this recording, I'm not even like playing on my own like personal file anyway, because that file is already 100% done, so it's not even, this score isn't even being saved to my personal file anyway. Like, you can see there that my file name is Full Sync Video because that's what it is, because this is a video for showing my Full Sync strategies. So it's not even on my main file. Also, this, for some reason, the game says to select it, but the game does this on its own. You don't even have to do any inputs here. The game will just select the memory on it, like by itself, without you even having to do any inputs. Which I don't know why it does that, but it saves inputs from me, so good.
I'm all set to go. Don't worry.
One last thing. As you raise your synchronization by executing events the way Ezio lived them,
and there are explanation of full sync objectives. Reliving events the way the ancestor lived them. That is what is described as how full sync objectives work. At least in the lore, because they are tied to the lore like that. Because this was back when Assassin's Creed actually cared about its lore. But for this one, we just have to not drop below 1 health score, which is pretty simple. We start at 1 health score because of Ezio being injured after the Montergiani attack. And once we do get to the doctor, we are still at 1 health score, but I just heal for safety. I have done this mission before without healing from the medicine. Also, I tried to get this horse here to see if it would be faster, but it's not, so I just gave up on the horse. I do heal from the medicine here, but you don't actually have to heal. You also will see that I play through this entire game with the basic armor. Like once we get to meet Machiavelli and we buy the very first armor that we get, I just stick with that armor for the whole game. Because I've played this game way too many times and I know what I'm doing. Also, you don't really need to ever buy any armor at all. The game is not really that hard. Even if you're like playing this game for the first time, like it really is not that difficult. This was before Assassin's Creed started including difficulty options because it's not an RPG. So I do heal there for safety, even though you really don't need to. Even after talking to the doctor, you still get all your movement back before healing with the medicine. So you actually don't have to heal there, but I just do it for safety. And then we get first viewpoint. I do get all the viewpoints, but I really only share the viewpoints if they're tied to the Borgia Towers. Which we'll get into Borgia Towers later, but just for unfogging the map and stuff, I do all the viewpoints. There's also not that many, there's only 24. And we just gotta follow these guys. So the full sync objective for not going below 1 health score actually doesn't even like apply until like the very end of this mission, when you have to fight these guys when they start attacking the peasant guy after you do this tailing section. So there's actually not really much to worry about right now because we don't have to fight these guys yet, and they actually almost see me because they can see you above, like on that ramp. So they do get stopped a little bit, but if you just go slower than I did, then they won't see you. But I was kind of rushing a little bit. And then just blending with these guys here. Yeah, this is mostly just like a basic tailing mission. There's not really too much to say about tailing missions. Most missions with tailing missions, they have the people you're tailing stop and turn around every few like minutes or seconds or whatever. You can actually kind of manipulate that. The farther away you stand from people you're tailing in tailing missions, the farther they will walk before they will stop and turn around. So you can actually make tailing missions go by a little bit faster if you stand farther away from the people you meant to be following. it doesn't really work for this one because it's like you're following like a group of people that you're then gonna fight afterwards. But for most missions where you're like following one character, you can manipulate their AI and stay further away from where from like keep a long amount of distance between you and the target, and they will stop and turn around less often than they would if you were closer to them. Because if you are close to your tailing target, they will like react to you being around them and like turn around to try and detect you. Because the game actually has them know where you are at all times. Because you can see, not really in this mission. Once we get to other tailing missions, you will see that when they stop and turn around, they will always look in my direction no matter what. Because the game makes it so that enemies that you tail always know where you are, even if they pretend that they don't. But we also get into this fight here. You will see throughout this entire playthrough that I use hidden blades in combat. I don't really use much other weapons. Hidden blades are just, they're fast. They might be pretty weak, but I also just like counter kill everyone, which is a one-hit kill anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I've just always used hidden blades in combat, like anytime I play any of these games, as long as it's up to like AC4 and Rogue where they let me do that, because they don't really let you use hidden blades in combat anymore in the series. Also, this is one of our first of many missions where for the full sync we have to kill a target with the hidden blade. This mission is also technically a Templar Agent mission if you think about it that way, because you're just killing like some random guy who only gets like named once, and then he's also a multiplayer character, which most of the Templar agents that you kill, like pretty much all the Templar agents that you kill are multiplayer characters in the old multiplayer Brotherhood, which you can't play anymore because it's all shut down. And it was also never even brought into the Ezio collection that I'm playing on anyway, so rip to the old Assassin's Creed multiplayer. I think some of the AC4 servers are still up on some platforms nowadays, but at least for for Brotherhood Revelations and AC3 it's all shut down. You might still be able to play single-player Wolfpack on AC3, but at least for like PvP competitive multiplayer on AC3, it's all shut down nowadays. Unity servers are still up for co-op, but good luck finding anyone to play Unity co-op with nowadays in 2025, because no one plays Unity anymore, and like even then the servers are like extremely slow and laggy and don't like, even when the game launched it like almost never connected to anyone. So Unity servers are still up, but like good luck finding anyone to play Unity with nowadays if you want to do that. But then we get to Machiavelli. I missed what the full sync objective was for this one, but I know that I do it because then otherwise I wouldn't be showing it in the video. But this is the part where you get to buy our armor and our dagger. I will literally never use the dagger once, just because I don't use the dagger. But this armor we will be sticking with for the whole game, just because I don't buy any other armor because I don't need it. Sometimes I do take a lot of damage and die, but that's mostly just like me being stubborn and refusing to heal, because I do that. I play way too risky for no reason. I just don't heal a lot of the times when I should. So a lot of my deaths are just, I should have healed when I didn't. Also, I don't know what happened here. Normally you're supposed to, you're able to buy the dagger and the armor in like the same menu, but for some reason here it like locked me out of buying the armor, so I had to quit out of the shop and then go back in to buy the armor again. I don't know why it was grayed out like that. I don't know if I ever had that happen before. But we buy the armor, and then eventually this armor is gonna break because I play this game too risky. But I never repair it. I never buy any new armor because I don't need any of it.
I do not recall such brave talk at Monteriggioni.
I remember what this mission was now. This is the one where you do the first Borgia Tower, because he's leading us to the Borgia Tower.
Rodrigo surrounds
So full sync for this one is throw the Borgia guard captain into the scaffolding to kill him.
but she fails.
And you will see that once I get there, but this is mostly just like lore drop stuff, talking about Cesare,
Cruel beyond imagining.
the main antagonist of this game.
He murdered his own brother to take
Cesare is a good character. He's a character that I love to hate, because he's so well written that like he's actually like he can be pretty scary sometimes.
King of France stands at his side.
But like this is the type of villains that Assassin's Creed nowadays needs nowadays, instead of just like a masked character that only gets unmasked at the very end and then you kill them and then there's no development or anything.
Cesare has set his sights on all of Italia.
We need to bring back actual characters instead of just like humans with names,
A rare virtue in the world today.
because like you need to put actual characters into your games. You can't just have like, oh, here's a guy, he wears a mask, oh, you unmasked him, here's his real name, and then you kill him. You can't just keep doing that for like 6 games or whatever it is. Like, it was already not really all that interesting in Origins. Like, it was a bit more interesting in Origins because they actually tried to develop some of the characters in Origins, but like, even in Origins, they barely tried when they introduced the whole masked people order of agents bullshit.
Do you have some kind of plan?
I am improvising.
But now we get to kill this guy. We throw him into the scaffolding. So I just get alerted here on purpose. I tried to assassinate that guy, but then I bumped into him because I didn't press the button in time, I guess. And then everyone wants to stop me from grabbing this guy. And I do chain killer, but I'm trying to be careful about my chain kill and not chain kill the captain. So I actually stop my chain kill early. And then here is me playing risky and taking way too many hits. And then I miss the throw into the scaffolding for some reason. So then I just do this again. And then loot the Borgia Captain, because the Borgia Captains have a lot of stuff. Got like 900 money there and like an extra bullet. So I always try to loot the Borgia Guard Captains when I can, just because they have a lot of free stuff on them. And we got our first Borgia Tower. I don't know why I climbed onto this sign. I should have just gone to the tower like that. Then we got our first Borgia Tower. I do end up doing all the Borgia Towers, but I think I do most of them in sequence 3. So there's gonna be a lot of sequence 3 Borgia Towers. Just when like that's like when the game like unlocks most of the map. And then we get our first Borgia Tower and can finally like start renovating stuff. I do renovate most of the buildings in the game. I don't show like every single building I renovate because I don't really need to. Whenever I renovate a building, I typically just cut it out. But you will see that my money grows over time because of renovating buildings. So if you watched my other my singular videos about this stuff, you might have wondered why I had a bunch of money later on. That's just because I renovated buildings, and I just didn't show it because there was no reason to. I still didn't end up renovating every single building because like you don't need to. Money is pretty worthless, and like I wasn't going for like full like 100%. Like I wasn't gonna do it for all the collectibles in this playthrough. This was just meant for showing the full sync objectives. I saw Machiavelli got like stuck here for some reason. I don't know why he got stuck there, but he did. Yeah, I didn't renovate every single building. I just renovated like most of them. I didn't bother with like all the I didn't bother with like all of the big buildings, like the Pantheon here. Like I renovated some of the building, like some big buildings like this, for the Pantheon and like some other stuff like that, and then I didn't really bother with the the buildings where you can like choose which faction to build for, because I don't. You'll see in these videos I don't really use factions all that much. There are still some points where I use them, but like I don't really use factions because I don't really trust the AI all that much, and like I'm also having to pay money to hire them, which even when I have a lot of money, I don't really want to use my money to hire someone I might not, like a group of allies that I might only use like once or twice, when I can just do the mission myself. This mission was also don't lose any health. I don't know why the game thought you would lose health on that mission. Like maybe like the guards would see you tackle that guy and get angry at you and try to start combat. I don't know why they chose that full sync objective for that mission, because I've never gotten into a situation in that mission where I would lose health. So I don't know why the full sync objective for that one is don't lose health. And then this one is catch the courier in under 1 minute. We're not at the point where the courier is yet. That's like at the very end of the mission. But the courier is really not that hard to catch. On missions like this, where it says like do it under this amount of time, you actually can pause and like see the amount of time you have left, which I don't think I actually show in these videos, but you can in missions that are timed like this. I think you can see the amount of time you have left when you pause the game, which is pretty helpful. And also once you get to like the last like I think like 10 seconds or whatever, the game will start beeping at you to like let you know your timer's running out. But that doesn't really happen too much. It does happen to me in like one like Templar Ancient mission, but because the time ran out and I failed the full sync for that one, I just cut out that fail. So you actually still won't even hear or see that beeping. But this is mostly just like following Machiavelli until the point where you have to fight the guards to free the thief and then catch the courier, which is the one point where the full sync actually applies. And this was one cutscene that I didn't cut out because like it's short. I didn't need to cut it out. Like that was in like I don't know, like a 10-second cutscene or whatever. There's no reason to cut out a 10-second cutscene. Also, like all of them got like knocked over by Machiavelli, and then I tried to assassinate that guy, and then Ezio just like dropped on top of him and didn't do it. And then this thing is a thing I learned from one of my friends like a really long time ago, where you can just like throw a guy onto the ground, chase after him, and then assassinate him on the ground. Which I think is a thing you can do like all the way back in AC1, maybe. You can't really throw people in AC1. I mean you can, but like it's not. Throwing people in AC1 is just like an immediate throw. You don't really have a chance to aim where you throw them. And then this one is don't take any damage for the first time we encounter the Romulus people. This one's pretty simple. You'll see here what I do is I do the special chain kill where with the sword I use my gun, where when I hold the button down after a counter, it will chain kill the shot next to the next guy. So I kill those two guys, and then I just hold down button, just get shots off. I have done this other ways in the past, like I've just countered everyone with Hidden Blade before, and or like the dagger or whatever. But that's like one of the easiest ways to do that mission. And then I loot all of them because they typically have a lot of stuff. Not really as much as like Borgia guard captains, but I still tend to loot Romulus people a lot because of they tend to give some things. I also left all this looting in because like you can see the next mission marker is like right there. There isn't really much to much reason to cut out this stuff. If missions are like really close to each other, I didn't really bother cutting out between them. But if there's like a long running section between missions, that's when I did cut it out. And then we get into the first Romulus 2 mission, which is it is a main mission, but it is also the introduction to Romulus layers, which I do also record the rest of them later. So this one is another timed mission where you have to complete it in under 8 minutes. I think 8 minutes. But that's not really that hard to do in under 8 minutes. This mission, a long time ago, I think like maybe like 3 or 4 years ago at this point, not 4, maybe like 2 or 3 years ago at this point, I did a stream for one of the online groups that I'm in, where I showed off some full sync missions to show off my strategies for those, and this was the first mission that I showed off in that stream. And that was also kind of like what led to the idea of doing this like video series of like, oh, I want to show off my strategies for the full sync objectives in Assassin's Creed, but like you can see that I didn't really end up doing that until like 2 or 3 years later until now. So like it kind of, I just kind of forgot about it and didn't like do anything with it until now. That the VOD of that stream is still up on their channel, but it was like a long time ago, so I don't really know if I'm like proud of it nowadays, just because it was like kind of not really the best well put together, and I just did kind of whatever random missions I wanted to include. I might do another stream like that for them, for one of the other games. I'm not really sure yet. But I also have a lot of other stuff I want to do for them, and I also want to focus on this video and get to Revelations and AC3 and all that for my own videos of those. I am in the process of recording Revelations right now. I've recorded a little bit of it, not too far into it yet, but Revelations will be coming once I have this video uploaded, and then edit the rest of Revelations. And since this is also a Romulus layer, there is also Borgia flags hidden in here, which are just collectibles in this game that kind of replace the feathers in AC2. There are still feathers in Brotherhood, but there's only 10 of them and not 100. And then Borgia flags, I think there were 101. They don't really do anything. I think all they do is get you a cape that like makes you at full notoriety all the time, which isn't really that helpful. I don't know why you would want that. And I have collected all the Borgia flags before on like other files and like other playthroughs, but I'm not bothering for them now because there's no point. It's like I'm not going for all the collectibles and the reward you get from them, if you can even call it a reward, is pretty pointless, so I don't want to carry the bother right now. Romulus layers also have, I think, like 3 or something hidden chests in them. There's always chests at the end, with like the Romulus, like where the Romulus key is when you collect it. But there's also like hidden chests throughout the area, that you can use to get like extra money and stuff. I do get some of them in some of the Romulus layers that I do, but I don't actively go out of my way to get all of them. I know where like most of them, or I think like maybe all of them are, but I don't really care to get the Borgia flags or the chests. Getting extra money would help in the earlier game like this, like before I get to like renovate all the buildings and all that, but like I still don't really need money and I don't really care, and like because this mission is timed for the full sync, I don't want to risk using extra time just to get money I don't need. So there's no point to go for the extra chests. But this mission is pretty straightforward. All the parkour paths are pretty just like right in your way. There's not really too many alternate paths you can take or anything. Camera there also decided to be a bit weird. But this is basically just like normal parkour stuff. This is when the parkour was actually good because you had high profile and low profile, and you had the puppeteering system, and you had like the game actually being like responsive to your inputs, like sometimes way too responsive to a point, which is like what I talked about earlier with like the double input thing that I was getting with like random jumps. But this is when the parkour was good and not just like hold stick forward and like hold one button to climb, and then you can also climb everything like Spider-Man. Because here you actually have to like actually look for like visible handholds, which sometimes aren't always clear. So you actually have to like think about where you're going and where you're climbing and like what direction you want to go, and see where you can find things to hold on to. And when the parkour was actually meaningful. But this is basically the second to last room of this mission. And just back eject there. And we get the classic Ezio line, or one of his lines, "Now I can get back up here." I love how he always repeats like one of those lines every time you do a mission like this and you knock something down that will let you climb back up. The classic Ezio, "I can get back up here" lines. There's also a chest over there. I'm not getting for that. I already talked about why. There's also a chest behind me, before going into this room, after you climb down those poles. I don't need the chests. And then side eject up on this beam, because parkour is actually good and you can actually do meaningful ejects. And then just jump this way. Not really too much to describe. There I missed the jump because I kind of angled wrong slightly for some reason. But it's not too much of a time loss. If I did pause, you could see how much time I had left, but this is the final room of the mission, and I'm not really too much worried about my time. It was like a one simple mistake I could easily fix. So now I actually like take a few extra seconds to like line up properly. That jump is always scary for me, so I always catch the ledge there, because whenever I do that jump, it always looks like I'm never gonna reach it, because I'm too low. But then I catch ledge and it works out fine, so I just always catch a ledge. I always just grab ledge there with catch ledge, just by holding circle, and then just go around this way, and then I think I side eject onto this pole like that, and then just jump around this way. Just follow the same basic path that the mission is laid out for you. And then you can see another border flag over there. The way you collect that one is instead of going to the left to get to the end of the mission, you actually climb up a little bit higher and then go around to the right to climb onto that pillar where the border flag is to collect it. But like, I'm not going for the border flags, so I don't care. So, the game wants you to go to the right here to get where that border flag is. But instead I go to the left to actually finish the mission, because I'm here for the mission and not for the border flag. And I do get all these chests. I don't know why I do this. I always get the money chests before I get the big, like, end of the mission chests. It doesn't really matter. I have enough time to do both, but I always get chests. I always get the money chests before getting the end of mission chest. At least for the most, but I think I left like one or two, but, and then I show this database because why not? Yeah, I always get the small chest before the big chest. Doesn't really matter. It's just how I've always done things. And then one last chest here. You do have to replay the mission here if you do miss any chests or any border flags. But I'm not doing that because I don't care about them. And then this should be the end of sequence 2 coming up here. Just like following Machiavelli here. This is towards the bottom of the map. And there's another border tower down here, but I don't think I get it. I think I get it like way later during like sequence 7 or something. So yeah, I don't really do too much down here because the game just wants you to follow Machiavelli and do the fast travel point at this point. Yeah, this is the end of, should be the end of sequence 2. As soon as we go back to the hideout here.
What are you going to do?
And then we're gonna make some friends. And then it's gonna start us up into sequence 3. Once sequence 2 actually like finishes here. You also might see that when I finish a sequence, you will see that I unlock some cheats. Whenever you full sync, complete the full sync objective for every mission in a sequence, you get a cheat. I never use the cheats because they're not really all that important, and you can only use the cheats while you're actively like replaying a mission. And like even though sometimes I do replay missions on like my main file if I'm just like replaying the game or something, or if I want to test some stuff, I never use the cheats. Just because there's not really much any reason to. So for the most part, I've like actually never used any of the cheats in this game. And then here I want to get all the Ezio artifacts. I tried to climb up there, and I don't know why the game stopped me, but then I remembered that there's actually one down here anyway, so I decided to go back down anyway. So we get Claudia's record book. These are in the same spot every single time. I always do them in the same order because I know the order that I do, and I know where they all are. And it should be Maria's feather chest in one of these craters. I think it's actually it's this one I kind of got lost on a little bit because it's been a while since I actually collected all of these, so I kind of forgot where it was. I just knew it was up here somewhere. And we get that one. We get Maria's feather chest, and then we're gonna go down here, which is gonna go to Mario's sword, which is planted next to a tree. So I jump down this way, and then we're gonna go right, and then that's gonna be where Mario's sword is, next to this tree. And then we're gonna keep going down to where I think in AC2 is the Courtesan building, I think is what it is. And then this is where Ezio's belt is. And then we're gonna go back this way through all these tunnels here, and then we're gonna go to the church. And that is going to be where the Medici cape is. You don't really get anything for collecting all the artifacts. I just always do it because I can and for like posterity, I guess. Also, like, there's not really much else to do in the modern day besides collect the 5 artifacts. And then the game gives you like way more time than you ever really need. And then here I decided to show all the footprints thing. This is a well-known Easter egg where there's like footprints that like show up in Ecovision for some reason and like lead back to the entrance of the sanctuary, which I think that this said was to like help people from preventing them from getting lost. But like if you're playing Brotherhood, you've most likely played AC2, so you should know the layout of Monteriggioni at this point. So, like, I don't know why you would ever get lost. And then the game also gives you, like, way more time than you would ever really need to be out there. I've never actually tested to see what happens if the time runs out, but I would assume that it just automatically teleports you back. I don't think there's any extra dialogue or anything that happens. and then we go back into
You're all set to
the
go.
Animus. There are also modern day dialogues that you can like do and interact with everyone. And I did do them in the playthrough, but I cut them out because it doesn't really add too much to completing the full sync objectives, which is the main reason for this playthrough. But there are extra like dialogues you can get for talking to all of them in the modern day. I think for after sequence 2, 3, 4, and 7, I think is what it is. And now we get into some Borgia Tower stuff just for completionist stuff, because I want to unfog the map and I want to be able to renovate buildings for money. And also for when I get to doing side mission stuff later, I just want them to be 3 areas. So this guy actually sees me here, and I'm just running around the back this way. And then he's gonna look down that way. I should have just assassinated him from the ledge, like, with a high-profile assassination, but I just waited. So just get this guy. And something weird, a little bit weird is gonna happen here. So I'm gonna leap of faith down into the haystack here. I think I might actually get this guy first. I get this guy first. This guy gets mad at me. And then I go over and kill him. I didn't want to shoot him because I didn't want to alert everyone else, but then everyone else gets alerted anyway. At least like these guys. So I end up like I get one of them and then I just end up fighting on the roof. And then just chain kill. And then I go back up on the roof to do the leap of faith that I wanted to do before I got distracted by killing guards. So then I just jump down into this haystack, or just drop down into it. And then here what I wanted to do was do a high profile assassination from the haystack on him. But then I think what happened was like Etsy got like stuck on the ceiling or something from like jumping too high, and it blocked him from doing the assassination. And I don't know why it does that. I think I try to do that every single time I play this game, and it like never works. So I don't know why it never do anything else, but also that guy runs away after attacking me twice because he gets scared, I guess. But then I just end up fighting everyone because like I don't really want to bother running away to like refresh it or anything. And you can see me playing risky and not healing because I don't heal when I should. And just like loot all these people, or at least 2 of them, and also this guy. I think I might maybe go back and loot a few of them. Yeah, I do. Just because I'm like still pretty strapped for money right now in the early game. So I try to loot people when I can. You won't really see me loot as much in the later clips of my footage, but in the later missions, but I do tend to do some right now. And then we get this thief here that decided to show up, so I also get his stuff. And then just do this first forge tower here. This one I kind of climbed the wrong way a little bit. I tried to do a side attack and grab the wall over there, but then I'm too high, so I miss where I want to climb or I want to grab. So I'm just trying to like figure out where I want to climb from because I'm confused. Like, I don't know why I tried to go around this way. I literally just came from this direction. I don't know what my plan was here. Like, I should have just climbed from this side from the start, but I was dumb. And then we could... Our first Borgia Tower here. I guess second one technically because we did the one in the story mission, but first one where we're like free to do it from like open world stuff. And then that's gonna open some stuff for me to renovate, but I won't show renovating stuff unless it's like, unless I'm like right next to a mission when I renovate something, I don't really show it. This guy is in my way. I'm gonna do another Borgia Tower here. This one I don't think I ruined as badly. And then this guy, we're gonna go around over here. And then this guy is under a building, like under a tunnel. And there's no way to like shoot him from range or whatever. So then what I do is I jump down this way, and before they have a chance to start fighting me, I just run straight through them and kill the guy. And whenever you kill a Borgia guard captain right next to other enemies, they all get scared and run away. So like, I only have to fight one guy who like didn't actively see me kill the guard captain, so he was still angry at me while everyone else was running away. So as long as you like time that right and you get in there before any of them have a chance to run away or start fighting you, then you have a pretty easy chance of just immediately killing that guy. And here I'm kind of trying to figure out my way around the tower again. To be fair to me though, it has been a bit since I've like played Brotherhood, so like some things I'm like not 100% sure on. I only do the Borgia Towers like once per playthrough, because like you only can do them once per playthrough. You don't have a chance to like replay Borgia Towers. So I've done the Borgia Towers less often than like main missions, so I don't really have as much experience with Borgia Towers than I do with the actual missions of the game. So I have less muscle memory than on the main missions. So sometimes I still get kind of confused on them a little bit, and it's been like a while since I played Brotherhood the last time, so some of my memory is a little bit gone, but not as gone as for the main missions. So there's another Borgia Tower, and I think I do maybe like one or two more before I start doing missions again. Down here. I also can't start recruiting assassins yet, because that doesn't happen until like the end of sequence 3, or like sequence 4, I think, or whatever. So even though I am doing Borgia Towers, I can't recruit any assassins right now.
I will get her back.
And then we get this mission here, and this one is Do Not Swim. And before I went into this mission, I waited for a while for my bank to build up my money, and then just withdrew my money from the bank to make sure I had enough money, so I didn't have to waste time like stealing from people or whatever. I actually had way more money than I actually needed, because I forgot this mission was only 2,500, and I was thinking that it was 3,000. So I was actually building up to 3,000 before doing this mission, but then when I did this mission, I was like, oh, it's 2,500, not 3,000, so I actually got more money than I needed, but that's not too big of an issue. You also see here that I prefer to run on the streets. I don't really run on the rooftops too much. The rooftops are technically faster, I guess, but at least in this area, the rooftops are like all broken and scattered like this, so I don't really use the rooftops too much, at least in like this bottom part of the map. I also don't really use horses all that much. Like, I use horses sometimes, but I don't really trust the horses in Assassin's Creed. Like, not even just in Brotherhood, but like also in like AC3 or whatever. Because they kind of get stuck on like everything and just run around in circles for no reason. So I don't really trust the horses, even though they are faster. And then there is also a Borgia Tower here. Sometimes I do end up doing this Borgia Tower in this mission because we're right here, but because I didn't want to risk avoiding the full sync, I actually saved this Borgia Tower for later.
Take it up with Cesare.
And then fight the thieves here. They're not too hard to fight. Thieves have agile guard AI, so as long as you know how to deal with agile guards, you know how to deal with thieves, because they're basically just reskins. It's like pretty much exactly the same. And then I grabbed and then throw that guy on the ground and kill him while he's trying to get back up. And then do a special slide for some reason. And then take the time to loot all these guys because thieves also have a lot of stuff. I will be doing the thieves missions later, which will stop the bandit attacks. And I do get a few bandit attacks. Like, there's some points where you'll just be like running for the city and like thieves will come and attack you, and you have to fight them off and do all that stuff. But doing the thieves missions will permanently stop those bandit attacks. And there was also a glitch with the final thief mission that I will be showing that one of my friends showed me like a really long time ago. I think it was like, I don't know, when we were in like high school or something, that he showed me that glitch. And then I land on this person's horse. And I'm like, you know what? I'm on a horse. I might as well just use the horse. I didn't want to use this horse. I didn't mean to land on that guy's horse, but the game was like, here, have a horse. So I just decided to take the horse. And just run to the end of the mission again. Just like through all of these long corridors. You can see why I don't trust the horses, because they get stuck on like every little corner for no reason. I just don't really use horses all that much, but I'm just using this one because I just happened to land on that guy's horse. So I might as well just take it. And then that should be the end of this mission. There's not really like too many opportunities for you to like actively swim, and I guess unless like the thieves like push you in the water or something when you're fighting them. But like as long as you stay in the middle of the boat while you're fighting them, it really shouldn't matter. And then as long as you're careful like getting on the boat and getting off the boat, you don't really have to risk water too much. And then I renovate this building because I go here to renovate it. So here's a rare time where you'll see me renovate a building. And you can see there are 5 of 17 already. I've already been renovating some stuff. And then we go to the end of the mission here and meet up with Claudia and Maria again. And then we should unlock courtesan missions, but I do the courtesan missions later because whenever I 100% these games, I always do the main story first and then the side missions afterwards. Just because I want to focus on the main story, which is like also why I don't really like that the RPG games force you to do side stuff to level up. Because I like saving side stuff until after the story, which is like just what I've always done, but the RPG ones force you to do side stuff to level up, so you end up doing like half the side missions of the game before you even finish the main story. We avoid swimming and we look at courtesans, and I go do another Borgia Tower on my way to the mercenaries. But before that I get a bandit attack. So this is one of the few bandit attacks that I get. I think bandit attacks always happen in like the same few spots of the map, but I think it's random whether they show up or not. So every time you go through this like path that I took, you're not always gonna get a random bandit attack, but it will always happen in the same spot, just because they're scripted to show up in the same spot, but they're not. They're always random whether they show up or not. So I do get distracted from the border tower a little bit just looting these guys, and then I make my way over there once I'm done stealing from this. So this is this other border tower here. I don't care if these guys see me because I'm technically not in the restricted area yet, so they're not angry at me. And then we're gonna find this guy. This is a pretty simple one, I think. This guy is just like standing under a building, and you can just climb the building and assassinate him from the roof of the building. I don't think he ever like moves from that one spot. And then here I do use the border tower to just go around. And I know there's an archer on that building. So I just get him. I don't know why this guy saw me, but I don't know why he didn't die either, but that guy, I don't know why he saw me, and then he just ended up shooting me and then running that way. You can see another guy in the corner there, and I just drop onto this guy's head. And I think it was like targeted on someone else there. I think that's why my camera was stuck a little bit like that. So I just drop on that guy's head, climb back up to the Borgia Tower, and then just get rid of this one. I don't think the Borgia Guard Captain ever moves from that spot, so he's pretty consistent to do that every single time. And then just climb this Borgia Tower. And because I have not met Leonardo yet, I don't have the climb leap glove, so I can't jump up to spots above me. We're not gonna meet Leonardo until like sequence 4 or whatever. So my climbing is still a little bit slow because I can't jump up. And then we side eject and then take down this Borgia Tower. And there's another one done, and I think I do one more, and then I do mercenary mission. Or I renovate some buildings here. So do another one there, and then you might see that loading there. It's because I actually died on this one. Whenever I die or fail, I always cut it out, but then that it results in that like rebuilding the world loading thing. So whenever you see that, that's when you know that I failed or died or whatever. I think what resulted in me dying in this one was like everyone being alerted and then me refusing to heal and getting killed. So just get this guy, and then see if I can air assassinate him. I don't know why he suddenly stopped walking. He's just kind of frozen standing there for some reason. And then just take care of like these guys. I try to loot, but then these guys are mad at me. And there's gonna actually be another Borgia Tower that we do, but that's actually involved in the mission with Bartolomeo, so I actually don't do it because you can't. Because the Borgia Guard Captain actually, like, just doesn't show up until you're in that mission. So I actually leave it until I'm starting that mission. And then just, like, loot the rest of these guys. Just for a little bit of extra money. Even if it's not too much.
Please, God, let me live.
And then this will be last border tower for a while. And maybe should have gone around a better way, but I do the side grab there. Because since the parkour is good, you can actually do stuff like that. And then there's another guy there that almost sees me, but I'm able to get around in time so he forgets about me. And then just hit this Borgia tower. And then that should lead into the Bartolomeo mission. I guess I go and renovate some buildings first, which maybe I should have cut out, but I don't know. And then we go here. And we are in the restricted area because of the Borgia Tower, but because the captain is only showing up in the mission, then I just go do the mission.
It is the least a wife can do to help her husband.
And we beat Bartolomeo and Penthesilea, and then kill only the Borgia captain. So there's gonna be all these guys fighting here, and we're only supposed to kill the Borgia guard captain here.
Stop their leader before he
He's
gets
gonna
to
run
the
away.
tower.
And then here I get stuck on these guys here for a little bit, so he actually gets kind of ahead of me. So I'm just like, you know what, I'm just gonna shoot you, because I don't want to have to chase him down and have those other guards over there see me chasing this guy. And just like not have to deal with it. So I just shoot him and then just dive down here, climb up back this way, so I don't have to deal with guards seeing me while I'm climbing the tower, because if I go across the bridge the normal way, they will see me, because there's guards everywhere and I don't want to have to deal with that. So you can see, you can see them on the map, but there are some guards on the bridge there. So I just swim around in the water from the back and climb it that way. And then that is gonna be it for this mission. And I paused here to make sure that my full sync was right, because sometimes I do forget. I maybe should have cut that out, but I don't care. Sometimes I do the full sync and then I forget what it is, so I just pause to make sure. Because like even though I've been playing this game for too many years, I still sometimes forget because I'm dumb. And you might have heard the collect sound there is because there's a Borgia flag on like directly here on the viewpoint platform where Ezio is standing. And because he stands there in the cutscene, that's like an unavoidable Borgia flag. So like no matter what you do, you can't avoid that Borgia flag, so I guess just like if you want to do like a low percent or whatever, that's unavoidable. Not that there's really like anyone doing low percent in Assassin's Creed anyway, because no one does that. But that is an unavoidable collectible. because of the way that the Borgia flag there is placed. And I maybe should have renovated that fast travel point, but I'm wondering that maybe I didn't have enough money for it, so I just ignored it. Because I technically could renovate it now since I just did the Borgia Tower, but maybe I just didn't have enough money. Or maybe I couldn't because the lock on the other one is still there, so maybe it wouldn't let me. And then we get that mission done, and that also unlocks assassination contracts, but I won't do those until later. And it's gonna be the Borgia Tower. That also is where the Romulus armor is, the whatever it's called, the armor that you get from all of the doing all the layers of Romulus, which I do end up getting, but I also take it off immediately because I don't need that much health or armor, and also I don't like the look of it.
You are finished. Come.
So as soon as I get it, I just go take it off because I don't care. And I also get alerted here because I don't really care if I get alerted. Even though this guard captain is one that runs away, I get to him in time before he starts really running away. And then just this one last guy here. Borgia guard captains are like always in the same spot, so if you know where to go, you could just like go straight through them. And if they're walking around, they're always walking around on the same path. They don't really deviate too much from it. So this guy here is always gonna be down in the tunnels. Then just loot all these guys. I will eventually stop looting every single enemy I kill, but they're here and I need money at this point, so I might as well just loot them. I'm also trying to build up money for the crossbow, because I want the crossbow and I kind of need it for some of my strategies that I use. And the crossbow is pretty expensive. So I'm trying to get as much money as I can for the crossbow later, which I don't think I buy until like sequence 4 or something. So only like one more sequence until I get it. Crossbow is like extremely helpful. I use it a lot. So I really want to get it as soon as I can. It might even still be available now. I'm not really sure when the crossbow becomes available, but I do know that it's pretty expensive. So I do want as much money as possible to make sure that I can get it. And I do know that renovating blacksmiths does increase the discount on them, but I don't. By the time I get the crossbow, I don't renovate all the blacksmiths, so I don't have the full discount. But also it's impossible to renovate all of the blacksmiths by the time you're in sequence 4, because some Borgia towers are blocked off by like the white walls that will be like, if you go too far you'll be desynchronized, because of like story progress, and there's some blacksmiths that are in those areas. So you maybe could wait to get the crossbow until later, but like because of the strategies that I use, I need the crossbow as early as possible. So I'm just building up money to get the crossbow. I also don't know what's going on with this guy here. Just knock that guy off, I guess. And then this is the Borgia Tower. I think this is the Borgia Tower that I was at in the Courteside mission. I think this is when I go do it. I do typically do it in that mission, but because I didn't want to risk failing at full sync with the do not swim, I just decided to ignore it until now. I also go in here and get this chest. I don't really bother with chests too much, but I want the money, and it's like right here. So then I leap of faith down here. Go across this way to get this guy. Ledge assassinate him, pull him into the water. And go up here. And then instead of climbing the ladder all the way, I actually go to the left here and get on the wall. Because if I'm on the ladder, it won't let me ledge assassinate. So I wanted to ledge assassinate him, but then he stopped at the corner, so it's like, you know what, I'll just climb up and assassinate him that way. So then I climb around this direction, jump this way, get this guy, and then this border guard guy always walks in the same path on these docks here. He always goes down over there to the ship, and then walks back to its tower, and then walks back to the ship. So I just wait until he walks all the way back over here, and then just jump on his head. He is also one of the type of border guard captions that will run away, and will run into the tower, and you have to like wait for him to respawn to reset it. So if you get detected pretty early on and he starts running away, he actually runs pretty quickly into the tower because his pathing takes him like right next to it. So if you don't air assassinate him like that, there's a pretty high chance that you won't be able to get him before he gets into the tower. So it's best to come from the way that I did and just air assassinate him to make sure that he doesn't even have a chance to run away. And then that's also a reason why I didn't do this tower in the mission, because like I knew that I would have gotten seen by other enemies and they would have potentially knocked me into the water, which would have failed the full sync for the one course mission. So I just didn't want to risk it. And then just climb this one border tower, just like all of the rest of them. I know it's not really all that interesting to watch, but I'm just showing it just to show that I do them, just so people aren't confused. And I do have like specific strategies for the border towers that I wanted to also show, so I'm just showing it for completionist sake. And then we're gonna go with the thief mission.
I will follow.
I always save this mission for last because this is the mission that unlocks notoriety. So I don't want to have to deal with notoriety earlier than I have to. So I always do the other two missions first to save notoriety for last. And this one is for the full sync is to not be detected while we're lowering notoriety, and then also stay undetected until we get back to the Thieves Guild. Which is a pretty long full sync objective description, but it's still a pretty easy full sync. It's basically just don't be detected, but they decided to add a lot of extra words on it. So basically just run to the section where you see Machiavelli get the letter from the guard and kill all the guys, then do the stealth section. So just like climb up here, climb up where Levope is. I wanted to climb through the door, but Ezio decided to climb onto the wall. And then jump across this way, across these pillars. And then for this, instead of going down and like fighting everyone, I just shoot all of them. The game really wants me to use throwing knives because of the throwing knife tutorial, but I don't care. There's him. And then we're we're fairly
Hide
notorious,
from the guards.
and we gotta do the stealth
They are going to kill
section.
me.
Pay attention. Do what I do.
And now it's also suddenly daytime too.
Follow my lead.
The other part of that was nighttime, and now it's suddenly daytime. Which, like, is not from me failing the mission or anything, because I didn't fail the mission. It's just how the mission is. Sudden transition from night to day. And then here there's gonna be one crowd that's gonna glow and be like the one crowd that you really need to get to the end section. But this other crowd here is also one you can take because they go the same path. But just to be safe, I decided to take the crowd that the game like designates for you to take. So just to be safe, I decided to take this one, even though you can see that other crowd down there is also going that way. So just take this crowd. Brotherhood crowd blending also like introduced how you can like let go of your stick and you'll walk with the crowd automatically, but I really don't trust that because Ezio tends to like walk slower than the crowd does. So a lot of times he gets like left behind and it can like ruin your blending, so like I just don't deal with it. So we deliver Claudio here. And then this is gonna lead into getting rid of notoriety, which is when the full sync objective like actually matters.
Then rip them down. You can pay the heralds a few florins to silence them.
Or I can eliminate witnesses.
You know how to disappear.
So what I always do here is there's always gonna be a poster right over here. And then it's gonna eliminate 25% notoriety, and then there's always a guy over here that spawns. He always spawns every single time. He's always over here. And the guards that were there in the blending section are gone now, so I don't have to worry about being seen when I kill this guy. So I don't kill him. That's going to eliminate the rest of my notoriety for the 75%. And now I have no notoriety at all, and then I just have to stay undetected, which is going to be easy because there's like basically no guards around ever for as long as I do the rest of this mission. I mean, there's guards over there, but because I got rid of my notoriety, they're not going to care that I exist, so I can just take this horse and go to the end. Also, a weird thing with horses in Brotherhood is that you can only gallop at full speed on horses during specific missions. Like when we get to the war machine later and we do the turret, we're chasing down the turret. That's when we can gallop at full speed on horse. But you can see how I'm not able to gallop at full speed just to stand on the horse.
Then I will make it so.
If you are playing Brotherhood on PC, you can actually gallop at full speed at all times, like even in like the Rome open world, whatever you want. And I don't know why. I don't know why they let you gallop at full speed on horses like at all times on PC, but then on console, like even on like the original like PS3, Xbox 360 version, you can't gallop at full speed. But on PC, which is a PC version of the 360 and PS3 version, you can gallop at full speed, and then on the remaster on the 8th collection, you still can't. So I don't know what's up with horses there. And then we finally get to the end of sequence 3.
Do not worry. They will die. You have my word.
And then this is gonna unlock another. Well, after we talk to this guy here, this is gonna unlock another cheat that I won't use.
Molto bene.
And then we'll get into sequence 4. So we're now going into sequence 4 after completing these first 3 sequences, and we're gonna unlock another cheat that I'm not gonna use. Kind of barely saw it on screen there. I think it was the killing spree cheat, which I think that just allows you to have like infinite chain combo kills. I'm not really sure because I don't use the cheats. But I think that's what that one does. But then we get into sequence 4 here, and you know, I saw that my in-game time changed. That was just because I recorded this on a different day. So I get the crossbow because I need the crossbow for some certain strats that I want to get, and I also get smoke bomb pouch here. I do get like all the pouches in the game, even though I don't really need much of any of them, but I just get them for the sake of completion stuff. And then for this one, we just need to not be detected, which is one of the missions that when I first played this game took me a while to kind of try to do. I think because I didn't really have the crossbow at this point when I first played the game a very long time ago, and I didn't really know how good the crossbow was. I also kind of missed my jump there a little bit, but that's fine. But crossbow is going to be extremely helpful for this mission. It's more powerful than throwing knives, and throwing knives are kind of useful, but I don't really personally use them too much. And once you get into like later sections of the game, enemies tend to be they have too much health for throwing knives to kill them in one hit. I think there's also, I know this is the case for AC2, but I think there's also a glitch or something that makes it so that when you throw a throwing knife at someone, it makes them detect you before the throwing knife actually kills them. So if we're trying to not be detected here, that would fail the full sync. Also here, I wanted to take this guy's spear to throw it at one of these other two guards here, but the spear just kind of like fell through the ground and disappeared, so I couldn't grab it. But that's what I normally do. I don't know why his spear just decided to disappear into the ground and not let me use it, but I'll use a throwing knife on these guys because I know it'll kill one of them. And I don't want to use my crossbow yet to save on bullets since I don't have a crossbow pouch yet. So just throwing knife that guy, throwing knife that guy, and it's like one of the only times, probably the only time in general you ever actually see me use a throwing knife to kill someone. I could have just as easily used a crossbow, but I want to be saving my crossbow bullets.
She cannot waver, which means neither can you.
But yeah, the crossbow is a pretty good weapon in this game. I use it a lot. I don't really use it too much in Revelations. For whatever reason, I feel like the crossbow in Revelations is not really as good, and it's, for some reason, Revelations makes it so that all your weapons was the first game to make it so that you have a split between your melee weapons and your ranged weapons. And for some reason, crossbow in Revelations is classified as a melee weapon instead of a ranged weapon. So I kind of just forget that the crossbow is really even in Revelations, so I don't use it all that much. Like, I know it's in Revelations, not that I forget, but I just don't feel like it's as useful in Revelations compared to Brotherhood. So then this guy here, instead of shooting with the crossbow, I actually use him as a way to get down with an air assassination here, because we do have to go a little bit down, and I don't want to risk jumping too far or too downwards to the point where those guards down there will see me, because there's a lot of them walking around down there, and I don't want to risk having any of them detect me. So I'm going to use crossbow here. Crossbow, basically, it does say there that you have to lock on first, but you actually don't. As long as you're aiming the crossbow, like holding square to aim the crossbow, it will automatically aim and lock on towards whoever's closest to you. So as long as you just aim, it will aim as to whoever's like in front of you within a certain range. I know there's also a guy over there looking at me and detecting me, and his arrow actually almost fills up. But I know that Etsu's climbing speed is fast enough to the point where his detection actually won't fill up all the way and he won't detect me. Just because I know I can reach where I need to go in time before he actually detects me. And I think if I wanted to be safe, I probably could have taken him out with the crossbow or something else, but I know that the guy seeing me over there would have been fine. There was no way he was going to be able to see me in time unless I actively climbed slower. Also here I do a pretty risky fall here, but because of Catch Ledge being extremely overpowered, I can just drop down onto this bar here because I know I need to go down, but I don't want to climb down slowly. And I know that there's a beam below me that I can just drop down to and grab. And then here I get a little bit confused. I feel like my brain was like, oh, I have to go down more, but nope, I actually have to go up more. So I go down here a little bit before realizing, oh wait, I need to go a little bit back more up, but it's not too big of a deal. So here we're actually going to attempt to rescue Katarina because she's caught in this cell here. This is also one of the first parts of the game where there's missions that lead directly into each other instead of having a mission end and you go right back into the open world. It's gonna be a mission immediately after into another mission, and this is like the first real part of the game where it does that. There's a few other times where it does that, especially towards the end for Sequence 8 and Sequence 9. And here, that's another thing with the crossbow. Sometimes selecting it from the wheel is kind of annoying because the stick kind of, at least my stick, tends to gravitate more towards the gun than it does the crossbow, because it's kind of at a weird angle, but I still get the crossbow when I want it most of the time. So then I use that other guard to get down, and again have the wheel mess me up. And I'm looking at the map to see the red dot walking across here, because I know there's a guy in this hallway, and he's gonna walk over here. If I didn't kill him, he would just stand and stare at that door, but there are other missions where you come back here, and there's a guy walking through this hallway just like that guy I killed, and the other guards in those other missions actually turn around instead of staring at that door at the wall. So I just make sure to take care of them, and this is what I wanted the smoke bomb for. Just throw it at these guys and then quickly take care of them. Brotherhood is way better at smoke bombs than AC2 because you can actually like aim, throw smoke bombs at people. You can't really like aim like you can in like games like Unity or whatever, but you can lock onto someone from a distance and range throw a bomb, a smoke bomb, which you can't do in AC2. But Brotherhood is also still limited with smoke bombs, and the fact that you can only hold 3 of them at a time. There are no smoke bomb pouch increases, so you can only ever hold 3 smoke bombs at once. So that's still kind of annoying. It's still kind of a limited use for them. I kind of wish it was like Unity where you could hold like up to 40 of them if you had like good gear, because Unity smoke bombs are extremely overpowered. But then in this game, smoke bombs are still also kind of overpowered, but you can only hold up to 3, so they're a little bit less useful. The good thing is that you can do the range throw on guards like you can't, unlike in AC2. So then just take care of these guards here, shoot that guy. And this is kind of a slow part because when you're taking Lucrezia hostage, you can't really do much. You can't really run or anything. This is the fastest you can move. And periodically she will punch you and get out of your grasp, but if you release her early, she just like kind of stands there and watches you fight the guys, and like this guy keeps bonking me for no reason, so I just kill him and get rid of it. And then she actually is kind of good, and she runs in the direction that I want to go, which her AI sometimes does that, where she actually runs towards the objective, but typically she just runs back and forth between these 2 hallways with the stairs here. So you can see her running towards the other hallway over there. But like typically she just runs in a straight line and doesn't really do too much else. Also, I don't know why Ezio wanted to kick that guy in the balls instead of assassinating him when I threw him on the ground there. I don't know what was up with that, but she wants to run up here for some reason. Typically, I don't get her running up to this area, but she decided to do it this time, and I think because she wanted to run that way when I let her go, but this is another way of she punched me and I had to grab her back, and you can see her running back to that first area. She just runs back and forth between those two rooms. I don't think she ever runs down these stairs where those enemies are. And I can just keep going here before the enemies catch up to me, because I know they have a lot of time to run. And then while those enemies around you fighting, she actually never runs away. She always stands there and watches you. And to drop the sword that I actually accidentally picked up because when you grab Lucrezia, the game defaults you to fists instead of a weapon. So when I countered that other guy, it made me disarm him and take his weapon. Which I don't typically do. I don't really disarm enemies all that much, but you will see in some full sync missions I do have to disarm enemies through full syncs.
Salute, Lucrezia. How I've missed
And then we get to the other mission here. Also for that one, I had to not lose more than 10 health squares, which you can see, once I get my health back after this cutscene, you can see that I don't have 10 health squares to begin with.
And you walk.
So it's more treated as just like, don't really lose any health, but you can easily do missions where you're not required to lose health, even when you have less health than the game says you're allowed to lose. So if I count here, it looks like I have 7 health scores because of my basic armor. So because I have less than 10, it just defaults to like don't lose less than 7, I guess. But because I didn't take any damage at all during that last mission, then it doesn't really matter. Also here, I know that this guy is always gonna stand there in the doorway, turn around, and then turn around again and come back into this room, so I always put Katarina in that corner, stand on the table, and then once he walks into the room, kill him, and then crossbow bolt that other guy. And then I know that there's gonna be these guys here that run across, and they're always scripted to run across. If you don't stand inside that doorway, there is a chance that they will actually see you when they're running across. So I stand there in the doorway just to make sure they don't start seeing me. And then crossbow bolt that guy, and I'm watching the dots on the map. Because I know that there's one enemy in the left door and one in the right door. Depending on like what seed I get. Sometimes you can get more or less enemies in different spots depending on enemy layout seeds that you get whenever you do this mission or like restart checkpoint. So I'm just watching the map to see what enemies I have and know where they are and where they're gonna be going. So I get 2 guards there that come out of each of the doorways. Sometimes you can only get 1. There's always a speary guy, but sometimes you only get 1 person coming out the doorway. And then sometimes when you go down here, there's also a guard that is standing at the checkpoint here. So if there is a guard at that checkpoint there, you could just put Katarina down and assassinate him from behind because he will never turn around. But I didn't get a guard there, so I just am able to go. And then this guy is always scripted to come in here, so just haystack assassinate him. And then I'm watching the map again to check this guy. Sometimes this guy is in this hallway walking around, but other times he is at the doorway that you leave through. Not this doorway, but the doorway after. So that guy is always either going to be inside that hallway walking, or once I get through this doorway and the second doorway here, this doorway that I'm looking at, there's always a guard there, but sometimes you don't have the walking guy. So if you do have the walking guy, you can just do what I did and just wait for him to turn around and get him, and then put Katarina down to get the second guy and just go. But sometimes you might not have the walking guy.
It seems to open from over there.
And then there's 2 gates we have to open. It doesn't matter which order you open the gates in, but you always have to carry Katarina pretty close to them, because then the game will get mad at you and be like, don't run too far away from your allies, and desynchronize you if you go too far away. So I always carry Katarina pretty close to where they are. There's not really typically guards around this one, but around the other one there's usually at least 1 guard. So then I carry Katarina over down to the other gate, or the other wheel that opens the other gate. And I see that guard up there, so I put Katarina down behind this wall. I actually think I move her a little bit. I actually don't. So then I crossbow that guy. He is always walking around up here. He never goes down the stairs. He is always up on this platform here. But if you just put Katarina up behind this wall here, he won't ever see her. And then just walk out towards the horses. And that is how you don't be detected. So it's kind of like 2 missions in a row with one in between where you have to not be detected. Because this game loves do not be detected full syncs. So Katarina gets stuck a little bit because horses in this game are weird. And this one we have to do a kill streak of 5 guards. Katarina's a little bit behind me because she got stuck, so I'm trying to like not get pulled off my horse by these guys. I don't care if I get seen because we're in a restricted area, so I'm gonna get seen anyway, and I also have to get seen because of the mission and because of the full sync. Because you can't really do a chain kill if you're not in combat, and in order to get in combat you have to get seen, so I actually want to get seen here. Even though I know it's a scripted thing to happen anyway. So there's only like 2 guys here, so I actually wait. There's a 3rd one, 4th one, and I need to do 5. So I actually don't kill any of these guys yet. I actually wait until those guys across the bridge start coming over here. There were also guards over there by the tunnels there, but they disappeared after the cutscene for some reason, so I don't know why they're not there now. So I just wait with these guys. I know there's also a guy with a horse over there, so I'm kind of being wary about him, but and I keep getting grabbed, which is annoying, but I'm also waiting to make sure I have enough guys here so I can do a 5 kill streak. So then just do the same thing I did with the Romulus guys earlier, and just chain kill my gun with people, and I've definitely done more than 5 at this point. There's all my gun bullets, and then because I'm out of gun bullets, Etsy wants to throw sand. That is the thing you can do to like kind of stun enemies, but I honestly never use it. There's really not a point to use the sand throw thing. This game lets you easily counter kill, especially if you're using the hidden blade. I'm using the sword here just so I can have an easy chain kill for the full sync, but if you're using hidden blade, you actually can counter brutes and spear guys in Brotherhood. They actually got rid of that in Revelations, at least from all my time playing Revelations, but at least in Brotherhood you can counter kill spear guys and the brutes with hidden blade counter kills. And then I just kill these last few guys around here. And I also see those 2 guys on the horse there not really doing much. And the cardinal gets in my way and blocks my animations. much. They just kind of stand there and wait until after I kill everyone else first, for some reason. But because I used my gun in my chain kill, I don't have any more bullets to shoot at them. I probably could just crossbow or knife them, but they decided to charge me, so I did the break charge thing instead. So just kill all the rest of these guys, and then run up this way, and then that notoriety persists after the end of that mission, so I do also end up getting my notoriety. And then we finally get into assassin recruit stuff. So because I've already done a lot of border towers, actually do have a lot of slots open for recruiting assassins right now. But this mission only wants us to do 2. So I always do this one over here, and then something I didn't want happened. You can see the other one on the map to the right. So I typically do this one and then the other one over there, but when I was fighting these guys over here, for some reason those guys for the other recruit assassination got mad at me. So they completely gave up attacking that other civilian over there. And it like deleted that one from existence, even though you can still see the icon on it. For some reason the guards from the other recruit assassin ended up coming here to fight me for the first one that I did. So actually I have to go do a second one as a backup instead of the one I normally do, because these guards decided to get mad at me for no reason, even though I was like completely not even like in their line of sight at all. So I don't know why the game decided to do this. I get this one and then I have to go do a second backup one.
The liberation of Roma has begun. If you choose to flee, do so now. But if you choose to fight, stand with me against the
so we get a first assassin here. I do build up my assassins for like sending them on missions and stuff, but I don't really bother showing that because there's not really any reason to. You will see sometimes that you'll see that I get mission complete notifications pop up when I have any done, but you won't really actively see sending missions. You won't really see me sending assassins on missions because I cut most of that out. And then I go over here to see like why is the other one that I normally do not over here, and then I realize it's because the guards decided to fight me from the other one. So then I have to go find a different one. So I just go for this one, which is not too far away. And then that should be it for this mission. Which is not too hard, but I don't... Typically, I just do the 2 that are close by and then end the mission that way, so I don't really know what happened this time. And then here is supposed to go above, but I forgot that it was above, so I went below and then came up this way instead. But I wanted to go above so I can get an air assassination on him, on one of these guys, but it's not too big of a deal. And then I don't really lose too much health, so full sync for this one's also done. Also, Ezio wanted to taunt there because I pressed the button to talk to the recruit, and the game was still, I guess, in combat mode for some reason, so it decided to have Ezio do taunt animation instead. You can taunt in this game, but I never used a taunt in Brotherhood or really AC2. I do use a taunt sometimes in AC2, but not as much.
Did you see him?
And then for these next 2 missions, because we just got assassin recruits, we have to kill a target using the assassin recruits as like kind of a tutorial for them, which is not too hard to do, but also this one is a little bit weird. If you take a different path and not follow the cord stems, you can actually reach the guy in a different direction, and for some reason that will like turn off his AI and not have him run away, which I have done before, but I kind of forget the path you have to take to make him not do that, because his running away is triggered by Ezio saying that dialogue that he just said. So if you take a different path, Ezio won't say that dialogue and he won't run away. and he'll just stand there, staying where he is, so you can get an easier kill. But because I don't exactly remember the path that I'm supposed to take to do that, I just don't do it. I just don't do it. I probably could look up the path that you have to take to like turn off his AI, because I know it's possible and I've done it before, but it's just been a long time since I've done it and since I've looked it up, so it's not really in my brain right now. And then this next mission, I'm also gonna do something a little bit weird that I actually do remember how to do. I'm gonna do a glitch that is called either super blending or hyper blending, depending on which way you want to say it. You don't have to do this in this mission, but this is the best mission I know for using it, and the best mission I know for showing it off. So there was a glitch in the Ezio games where you can stay consistently blended on top of a horse, even though you're not meant to be blending on a horse. So you'll see what I do when I get to it. But first we have to find our target. This one is another one where you have to just kill the guy with the assassin recruit. And even though we do have one bar right now, in between the time from the other mission and this one, my bar was able to refill, so it's not too big of a deal. But basically for super blending, what we have to do is get a horse, which when we find our target I will call my horse, so I do have a horse nearby. But what we need to do is hope that there is a crowd where we can blend with on the bridge, that is close to the railing on the bridge. So you'll see what I do here once I find this guy. So that is going to trigger him to go away. This guy's mad at me, but not too big of a deal. So there's a crowd here close to the railing. So what I want to do is actually call my horse, and then what I'm going to do is I am going to blend in a crowd if I can. I think calling my horse ruined this crowd, so I'll actually go back and get a different crowd. Because I should not have called my horse as early as I did. But I blend in this crowd, make sure my map is green, and then slowly walk to the railing. Make sure that I'm staying in low profile, and not pressing the run button at all, because that will take me out of the blend state. So I just slowly walk and push forward on top of the railing, and that makes it so that Ezio is still blending while on the railing. And then I jump to a horse, and that makes it so that I'm blending on the horse. So the way this glitch works is that as long as Ezio is not in a state where he was standing directly upright, as long as he's in like a crouched position, or like riding on a horse, like on a beam or something, as long as he's not standing directly upright still, he is considered still blended. So you can slowly get onto that beam by just like pushing forward onto it from the crowd, and then stay in low profile, jump to a horse, and you can jump to the horse in high profile because the glitch is activated once you get onto the beam, so pressing high profile won't ruin it once you're on the beam. And then you can jump to the horse, and that will consistently make you blended on the horse. And like I said, you don't have to do this. I just like doing it because it's the easiest mission to do it in, and it's the best one to show it off for. And just follow that guy, and you saw it during that tailing section. I could get as close to him as I wanted, and he was just not able to see me because the game was still considered me blended. So as long as I could get as close to him as I wanted to, I could like probably even run him over with the horse, and he would not get mad at me at all. He just wouldn't care, because I was technically invisible to him. The game still knew that I was following him, and he still knew where I was, just because of the fact that tailing missions always make the guys that you follow know where you are, which is why whenever they turn around, they always stare in your direction. So he still knew where I was technically by his AI just knowing that. But because I was doing the super blending glitch, he was completely unable to see me because I was technically invisible while blending. So there's not really too much useful places to really use that glitch, but it's just like a funny little thing you can do. And I'm pretty sure it exists in like all the Ezio games. But there's not really horses to use in AC3 or in Revelations, and then in AC2, you can only use the horses in like 2 areas or like 3 areas, and there's not really guards or missions that really happen in those areas where you can actively use the horses. So it's not really all that useful in AC2 or Revelations, but it does exist just because they all use the same engine, and then with the engine change that came with AC3, it's not possible to do anymore, even though horses are still usable in AC3. But it is a weird little thing you can do in these games if you really want to play around with it. So we got this another recruit here. I don't show me doing assassin recruit missions where I don't show them me sending them on missions at like Pigeon Coos or anything, but I do show me recruiting people, just so you can see that I am recruiting people and like, not being confused where I get assassins from. So just kill this guy here, save this guy. And sometimes my the prompt doesn't activate in time and it ends up calling a horse instead. Before it lets me talk to them. So we get another person there. And then here I also activate another aqueduct. And I'm doing these aqueducts just because not only do they add to my revenue from renovations, but also they I think doing like 5 of them, I think, is what you need to enter the one Ramya Slayer that requires filling the aqueducts with water. Because you need to swim to increase the water level to reach the height where the Ramya Slayer entrance is. And because I am doing Ramya Slayers in this video, I do need to end up doing at least some of the aqueducts so I can open that entrance. And I think it's only like 5 of them that you have to do. You don't have to do all 8. But I still end up doing all 8 anyway because they add to my money.
You fight oppression. If you will have me.
So again, another recruit here. I do have a lot of slots open because I do have a lot of Borgia Towers done, but there's still a few more Borgia Towers to do eventually when they open up. And then here we finally meet Leonardo. He is going to give us 3 different upgrades that we can get. I typically get the Climb Leap Glove first when I play this game, but I decided to get Double Blade first here because I just really wanted it. And then I waited here to see if I could go back and talk to him again to get the Climb Leap Glove, but because this was the first time you meet Leonardo, he actually moves immediately. Even though typically when you talk to him, you can talk to him in the same spot multiple times, but because this was the first time I talked to him for beating him, he moved away immediately, so I only got 1 upgrade, even though I could afford the other ones right now. So I got another guy here. Recruit assassins are like always completely randomized, like their face models are like always randomized and their names are always randomized, but there's not really much of a difference between them. They pretty much always operate the same as long as you upgrade them the same, depending on what armor and weapons they have. So I got another guy in this same spot again. Just for more of my own assassin stuff to build up. once you get to AC3, which was the last game to actually have like assassin recruits, AC3 recruits are like actual like
My thanks.
real world characters, like real world as in like Assassin's Creed universe and real
I
world,
would
but like
gladly fight for you.
instead of just being like randomly generated characters, they're like actual characters of like real backstories and things like that for AC3. But for Revelations and Brotherhood, they're just kind of RNG'd NPCs that just talk to you and don't really do much. Here for this War Machine map mission, we have to just send the mercenaries into a fight. So the game gives you a free set of mercenaries to use there to distract all these guys, and then all that matters is that you kill the paper guard guy. It doesn't matter if you kill all the rest of them. But I do want to kill the rest of them just so I can loot their bodies, because paper guards especially drop a lot of stuff, so I just want to get what I can from these guys. Even though the rest of these guys don't really give me too much, but I'm getting some crossbow bullets back, which is helpful. I don't really use the crossbow in the next mission because of the full sync that requires me to not kill anyone, but crossbow is going to be really helpful if I want to build up crossbow bolts. And I'm getting some bullets back a little bit, just to see what I can get from these guys. And I got another smoke bomb back too, which is helpful. And here I leave this running in because I'm not too far away. This is going to be the introduction to the War Machine missions. I do end up doing all the other War Machine missions too later on, but this one is story required, so I just have to do it to like actually play the game. And then here, this one we have to not lose any. We have to not kill anyone before destroying the blueprints. I accidentally cut out the exit mission thing where it shows that, but whatever, I don't care. So we have to make sure that we can avoid killing anyone, and then also not be detected, because if we do get detected, that will also make us fail the mission and have to restart. So I just go around this tower here, and then drop, and then go above this wall here, jump across this way. That brute is seeing me for a little bit, but it's not enough to make him go fully red. Jump down behind this, I guess, cabinet here, whatever it is. Wait for this brute to do his path, staring at the War Machine plans, and then he is going to continue his path and go up that way. So jump to this little roof here, drop down slowly and make sure that he doesn't hear me when I drop down, and then burn the War Machine plans. And now I'm able to be detected, or now I'm able to kill people, but I will still not be allowed to be detected. So I just go across this roof here, because this is where the thing we have to blow up is. So something else you actually could do here, instead of doing this thing where you interact with the barrel and then run away, you actually can run to this spot immediately and then use your gun to shoot the barrels, which actually results in like a slightly different cutscene. It's not really too different, but if you stand in that spot at the end there immediately and then shoot the barrels, you can save a little bit of time by not having to wait for the barrels to explode on their own. And then just chase this mission, and this is one of the few times where you can actually gallop at full speed on a horse, at least in the console version. Because I think I mentioned this earlier, but you can, on PC, you can gallop at full speed on the horses whenever you want, like in the normal open world. But in any console version, like even on the remaster like this, you can only gallop during like specific mission sections like this, like at the end of the game in like Vienna. There's only a few times where on the console version you can gallop at full speed on a horse like this, and I don't know why, but the PC version is slightly different in that way. And I don't know why they decided to allow that or change that, but that's the thing. That's the difference between the versions. Also, there in that cutscene, that cutscene is scripted to happen that way every single time. But if you don't get the second hidden blade from Leonardo, Ezio will still kill that guy in the cutscene with a second hidden blade. So he will just have a second invisible hidden blade to kill that guy with, even if you don't buy it. Which is kind of funny, especially if you get the climbing glove or the poison dart first. You'll have those, but you won't have the second hidden blade, and Ezio will just kill that guy with a second invisible hidden blade. Because that cutscene is scripted to happen that way every single time. So the game kind of expects you to have the second hidden blade first. Which I guess probably why that's probably why it's the least expensive thing from Leonardo to buy. Because it wants you to get that first. And then here we can just shoot the machine gun. Instead of holding the button down and just like making it go repeatedly, I time the button presses to when they run into my crosshair. Just because I'm better at doing it that way, and because of the fact that it's not really like a true like modern day machine gun, it doesn't really operate that way. Like if you think about like AK-47s or whatever, it doesn't operate like that as like a machine gun. So it's a little bit slower than that if you hold the button down, I think. I just press it whenever they're in the crosshair. And I typically get good shots. Sometimes I still miss. Especially during sections like this where the camera rapidly changes direction like that, and it kind of messes my aiming. And then we just gotta kind of shoot these guys. There was a long time ago where I was doing a challenge playthrough of AC Brotherhood without trying to use any medicine, which like is easy to do. Well, I think actually what it was trying to take more damage, because that's actually a harder thing to do. I think I was trying to do this with no damage, and this mission was actually really hard to do with no damage, because there's always at least one spot where you get shot, I think. At least for me. I tried to do like as little medicine as possible, also trying not to get hit. So if you want to try to do this without taking damage, then you probably can, but it was hard for me when I tried to do it. I don't even know if I successfully did it back then, but I don't really know if it's possible to even do any Assassin's Creed games with no damage. I maybe would like to try that at some point, but I'm not really that sure. I feel like it would mess with a lot of my strategies that I use. Because of most of my other stuff, which I kind of talked about early on. I'm also not really the biggest fan of like no damage runs. Like they're interesting, but I talked about this earlier. I'm more of a fan of speedrunning than like no damage stuff. Also, for some reason, Ezio's line there always gets like cut off halfway through. I don't know why. That's always happened to me in like every version of the game I've ever played. Like you can see in the subtitles that there's like meant to be like more words that he says, but he only says like half of it. And then here I get the climbing glove, and then I think Leonardo disappeared again, so I wasn't able to get the poison dart yet, but I do want the poison dart eventually. And then this is going to be the end of sequence 4 once we go through here and exit the hideout. There it wanted me to send some assassin recruits on missions, but because I put some on missions earlier before I came over here to end sequence 4, I could just leave the map immediately and not do any of that. just because it wanted me to send recruits on missions there, but because I've already done it earlier, it doesn't matter. So that is the end of sequence 4. So we are in our path to sequence 5. Sisterhood cheat there just to mix it so that your entire Brotherhood of Assassins, of recruited assassins, is all women and all female assassins. That doesn't really matter. There's no difference between whether assassins are male or female, other than just like their models and randomly generated names. Here I meet Leonardo again and get the poison dart, and then do another aqueduct. I'm still not anywhere close to doing unlocking the tomb that requires the aqueducts, but I'm making my way towards that. So a second one there. There's also a Leonardo war machine right next to me, but I save that for later for the actual dedicated war machine section of this video. And then deal with these three, this other thief section that people want to kill me. You also might have heard there, whenever I tried to counter there, it did like the full like loud assassination hidden blade sound effect, and I don't know why these games do that sometimes. That happens in AC1 and the Ezio games, at least for AC2 and Brotherhood. I'm not sure if it happens in Revelations, but sometimes when you try to counter with a hidden blade like that, it does like the full actual like hidden blade assassination sound, and I don't know why it does that sometimes, but it's a little bit weird. This mission is going to take a bit. This is a big escort section. Once we get to the part where we have to find the guy we have to escort, you might see that I also have my 3 bars of assassins here because I use my assassin recruits a lot in this mission, because the full sync we need to do for this one is to make it so that we are not detected in combat at all while escorting the guy that we have to escort. And if I got detected by that guy, I don't think it would have mattered, because I'm not during the escort section right now, but I just didn't want to risk doing that. So just go back down to the ground here. There's probably a way easier way to do this mission, at least for the escorting section. But I've just followed the same basic path the whole time that I've always followed, because that's what I know. And because we're trying to not be detected while we're escorting this guy, I tend to use my assassin recruits a lot to take care of the enemies for me. But it's a little bit slower this time because my assassin recruits are not really that fully leveled up right now. If I had done a little bit more leveling of my recruits and like dedicated a little bit more time to them, I probably would be able to take care of the enemies a little bit faster and get through this mission faster. I also don't know why there's people guards in the back there. They're not there after this cutscene, but the assassin recruits are a little bit slow right now just because they're like still pretty low level. I guess the people guards still are there, but they're not really close enough to me to really see that I'm killing these guys here, so they don't care. There's normally not papal guards up here, so I don't know why there's papal guards here now, but yeah, once we start escorting this guy, there's going to be some guards right at the ramp here that I go down, and I make sure that I stand like around this fountain, close enough to where I can target them and call my assassins on them, but far enough away to the point where they won't see me and I won't get pulled into combat once the combat with the assassin recruits starts. So they're stuck fighting those guys now, and you can see how they're pretty slow and not really all that great and not powerful enough, but that at least gives time for my bars to recharge, because if they were faster at taking care of these guys, I wouldn't have my call assassins bars filled as fast as I would like them to be, so I guess it's a little bit of, do you want them to kill the enemies faster, or do you want time for your bars to recharge? Especially when I call a second recruit there, because I saw that the first two guys I called were starting to lose a little bit of health, and I didn't want any of my recruits to die, because that can actually happen. You can have your recruits die, and you will have to find another recruit to replace them, and I just didn't want to risk doing that. Also here, this is unfair. These guards here randomly spawn out of nowhere. Thankfully, I guess I was able to react in time, or like they failed to detect me. I don't know why they didn't detect me and only focused on the guy that I'm supposed to be escorting. All that matters is that they don't detect you, Ezio. As long as they only fight, and I was checking here to make sure that I didn't actually fail the full sync because of that. The full sync only fails if you as Ezio, as the player, gets detected. If Egidio here does not, is involved in the combat and gets seen, then if he's the only one who gets seen, then it doesn't matter. But I have no idea why those guys spawned like just randomly out of nowhere. I know there's guards down there normally, but normally they're supposed to be just like walking around in a circle and a path around the fast travel point. So I don't know why the game decided to not spawn them and only spawn when I get in that area. So I'm trying to like figure out my path here. Since it's been a bit since I played Brotherhood, I'm trying to like remember the path that I took, that I normally take. But I know I can see on the map that at the bottom of this tunnel here, there's guards there that I don't want to get rid of, or that I want to get rid of and don't want to have to deal with. So I actually go back this way to find a spot where I can stand far enough away to not get seen and call my recruits there. So I actually find this section here on the other side of the tunnel. Make Egidio wait there, and also kind of make him hidden behind the pillar there. He's probably not as well hidden as he could be, but I call my recruits on those guys down there. I also don't know what those guys are doing over there by the scaffolding, but that's fine. Because some of these guards are agile guards, they are a little bit harder for my recruits to kill, but they're still able to do it for the most part, and there's also vigilantes here. I also did not want to hire these courtesans. That was a complete mistake. I was not close enough to Egidio to call him, and instead the game prioritized courtesans, which I didn't want to do. So now I just have courtesans following me for no reason, which I didn't want. Also, when you get to these checkpoints here, all that matters is that Egidio touches the checkpoint. And I don't know why he was stuck down there for no reason, but you have to make Egidio himself touch the checkpoint. It doesn't matter if you, as Ezio, touch a checkpoint, you have to make him touch it. And then just go down this path here, go into this little room where there's the fence here. Still with these courtesans here, which I didn't want, but because I do have the courtesans here, I think I actually do end up using them a little bit later. I don't use them now, but I just want to use them to get rid of them because I really don't want them following me, because they're just... You can see what they're doing. They're just walking in circles and not really being all that helpful. Because I accidentally bought them, they're just following me because I did that, and there's no way to get rid of courtesans or any hired groups without like actively using them. You can't just like freely dismiss them. So these courtesans here are just following me until I use them. So I have to... I see these guys here on the map, so I actively use the courtesans there to distract them, just to also get them out of my way, so I can run Egidio past them, but also to get rid of the courtesans because I really didn't want them. Also, this guy on the horse here, I think I do get rid of him, or I just wait for him to go. So I just slowly follow behind this guy, because he circles in this area on this horse. Go down here where these guys I killed with the recruits are, go up this tunnel, and then we are going to go to where this tailor shop is. There's going to be some more guards around here, but they don't come up these stairs. They actually stop, and well, they don't stop, but they turn around and go back the other way. And just to make sure I call my recruits on them, because there's normally not guards around, like in that hallway, like right next to the checkpoint. I think they typically patrol around a little bit later, not like directly on that street. So I just want to be safe and get rid of them, because there's normally not guards patrolling that street. There are guards around this tailor shop here, but they're more like on the higher levels, and they're really only there for the dialogue of the mission to be like, we can't stop here, there's too many guards. So I don't really worry about the guards too much on the higher levels, but because there is that group there that is patrolling on the street, I just want to make sure to get rid of them. And then we're gonna move on to the next section here, because I've already taken care of these guys. I know there's also, on that bridge up there, there's more guards, so I'm actually going to climb up on the ledge here, wait for the guards to come over here, because we need to go up here to do the path that I want to take. So I'm going to wait for them to walk over here, wait for them to get in range, and then call my assassins on them again. And I'm trying to make sure that I call my assassins directly on the spear guy. Because whenever you call assassins, they will immediately assassinate the specific guard that you were locked onto. And then if there's other guards around, they will start fighting them in combat. So I want to make sure that the spear guy is the guy who's the one that's getting like directly assassinated with the recruits. Because I don't want to have my recruits have to deal with fighting a hard spear guy, so I just want to make sure to get rid of him immediately with the free assassination. And then I'm watching the red dots at the bottom map, the bottom straight down there. I think they're all fine, but I don't think those guys down there come up here. They do continue their pathing, but they don't come up directly this way. And then I go behind this wall here. There's more guards. There's guards standing there, and then there's other guards that come up this way. So I actually go back to Egidio, put him behind this wall here in the corner, just in case the other guards walking here come too close. And there's only two, and they do turn around, but I do make sure to just get rid of them. There's typically not those two guards there, but because there were this time, I just wanted to get rid of them as soon as I could, and then hide behind this wall here, call my recruits on these four guys here. And those are only normal guards, so they shouldn't be too hard for my recruits to kill. But one of them wants to stay up there and throw throwing knives, and then have one come up to them instead of actually being useful. So the AI is not really that great, but I would still prefer to use my recruits here and not risk being seen if it means I do the full sync, even though the AI isn't all that great. And then once I see that he's dead, I call Egidio and come over here. And then once we go up these stairs, there's going to be a few more guys that are actually staring right at the checkpoint here. So I want to make sure that I wait Egidio with more time, and then get rid of these guys, because I don't want to risk them coming to fight Egidio and seeing him and making me go into a fight right at the end of the mission, which I have had happen before in other old playthroughs.
I will bring you all the money you owe.
So that is that mission. This mission, we need 3,000 money to start the mission. I don't think I was getting it confused with the other courtesan mission where you need money. I think I was just thinking that I needed 3,000 for that one, and then this one was higher, but this one is the one that you need 3,000 for. You can see I have way more than that. And then I cut out the mission start prompt again because I failed, I guess, and I forgot to keep that in, but this one we have to follow Egidio again, but make sure that we don't touch the ground. So we have to don't touch the ground, and I think also not be detected. So there's gonna be some archers on the rooftops, and we have to also stay on the rooftops. And for the most part, I basically just use my crossbow to get rid of the archers, but I think there's at least one that I use my recruits on. So that guy over there, I remember I used my crossbow on, but I think I used my recruit on the very last guy at the end. And because this is a tally mission, there's not really too much to say about it. Even though it is a group of people that we're following, you can still do the trick where you wait for them to... You just like stay really far away and wait for them to go ahead. So that's why I'm standing here waiting, because I want to try to mitigate the amount of times that they'll stop and turn around. Even though it is a group of people instead of just one person, that's how this one still works. But I also do have to catch up because you can see that when they're off screen there, I get a 25-second timer, and if that timer ever runs out, the game will fail me. So I do have to make sure that I still catch up to them and have them stay on my screen to make sure that that timer doesn't run out. But for the most part, I'm just kind of standing here waiting and watching them go far away and then running to make them on screen again. So there's not really too much to say about tail missions. This guy walks on this in a circle on this roof. Sometimes when you kill archers, that can happen. They can fall off the roof, and if they fall in such a way that they will be on the street in front of the guys you're following, they will actually stop and look at the dead body, but they won't really know what to do with it. They'll just stare at it and then continue their path. Because they don't really look up. They don't know where the body came from. They just know that there's a dead body. They will hear it if it falls behind them, if they're close enough. If like they're walking and it falls behind where they are, they will hear it fall, and that's when they'll turn around and look at it. So it can disrupt their pathing a little bit, but they won't really do much about it. They'll just stare at the body and then continue. They're never gonna like look up and like directly see you on the rooftop. There's not really too much they can do about it, but you see me taking care of these guys on the roofs. This last guy sees me a little bit. He sees me enough to start investigating, but then he loses sight of me pretty quickly. And because there is a rooftop guard in here, I call a recruit, and I know that because of the rooftop guard in there, I know that the recruit will spawn in that rooftop garden every single time, because recruits will always spawn out of your line of sight, and that also includes hiding spaces, at least ones where they are fully covered. So I always know that that recruit is always guaranteed to spawn inside of that rooftop garden hiding space, because it's a fully covered hiding space, so the game will not let me see them spawning, but I know that they're still going to spawn there anyway. And then this last guy I just crossbow. And I think his body does fall, and I think they do see his body. So you'll see that they heard his body fall, they go to investigate the body, they just stare at it and be like, oh look, it's a dead body, and then just continue. Isn't that really too big of a deal? It mostly just wastes time. And then here I get on top of this beam here with the lantern just to make sure I'm close enough to the game to activate the next checkpoint, but still be considered on the rooftops. So because we have fulfilled the full sync by finishing the escort or the tailing part of this mission, we can just go on the ground now and not have to worry about it. So we go around the back of the Pantheon here and just kill the guy inside. And then we are going to get into the next mission where we have to disguise ourselves as a border guard and listen to their dialogue to figure out the correct path to the party that we have to go to. Which I think the time limit for that one is like 5 minutes for getting to the party for the full sync. If you know the path to go, which I do because I have memorized, I've basically just memorized the path by like certain landmarks that I know what to look for. Because honestly, the game says that you have to listen to their dialogue to like kind of figure out where you have to go. But their dialogue is really not all that helpful. They basically just, if you start going the wrong direction, they're basically just like, where are you going? And don't really tell you, oh, it's this way, or like turn left or turn right or anything. They're not, their dialogue that they say is not helpful at all, and you basically just have to kind of guess. And then, if you figure out where to go, you can just go right to the party. Because you're also carrying a chest, if you bump into people when you're sprinting, you also will drop the chest, and that will make it so that your suspicion meter of the guards will raise, and they will start trying to detect you. Because you'll see here in a second there is a suspicion meter, and if that suspicion meter raises too high, they will detect you and see through your disguise. Oh, it's actually 3 minutes, not 5. Okay, so you have actually less time than I thought, but if you know the path, 3 minutes is still enough time to get there. So, and even if there's multiple directions to go, they will get mad at you and question why you're going the wrong way, even if multiple paths lead to the same direction. So even though I don't have to go through these streets here, I do still have to go through these streets because they will get mad at me if I go a different direction. So I go up these stairs here, past these scaffolding, past this well with these civilians here. I do get weak synchronization a little bit, but that's a normal that's normal for this path. And what you really want is strong synchronization. And then you go down this way, down these stairs, past the horse stable here. You don't want to go up those stairs over there. You want to go past this horse stable, towards where the Borgia Tower was. You want to go up these stairs here into this tunnel. Make sure not to drop the chest because I actually did earlier, which you saw. So slow down a little bit when you're going through crowds. Go right past that haystack, and then turn right again here past the scaffolding and these barrels here. Go down these stairs next to this tunnel with these guards, and then go past this haystack and go across the bridge. So as long as you memorize that path, you can get there pretty easily. There was that one little bit where I got weak synchronization, but that's, even though I was going the right way, that's normal for that to happen. I don't know why I always get weak synchronization there, even if I'm going the right direction. Maybe it's because there is a better way to go, I'm not really sure, but I always go that same path every time, and normally always get here pretty quickly. And then for the banker assassination mission, there will be another short tailing section. I also uploaded another video between this one and the individual videos of this showing a glitch with this mission where when you're following the banker, he sometimes randomly turns around and his pathing gets disrupted and he doesn't go to the party where Cesare is and like starts walking backwards. And I don't know why he does that. That if that glitch happens, which is random, you can just continue on to the end of the mission. So I take these courtesans here, because even though you're not in a restricted area, the game forces you to have full notoriety at this point. So I will get detected and get seen if I'm not blending. So I just use these courtesans here. I walk past this guy, which will take off 2 courtesans, but I'm still blending because I have 2 left. And then I use my last 2 courtesans to distract these guys. Once they do get distracted. And then I go over here and get this new group of courtesans to distract this line of guards. So once they start getting distracted, I just run straight through them and go on the right side here. Hide in a haystack a little bit just to make sure I'm not getting seen by the guards up there. And then once we follow this guy over here, also there I do a manual jump instead of, I just hold high profile and press X with no directional input, and then you can just jump and grab that ledge. Here I hold on to this ledge on this side because that guy walking by the haystack will, because of the way he walks, he does turn around and walk and see this direction a little bit. And then I haystack assassinate this guy, and then I run to this corner here just to get him back on screen, climb up this building, go through the little doorway, and hide inside of here, and then just wait for this guy to get to the end of his path. So, then once he's towards the end of his path, I come out here. I go down here just for safety, just in case he does see me, but hide in this courtesan group here. I don't think you have to hide in this courtesan group, but I think this is also where the game puts you after this cutscene, so I just hide here anyway, because I know it's where it's going to start me. And then here I am going to climb on this roof of this building, and there's gonna be crossbow guys on this building. So I'm gonna ledge assassinate this guy, and then I'm gonna crossbow the guys below me. So I'm gonna aim crossbow at that guy down there, and then that guy's gonna see his body. I've had times where I crossbowed that first guy, and the guy that I just killed saw me, and detected me immediately. So it might be better to get the second guy first. But this is also the point where, if you come here fast enough, it will teleport him to this section. But I was too slow because I was killing the guards. So you might have saw there, he teleported a little bit. That teleport is not as long as you get to this area, but if you were faster, you can make him teleport a longer distance. And this is also where he would start turning around and walking backwards if I got the glitch. But all that matters is that you get into the end area. I also kept this cutscene in because of this. I don't know why he was vibrating in this cutscene here. If that didn't happen, I would have cut this cutscene out, but just because it did happen, I decided to leave it in because it's funny. He's supposed to be next to the courtesan there, but that's why he's showing that courtesan, because that's supposed to be a shot showing him react to Cesare, but because he's vibrating next to Cesare, it's not showing him there. I don't know why this happened. This doesn't normally happen for me, but because it was funny, I decided to leave it in. But before this cutscene happens, all that matters is that you get to the end of the section when you're following the banker. I don't think you have to get directly inside of the haystack that I did a leap of faith into, but you just have to get to the end of the section that will trigger the cutscene. And even if you get the glitch where the banker like starts walking backwards through the area, you can still go to the end of the section and trigger the cutscene. It'll still work out fine. And then once we kill the banker here, I'm gonna kill this guy because that guy always spawns and then walks to the haystack, so it's just a free assassination. There I got a double input again for some reason, because my controller does that sometimes. And he always kills the courtesan there. That is a scripted moment. And because the banker kills the courtesan, it's not a dead body that the game will react to, because it's not a dead body that you yourself killed. So no one cares that there's a dead body there. And then I'm gonna walk to this second bench here. He actually does walk past the first bench, but because the second bench is closer to him, I go to this one. He always walks to the stage back there, and then he walks back through this path here. I don't know if he ever goes to the other side of the arena here, but he always walks to that backstage, past these benches, and then walks back, so I know that he's gonna walk in the path of my bench. And I killed him from the bench for the full sync. That was the whole reason why I did a bench assassination, because the full sync here was to kill him from a bench. And the other guy didn't see me do it, so I'm good on not being detected. He's also still not looking my direction during this cutscene here. So once I get out of this cutscene, I can just get a free assassinate on him and easily get out of here with no one save me. Also, there's a glitch. There's a glitch you can do in these games that the speedrun community has called the rip skip, where there is like I think it's a frame perfect thing. If it's not frame perfect, it's extremely tight timing. But there is a glitch you can do where if you pause the exact moment that you kill a main target, you can end up skipping those confession cutscenes, and it is possible to do. I've done it I think a few times on some of the assassinations. I think you can do it with any weapon. It's easiest to do with the gun, I think, but you can also do it with hidden blade and other stuff. But if you pause the exact moment you kill a main target, you can skip the confession cutscene. But it's extremely tight timing. I'm pretty sure it's frame perfect. And it's really hard to do, and it's really not that important to do. Like, you lose more time attempting to do it than you would save by actually doing it successfully. So it's really a risky thing to do if you're trying to go for it. But it is a thing you can do if you want to try doing it, but there's not really all that much incentive to do it, because you end up losing more time than you would save from doing it. And then we get to sequence 6 here. I think I do a few more Borgia Towers during this section, and then we just, well, I go buy some stuff first, I guess. I think I buy all these pouches here, or at least most of them that I can afford. I get the heavy sheath, and even though I really never use it, because I don't use heavy weapons, I buy the large quiver, I buy medicine pouches, I buy knife belts, and I buy poison. I at least buy what I can, which is most of it, but the main thing that I wanted to get there was the crossbow pouch, for more crossbow bullets. But I did buy a few other things. This Borgia Tower, the guy is just walking in a circle on the Borgia Tower itself. Because there is platforms there that where he just kind of walks in a circle on them. Here, I don't know what happened. He just kind of got stuck and stood there. So this actually doesn't go the way I want it to, because he, I probably should have gone around the other way, but, he just kind of gets stuck and stares in that direction. And I don't know why he did that, because he's supposed to walk around and come around this corner, but I think me maybe being seen by the other guards somehow screwed with his AI. But you can see that he detected me immediately because, well, I'm not supposed to be here, but also his AI was kind of broken, and I guess he has, since he pulled out a gun, I guess he has sniper AI. So he's trying to run away to shoot me. But because of him getting broken like that, I ended up getting seen by everyone. But I should have easily been able to just assassinate him for free, because he's a pretty easy one to kill if he doesn't glitch out like that. So I don't know why he did that, but that's how you can take care of this one. Those guys down there are also not even trying to climb up to kill me. They're just standing there yelling. So then just get rid of this Borgia Tower. I think I maybe do another one before I start missions here, but there's another Borgia Tower down to renovate buildings and stuff, which again I cut out, so you don't need to watch me do all that. I think there's also a guy that's like poking in the haystack down here, or they disappear. And then I go recruit another assassin because that opens up another slot for me. So I just take care of these guys and get another recruit here. So I just do a little bit of side stuff again because some stuff is opened up now that we're at Sequence 6. Sequence 6 is also the one where you assassinate the Baron de Valois, and you do all the French stuff with him. I do another, well, I guess after I kill these guys I do another aqueduct renovation, but because there's vigilantes here, these guys are pretty easy to kill for me, because they just grab them for me and I'm just able to easily kill them. So then just like loot all these guys and do the renovation here. I don't know where this guy came from. I didn't even see his dot on the map, so he kind of surprised me. But just easily shoot him and don't really care all that much. Man, rip that poster and then do the aqueduct. Aqueducts are actually pretty cheap renovations. They're definitely some of the more expensive ones, I think, but a lot of them are only $26, $25. I think some of them have different prices, but for the most part, they're pretty cheap. And you only have to do 5 to get the Romulus layer open. So I do another Borgia Tower actually. I think this guy is another one that's just like walking around on a horse somewhere. So I just gotta wait for him to find out where he is. Because we're also in Sequence 6, there's also all these French soldier camps around. There's really no difference between the French soldiers and the Borgia soldiers, except for like reskins. And after Sequence 6, they pretty much disappear from the game world anyway. but their camps still stay. And then just get this guy. I tried to assassinate him, the horse, but I got knocked over by the horse, so it interrupted my assassination on him. This door here is also a Templar lair. I include those later in the Romulus lair section, because they're basically the same type of mission, because there are 2 missions based on the Assassin Tombs from AC2, and have all the same like formula for that type of mission. And these guys in this area, there's a lot of them around. They don't care that I just killed the leader because they didn't see me actively do it, so they're still angry at me for being in their area. And then a lot of them start coming over here and shooting at me and knocking me off the building, which is not great. So this one actually is kind of annoying to do because I keep getting knocked off by people throwing rocks at me and shooting at me, and it's not a good time. But I just have to like deal with these people because I'm getting fed up with everyone trying to kill me when I'm just trying to climb this tower. I just want these people to leave me alone, so I'm just trying to kill them as fast as possible. I feel like it would be maybe better if once you killed the captain, everyone would just be scared of you, but I guess if they don't see you actively do it, they wouldn't know, so I guess it makes sense that they wouldn't be scared of you. And wouldn't be scared of you killing them and running away, but I don't know. I just kind of annoying when you're just trying to climb a tower and just constantly being shot over and over again, and that's why I don't really like the guys with guns in this game, because they run away and shoot you, and they're really fast at reloading, and I don't know, they're just annoying. And enemies who throw rocks at you in these games are also really annoying because there's not really a way to prevent it. Like, all enemies have the ability to throw rocks when you're trying to climb. And then this happens, the guards are still here after the Borgia Tower, so then because the guy was poking in the haystack as a seeker type guard, he is able to detect me when I can't even do anything about it, so I just have to deal with these guys being here unfairly. Even though they should have disappeared by me doing the Borgia Tower. So I don't know why the game allows this to happen, but it's kind of unfair and kind of mean. But there's just like guards here that are unfairly trying to kill me because I can't do anything about it. As you saw at the other Borgia Tower, there were still guards there, but they disappeared before they could do anything, so I don't know what was up with those guys, but I do. It's a little recruit here. He falls off, but he's not, it's not a big enough fall to kill him. When you're doing recruit assassins like this, they actually can die, especially if they're on a ledge and they get knocked off. Also, I guess my capture card was still lagging a little bit when I recorded that section. Because that was a little bit choppy. That was even choppy for me watching that, so I guess that was a section of my capture card glitching out that I didn't see, but that was a kind of minor thing, so I guess I don't really care all too much, but just do another aqueduct here, and that should be 4, and then we get to actually do a mission this time again, yay. So we're gonna go to the mercenary group. I guess I could build this aqueduct over here because this one's pretty close by. And then this one shouldn't be a 5, so I think this one actually opens the Romulus layer. Yep. So that actually opens the Romulus layer. I don't know if it specifically matters which 5 aqueducts you do. I think it just matters that you do 5 of them. But now that Romulus layer is open, I still do the last few aqueducts eventually, but As long as I do 5 of them, that should open it. And for this mission, because there's 3 different entrances to the mercenary barracks, there's actually like 3 different entrances you can do to start this mission from. And this is not normally the mission, not normally the entrance that I choose to do this mission from. I typically do like the main front entrance. But because I entered, I mostly just wanted to see if starting, if going through a different gate would actually change something, and it actually does change your starting position. But this one we just have to not get hit. So what I do is I equip smoke bombs, but also run. While all these guys are chasing me, I run around the building, run around the area twice. Typically, if I do go through the main entrances that I go through, I go around twice, but I guess I only went around once this time. So I run around once, equip a smoke bomb to do the first wheel, and because they're all still stunned by the first smoke bomb, I don't use a second one on that second wheel. But then I use another smoke bomb on this third wheel. So that closes all the wheels, or all the gates. And then I just wait over here while trying to lure people to where I am. And then just use arrowstone to finish them off. I don't know why these guys are still stuck out here, but I'm just trying to see if I can shoot them from the gate, and I won't. It doesn't let me, so I just have to wait for them to forget about me. And then this is just a horse ride with Bartolomeo here. And that's basically it for this mission. There's not really too much left to do about it. But yeah, there is 3 different ways to enter that that mission from, and I guess it actually does change your starting position. But as long as you just basically do that same strategy where you just lure them around and then smoke bomb them to do a lever, then it's a pretty simple mission to do. That is also why I made sure that I had 3 bars of recruits again, so I could use the arrow storm, just to like finish off all the last people that were in the area. And then this next mission is gonna actually be one that's also pretty annoying for me sometimes, and took me a lot of tries to do, and typically always takes me a lot of tries to do. This is another one where you have to not be detected. And then you have to basically go to all these different camps, kill 20 soldiers so you can take their armor. And there's like 5 or 6 different camps you can go to. I always go to this one over here because it's the closest. And basically what you want to do is you want to kill enemies within the area without being detected, which is harder than it sounds, which is why this one tends to take a lot of tries for me. So what I typically do is I try to hide behind this tree over here, and then crossbow the brute, specifically the brute, because if I crossbow the other guy, when they see the dead body, the brute will, because of him looking towards the left, or towards my direction, he'll see me. But if I crossbow the brute the way that the guy turns around when he looks at the dead body, he won't be looking in my direction. So then I go around here. There's a crossbow guy behind this wall here that somehow is able to see me through the wall. I guess because like he can see over it, I think. So I just get that guy. He's highlighted, so I call my assassin on him when they're not stuck. So that takes care of that guy, and then I think that also starts a fight in the area. So then those guys over there are distracted. Crossbow one of these guys, and I do the same thing where when I'm crossbowing people, where because the crossbow range is longer, the range you have for lock on is longer when than your like range when you have to press the button to lock on. What you can do is you can aim the crossbow to lock onto someone walk a little bit distance away, and that will keep your lock because the lock-on range is longer than your range for pressing the button to lock on, or the original lock-on range for the crossbow. So I just crossbow these guys while they're distracted fighting a recruit, and then that's already 10. You don't have to kill every single guard in the camp that you go to, but I just do it that way just to kill everyone that I can to get all the armor that I can. I think that's why they give you multiple camps, because they don't want to have you risk being detected when you kill everyone in a camp, which is why I fail this mission a lot of the time, because I get greedy and try to kill everyone in one camp. But you always have to go to at least 2 camps at minimum. So I always kill everyone in that first camp, run over here to the second camp, which also has guards patrolling around outside, which is why I use poison. So I'm gonna poison. I don't know why. I think I was confusing Revelations there for a second, even though I hadn't played Revelations at this point. So I poisoned the spear guy there, I poisoned the brute, and then I poisoned that guy, and now the guards in the camp are looking at the brute and the other guy there. And then I go over here at crossbow this other guy walking around, because he's busy looking at the poisoned spear guy. So I'm gonna wait for these guys' poison to finish. I still don't have fast potion just because I don't bother doing the shop quest for this recording, but if you do have fast poison, this would make it go by a little bit faster. So they're gonna look at their dead bodies, and then once they are done looking at their dead bodies, call recruits again, and then they're gonna kill the last of those guys in there. Sometimes you can get a few glitches with this mission where like sometimes guards will like respawn at the checkpoints, and like if they're like the type of guards that are like standing there with their arms crossed, sometimes you'll have them like respawn on top of the dead bodies of the previous guards that were there that you killed, and like kind of take the place of them, which didn't really happen in this attempt. In this recording, I think it happened in some of the previous attempts that I failed that I cut out. But sometimes you can get extra guards to spawn if you get that respawn glitch. And then there I just poisoned these last 2 guys. I probably, since they're both poisoned, I probably could have just ran there and killed them with like assassination or something just to get rid of them faster, but I guess I decided to just stand here and watch them suffer. Because I guess maybe I didn't want to risk someone else seeing me, even though there's not really much of anyone else around. So I'm just standing here watching these guys slowly die from their poison. There's probably other better camps to go to that kill the guys for this, but I always just go to these same 2 camps. Since I've always gone to these first 2 camps, I actually don't even really know what the other camps look like, or their guard layouts, because I've never gone to them before. So if I do want to test that at some point, I probably should, but there's probably a better way to do that mission without having to fail repeatedly at the first camp, which happens a lot. Here we also have to not take any hits, I think, or not go below like 1 health score, which I guess is basically the same thing, because a lot of attacks do more than 1 health score, but here, once we're disguising again, as the French soldiers, there's going to be these guys here that will always detect you as certified immediately, so this is actually scripted. These guys always come over here. I wanted to throw the smoke bomb at the guy, but I guess because they were charging at me, my lock failed. So I just ended up dropping a smoke bomb at my feet, and then because I dropped the smoke bomb at my feet, I didn't get affected by it. So I just had to kind of deal with them that way. Which is not how I wanted to do that. I wanted to throw a smoke bomb at them to like try to make them get smoked and easily kill them, but it worked out fine, I guess. I did have a few attempts where I failed that right at the start, which is annoying, but there's not really much you can do when you have scripted detections like that. And then here, there's always a guard standing there at the gate, and then this guy is always walking around, so I always kill this guy in the back first, because this guy never turns around. And then I always get that guy, and then get this guy on the roof. There are other like normal borgia guards around, and here I failed because at this other section there's other borgia guards around walking, and if they see you kill one of these targets, they will detect you immediately and make you fail with the mission, so that actually happened. So I killed this guy over here when he walks by himself, kill this guy standing around, kill this guy. This was the part where I failed when I reloaded, because I killed that guy and there were two borgia guards walking by that saw me do it. So they detected me immediately. And then you also have to make sure that Bartolomeo's group is close to you, because if you run too far away, the game will get mad at you and be like, stay close to allies. So I do have to kind of wait a little bit instead of rushing forward. And this last checkpoint here, I wanted to run and get that guy, but the game was being mad at me for reducing his distance to target, so I have to kind of wait for them to catch up. But I killed this guy while I was distracted by the haystack. Get this guy on the roof. And then just air assassinate that last guy here. And that should be the last checkpoint here. So then we're gonna go sneak into the Baron de Valois camp. Also here, when Ezio is talking to the guards here and he says he's from Montreal, I think they specifically said they specifically had Ezio say he's from Montreal as a reference to Ubisoft Montreal, because of course they gotta do that. And then we're gonna sneak into the camp here. This camp is also one of the areas where there is a one of the Subject 16 truth glyph things. But it's at the very end of the section where it's in like the same area where you actually kill the Baron. And I don't think you can actually get into there until after you do this mission. So if you're trying to do the Subject 16 stuff, you do have to at least play up to Sequence 6 to get into this area. And then I equipped smoke bombs here again. Smoke bombs didn't really work again the way I wanted them to, but it did help a little bit. Or I was still able to salvage this. So we walk here, and there's gonna be cable guards here that we have to kill. And this is still the same mission, so we still have to also make sure we don't get detected. I thankfully avoided getting hit there because I was on the ground by getting knocked over. So I just run away, kill the borgia guards, or the papal guards. And then this one finishes in less than 5 minutes. This mission does not take 5 minutes. It takes like 2 or 3 at the most. So just take this left here, go up the rooftops, jump across here, and just like avoid all the guards fighting each other. Jump down here. And then we're gonna go across here and we're gonna air assassinate these two spear guys and then take fight the other two. And because this is Brotherhood where you can counter spear guys with a hit blade, It's pretty simple to do. And then just lift the gate here. I don't know who was seeing me there, but it doesn't matter. Hey, I triggered a cutscene in time. So then I go around to the right side here. Usually that guy is like already over here staying that direction, but I got him next to the door, so I had to kind of wait a little bit and slow down. And then I jump across this way. And then I do a manual jump to climb up this ledge. He's not close enough to ledge assassinate, so I just have to kind of wait for him to leave a little bit. And then climb up to this rooftop. I think I'm waiting for this guy to come back over here to ledge assassinate him. Or I do that. And then this guy over here. You can just go up on that roof, kill that guy, and then air assassinate him from the roof, but I didn't want to wait on that guy, so I just went around the back and air assassinated him that way. But that is the end of sequence 6. So that's a pretty short sequence. I think most of this was just the Borgia Tower stuff and the long kill 20 guards mission, but this one's pretty short, and most of the stuff is pretty easy. Most of the stuff I failed was just me being stupid and not paying attention, and not probably not playing the best that I could, but we're gonna get into it towards the end game now, because sequence 7 is also pretty short, and then sequence 8 and 9 like go directly right into each other, so sequence 7 is gonna be pretty short too.
It was all your husband's idea.
It was?
You are my prince.
And
Now I better earn that title.
there's also a chest here. I think you can get the chests before the game like fades you out into sequence 7, but I just don't really care. I don't really need much money at this point. There might even be 2 here, but I don't really bother with it. So you can see that I just did not need 5 minutes to do that mission. So that is finally the end of sequence 6. Calling us all assassins cheat, I think is, I think that just makes you have infinite assassin recruit calls. Like your meter never runs down. But I don't really need that. So then I go over here, buy more pouches. I don't know why I bothered buying knife belt, because I don't use throwing knives. Large quiver I can't get because I need to do the shop quest, but I don't care enough to do the shop quest. Or any of them. I probably should have cut more of this running out, because what I'm trying to do is trying to figure out how to get up to the Borgia Tower here, because I'm on the complete opposite side, I guess, I think. I think I was looking for these pillars to climb up, but I don't know if you can actually climb up here with these pillars. Because I don't think you can climb on those pillars, so I actually have to run all the way around to the ramp over here. I should have cut more of this out, I think. But, you know, lesson for next time when I do the Revelations video. Cut out more useless stuff that I don't need to show. I will be planning to do a Revelations video. I have recorded up to the main... I know I said earlier in the recording I've only recorded up to sequence 3, but I'm recording this commentary in little bits at a time. I'm not doing this all at once for a 10-hour long video. So between recording that part where I said sequence 3, I'm up to sequence 3 recording Revelations. I've actually recorded... the full main game at this point. I still have to start recording the side missions stuff, but I have at least finished the game at this point for recording it. And I still need to start editing those. I'm probably going to start editing Revelations after I have this long Brotherhood video uploaded. And then this Borgia Tower here, this guy's just over here, like, on another horse and just, like, yelling at his men. So I'm just, like, trying to figure out what I can do to get over there. I think this is, like, one of the only Borgia Tower guys where there's, like, actual, like, dialogue you can listen to. So he's, like, talking to his guys over there, and there's actually, like, real dialogue. So I stood here for a little bit listening to his dialogue, because I don't know if I've ever actually heard his dialogue before, because I think I usually just run and kill them.
Always be aware of your surroundings. Our strength comes through vigilance. Assassins will not attack from in front. They will approach out of hiding.
I don't know what happened. I think there was like a horse there that maybe knocked the crowd out of the way and disrupted the blending a little bit. I'm just listening to the dialogue because I like hearing dialogue in games. I'm one of those people that likes lore and extra things that add to the universe and dialogue and stuff. That's also why I've had this idea for like a really long time of like showing all the different dialogue options in Odyssey. Even though I hate Odyssey, I've been thinking about replaying it recently because like I've never touched Odyssey since I first played it back in like 2018 or whatever. And part of me kind of wants to replay it. And even though I'm not that big of a fan of the dialogue options in Odyssey, because they completely break a lore and like most of them are pointless, I want to make a video showing off all the dialogue options in Odyssey and like what they say. Just for like completionist stuff on like for myself, but also like I don't really think there's like a video like that on YouTube anywhere. So I guess I want to be the one to make that. But also I say when I'm talking with people about Odyssey, I always tell people like the dialogue options are pointless because they don't matter, and a lot of the options lead to the same outcomes a lot of the time. There are some missions where the outcomes change, and there's the whole fact that like, you know, the game has like 5 or 6 multiple different endings or whatever for the main story. So it's not like there's completely 0 options that change nothing or like change anything, but I want to show off. I want to have video proof of like, oh, these dialogue options don't really change anything more than like 1 line of dialogue, just to like actually show people like, oh, these dialogue options in Odyssey are completely pointless. They don't change anything. Because I've been going through the missions on the wiki and like writing them down, like writing down all the different dialogue options, to like list them all out so I know what things I need to record, but also just to like see how many dialogue options in Odyssey are completely pointless, and there's a lot. There's a lot of dialogue options where like it doesn't change anything, and it like really all it changes is like the way a character says a line, but the meaning for the line has the exact same meaning and like comes across the same way, or like the line that they say after the dialogue option is the exact same, even when there's like 2 or 3 different dialogue options. So I want to make a video like that will show off like actually show how pointless the dialogue options in Odyssey actually are, because they're just like not good. A lot of them are just like, you say a thing to a guy and he says something back, but then you choose the other dialogue option and the guy says the exact same thing with the other option. So like, what is even the point? I've also thought about doing that for Valhalla, but I think I want to do it with Odyssey first, because I really don't want to play Valhalla again. Like I think I would rather play Odyssey again than Valhalla, honestly. But I also have not played any of the DLCs for Valhalla, so playing them for the first time would probably be something I should probably do before I make a dialogue options video for Valhalla. But I also don't want to buy the DLCs for Valhalla because I don't want to give Ubisoft my money right now, and also because of like life circumstances, I can't really afford to be buying very expensive things right now. So I haven't really bothered to want to even try to buy the options for, or the DLCs for Valhalla. That's also why I haven't really bought Mirage. I do kind of want to play Mirage at some point if I can get it like on a really cheap sale or something, but I haven't even played the DLCs for Valhalla. Also, this Borgia Tower, this guy's just inside the Borgia Tower, like directly inside the very top of it. Yeah, I guess let me know if people want to see a video of the Odyssey dialogue options, because it's something I've been thinking of doing for like honestly a few years, but I've mostly put it off a lot because I don't like Odyssey, so I don't like. Part of me wants to replay it, but also part of me doesn't want to because I hate the game. But I for the sake of like, I don't know, completionist stuff and for like truly understanding the game, I probably should replay it at some point. Especially since I replayed Origins a few months ago, not for like any video stuff, but just for like personal reasons. I replayed Origins, and Origins is like the one RPG Assassin's Creed I can say I actually like, because it still mostly feels pretty similar to the older games.
Please, teach me to fight them as
And
you
Origins doesn't have any stupid bullshit like dialogue options or like the game is still kind of grindy a little bit, but is nowhere near grindy as Odyssey or Valhalla. And there's no like, there's still a lot in Origins, but it's not like extremely bloated with pointless stuff in it. And the side quests in Origins like are actually like real, like well put together stories instead of with, and they actually have like cutscenes instead of like people standing around talking to each other with bad animations and bad voice acting. And Origins has actual good characters in it. So I did replay Origins like a few months ago. I think like actually last year is, so I guess more than a few months ago at this point, but yeah, Origins is like the one RPG Assassin's Creed I can say I actually like. But I probably should still replay Odyssey again at some point. Yeah, I'm mostly just yapping about stuff right now because I'm just doing viewpoints. I think that Borgia Tower that I did was also the last one, so I don't think there's any more Borgia Towers to do. But I do the last aqueducts and then do this viewpoint here. This aqueduct you actually do have to do to get this viewpoint, because you need to be able to climb up the ladder here and be able to jump across. And I think the ladder's there before you do the aqueduct, but there's no way to get across to where the viewpoint is if you don't fix that aqueduct. You actually do have to fix that aqueduct to get that viewpoint. And then here for this mission, for Levope, I think we have to, there's gonna be guards that we have to, or thieves that we have to save, and then I think we have to like not lose a certain amount of health. So I wasn't really paying attention because I was too busy yapping, but you probably saw it on the screen. And then this one's pretty simple. We'll just have to kill the guys in this area that come attack you. And you do have to make sure that you stay in the area, the blue area on the map. Because if you do go out of the area, the game will get mad at you. Also, that can happen sometimes whenever you do assassinations in combat like that. If you're fighting with allies, they can accidentally hit you and knock you out of the assassination animation, which is extremely annoying. Yeah, I think it does happen again there, but the assassination actually counts. So I just grab this guy and kill him. And then a few more guards here in this tunnel. I probably should have arrow stormed here, but because they're under the tunnel, I don't know if they would have actually gotten hit by it. So I just didn't want to risk it. And there was only like 4 guards anyway, and not a big group, so I didn't bother. So here we have to follow Lavope to, I think like 3 different thieves that are being attacked by guards, and then save the thieves. And again, Lavope is faster than us because on console you can't gallop at full speed on a horse. So Lavope actually gets ahead of me a lot, just because I can't go as fast as he does. So if you actually want to be up next to a Lavope or like get ahead of him, then just play the game on PC, because you can't gallop at full speed otherwise. But all the NPCs can. All the NPCs and all the allies and all the enemies can gallop at full speed, but not you. So horses are at an extreme disadvantage for the player, but not for the NPCs. So we're coming up to the first thief here that we have to save by this. He's like next to this pigeon coop here. Once he decides to spawn, and then just get rid of these guys. And then I tried to assassinate from the horse there, but he knocks me off for some reason. And then the roleplay runs through and knocks these guys on the ground. But because I'm not the one who knocked them on the ground, I can't assassinate them on the ground. So Ezio just kicks them in the balls. And then this guy actually stole my horse. That horse that he was riding was the one that I rode in on with the mission. So he actually ended up stealing my horse to attack Lavope on a horse. Because the way that horse AI works, or like horse riding enemies AI works, is that they will steal or use any horse that is nearby. As long as there's a horse nearby, they will take it. It doesn't matter if it's one that you're riding or one that like a civilian is riding, or if there's just an empty horse nearby. They will take any horse that their AI tells them to take, or they will see. So that guy actually stole my horse, but because of the nature of the mission, I got my horse back immediately after. So it's not too big of a deal. I just think it's funny that the guy stole my horse. And then the second thief here is going to come running out of the baths here, this bath area. So there he is. So I try to assassinate the guy from the horse again, but I just get launched into the wall, and then assassinate that guy. And then just fight these guys here. I maybe could recall my recruits, but I also don't want any more. I don't want any more NPCs here than I can control, because I can control calling my assassins, and I can't control the thieves. So I don't want to have to deal with too many NPCs. And I also want to save my recruits for the next mission coming out after this one. Because the next one here is the one where you have to follow Micheletto and kill the guards that he gives the costumes to with your recruits. So I also want to save my recruits for that mission instead. So that's why I'm not calling my recruits for this mission. And then we're going to follow Lavope to the final area here, which is a bit of a longer ride, but there's not really too much to talk about. I guess since I was talking about the RPG games earlier, I would maybe like to play Shadows at some point, but I just actively can't, because I still own a PS5 and my PC is not powerful enough to run it. But I do like that they actually listened to fans for Shadows and included a canon option mode. Which, what that does is, it automatically does dialogue options for you. Like, I don't think they ever show up. The only dialogue options, I guess, that still show up when you're using canon mode in Shadows is whether you choose to play as Naoe or Yasuke during certain sections. And that's like the only choice that you ever get in canon mode. Also, I get launched really far there, which is great. But the way canon option mode works in Shadows, from the way I understand it, is that it just completely doesn't even show up. The dialogue options don't even show up, and it just automatically chooses what the writers have chosen as the canon option. For some reason, the dialogue options in Shadows have been changed to like a circular, a circle in the middle where there's like points on the circle that you choose from, instead of like a vertical list of lines that you can choose that they had in Odyssey and Valhalla. So I don't know why they changed the way the dialogue options work in that way, but I'm also not really too sure if the dialogue options even actually matter in Shadows. I have watched all the cutscenes of Shadows, but I watched videos that uploaded all the canon, like playing in the canon mode, so there's no dialogue options except for choosing Naoe or Yasuke.
Where is Pietro?
I cannot tell you.
So because they were playing in canon mode, I didn't get to see the dialogue options or how they like really worked. But so I don't actually know if the dialogue options actually matter in Shadows or not. But because Shadows was Ubisoft Quebec, who also made Odyssey, which is the first one to have dialogue options, I really don't think they matter. But that's just speculation on my part because I have not played the game myself. And even if I do play the game eventually, I'm gonna play in canon mode, at least for my first playthrough. So I don't really know if the dialogue options in Shadows really matter or change anything, but I do know, at least for Odyssey, and I think also to an extent Valhalla, they don't really change much of anything. But I would like to play Shadows at some point if I'm able to eventually ever get a PS5. Which, like, it's not gonna happen anytime soon just because of my own personal life circumstances, and also just like, I don't know, not really, there's not really a lot of like PS5 specific games that I really want to play, and like a lot of them I could just probably play on PC anyway as long as my PC could run it, which it can't for Shadows. But there's not really a lot of things on the top of my head that I would want to play on PS5 except for maybe Shadows or like Horizon Forbidden West or Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart or like Spider-Man 2. That's like 4 things, but like that's not really a lot. But for this mission, we just have to like follow Michelotto here. Because he's on the horse, he doesn't really do the stopping and turning around thing all that much, but he does. If you do get too close to him, if you get too close to him on the horse, he will like actually detect you, and like he hears the horse, and he will turn around and detect you and chase after you, and it's hard to get away from him before he detects you fully and makes you fail the mission. Here I also failed because for some reason on some of these parts where you kill the guy with the assassin recruits, he detects you even when he's not anywhere near the guys that you kill. And so, like, sometimes you can still get detected even when you kill the guys with the assassin recruits. And I don't really know what makes it happen. Like, even if he's really far away, the assassin recruits will kill the target and you'll still get detected. And I don't really know what causes that to happen. And that's why I failed there and had to reload, but
You follow me to the left.
this mission can be bullshit like that sometimes, where you just randomly get detected for no reason just because the game says you got detected, and it's complete bullshit and lies to you. So I actively wait for Micheletto to go away, but like sometimes even when I wait for him to go away like that far away that he did, and I press the button to kill the guy with the recruit, I still get detected anyway, and I don't know why. But the game is a liar. There's no reason for Ezio to get detected when the recruit kills the guy, and also when Micheletto is far enough away to not even see it happen. I don't know if he hears it happen. I don't know if audio is a part of it. But like, there's no reason for them for the game to make me get detected. If Micheletto is far enough away to the point where I shouldn't be getting detected. But it just happens sometimes, and this mission is bullshit because of that. I think I was thinking of including this mission. I don't remember if I actually did or not. I think I was thinking of including this mission in my old like videos of the badly designed full sync objectives in Assassin's Creed that I made like a very long time ago that I'm not really all that proud of anymore. I think I was thinking of including this mission because of that, but I don't remember if I actually did or not. Because this mission is pretty simple outside of that dumb glitch. But other than that glitch, it's like a pretty easy thing to do. It's just like sometimes you can just get detected for no reason because the game just says you get detected and just is extremely bullshit for no reason. But yeah, just follow him to each section, kill the guys that the game tells you to kill, and then hope that the game isn't bullshit. Because there's not really too much you can do about it. So he always gets off here, and then goes into the bath area. And each area is also a restricted area that you're not allowed to be in, and has it's full of guards that you're not meant to be seeing you. I always go around. I think I'd actually go on the right side actually instead of going this way, but I always want to get up on this roof over here. There is an archer over there, but he's walking in such a path that he won't see me. So jump to this ruin here, crossbow this guy, and that platform is big enough that I was gonna say it's big enough that he won't fall, but I guess he did fall on the opposite side. But I guess because of the direction he fell in and where he landed, no one saw his body. So this part is a big circular area. There's going to be 2 guards here. I'm going to wait for them to split up, call recruits, and then because it calls 2, I'm going to get an easy double assassinate there on both of them. And thankfully did not get a bullshit detect there. Even though I've had a bullshit detect happen there on other playthroughs of this mission before. But I crossbowed this guy on the roof here, wait for Micheletto to turn around. Sometimes when I drop off this roof, he can hear me, which I think is what happened there, where he just got stuck because I wasn't close enough to him. But sometimes he can hear you if you drop off that roof. And then just follow him on the horse again. Sometimes he randomly decides to slowly walk on the horse instead of going at like this speed or running. He randomly changes between the 3 different speeds on the horse of like galloping at full speed or just like not in high profile or holding the button to walk, And I say holding the button because it's holding the button for me as the player, but he changes between slowly walking, going at normal speed, or like galloping fastly or quickly. So you kind of have to like match his speed a lot of the time. This one is also really annoying. This area here, I always do it the same way, but there's probably a better way to do this, and you'll see I failed again here because there's guards walking around here in the lower section that always see me. So I always usually get at least one detect here, just because of those guys down there on the left. They typically always see me. I probably should try to work out a better way to do this mission and not get detected in this area, but I always just get at least one detection in this mission during this part, because just climbing up at this wall on like hanging on the wall here isn't, you're not close enough to fully trigger this cutscene. So you have to climb up and get seen a little bit for this mission, for this cutscene to trigger, and then you can drop back down. So then I call my guys on these guys over here, and I just run back out the way I came. But that also makes me get seen by all these guys. But because I killed the targets because I killed the targets, or because I got detected after I killed the targets, it wasn't enough to, I fulfilled the requirement of the mission, so it didn't make me fail the mission. But because I used my assassin recruits on the mission targets, I can't arrow storm, so I can't get rid of these guys easily. So I just call my last recruits and make them deal with it. So that mission is more annoying than it has to be, for a lot of reasons, but it's still kind of simple if you know what you're doing, but there's still some things that can kind of mess you up.
I must get to Pietro before he does.
And then this goes right into the next mission, and do not kill anyone other than the gunman. So once we get to the top of the Coliseum here, there's going to be, I think, like 4 different gun guys that we have to kill stealthily, because again, if we get detected, it'll just be an automatic fail. And this guy's a crossbow guy that we're not supposed to kill, because he's not a designated mission target, and he's also not a gunman, he's a crossbow guy, so it wouldn't fit the description anyway. So we'll climb up here, just climb all the way to the top of the Coliseum here, ignore all these other guards walking around. And then there's going to be an agile guard and another guard walking around up here, but I climb up here without them really even caring that I exist. So I climb up this beam here, jump to the beam on the left, and then turn around, and then go on this swing bar, and then climb up here. Because you do have to go to each like individual checkpoint, so I do have to climb up to this checkpoint and then go all the way back down for the gunmen. So this is meant to be showing, oh, like, this is where the gunmen are, but I actually follow the path that the camera takes here. So this path that this camera is doing is the path that I actually end up taking for the most part. At least for the beginning part of it. But this is just meant to be showing, like, oh, these are where the gunmen are. This is where you're meant to go to meet up with your recruits. And then, jump down here. This also gives you way more time than you really ever need, for 5 minutes, but you don't need 5 minutes to do this. So I just follow where the camera went, go across these beams of platforms here, and then jump down into another haystack down here. So go across here, jump down into this haystack. Wait for this guy to walk a little bit closer. I could have maybe high-profiled assassinated him and jumped out of it, but I didn't want to risk getting seen by anyone else. So I killed that guy from the haystack, This guy's walking my direction, towards my direction, I think, and nobody's going in this tunnel here, so I walk slowly because I know that if I'm running, they will turn around and hear me. Even though the game does give you a slight buffer period between enemies seeing you and you being able to assassinate them, that buffer period is enough for the game to say, oh, you got detected and fail you, which is kind of annoying, but I just walk slowly to avoid them turning around and hearing me. But so I climb on the outside, ledge assassinate that guy, go in between these little walls here, wait for this guy to come out, and then he's gonna walk that way, and then just get behind him. And I'm like pretty close to where the game wants me to be for meeting up with that recruits. So then I just jump down here and meet up with them. You might also see me doing, you might have seen me doing this throughout this like whole video, but for a small drops like that, if you just hold high profile with no button inputs, like no X or anything, if you just hold high profile and run up for a small ledge like that, you can just drop off the ledge as long as it's enough of a drop to, like short enough of a drop to do like a roll off of it, but not like too long of a drop to take any damage from it. Also here you meant to use Eagle Vision to find your spot, but it's the same spot every single time, and if you know where to go, you can just go there. You don't need to worry about like the spot being randomized or anything. It's the same spot, and even though you are forced to walk slowly, they give you enough time to go there. And you saw there that you can also start going before the timer even really shows up. So even though you have like 13 seconds to do it, you actually have more like 15 seconds. Because you can start going before the timer shows up on screen. And then just go to the last spot here. And here I use Eagle Vision to just show where Mechaleto is, because I want to make sure that I kill him and not a random civilian. That guy always walks in front of you, and I should have gone around the other way, but just go up to Mechaleto, kill him, even though actually not, because that's you lets him live, but you have to kill him in-game to have this cutscene happen.
As I promised Cesare, I made doubly sure.
And that is another thing where you can do a rip skip glitch.
I did not come here to kill.
I think you also can do rip skip in like
Of someone else becoming powerful.
AC3 and AC4. I don't know if you can do it in Unity or Syndicate, but I know you can in... I think you can do it in every game from like AC2 to Syndicate. I don't know if you can do it in AC1.
Cut him down.
This was not in rehearsal.
But at least for the Ezio games in AC3 and AC4, you can do rip skip. Maybe not AC3, but I think I've seen it in AC4. So if it's in AC4, I would assume you can also do it in AC3. Rogue you can also do it in, because Rogue is just a copy of AC4. And rip skip it's an interesting glitch, but it's not really all that helpful. And the timing is pretty strict on it, like I've already said. This mission here, you also want to make sure that you don't bump into anyone, because even though you are, even though Pietro is dying from the poison and his health is going down, if you do bump into anyone, it will make you drop him, and I think if you drop him, his health actually goes down faster. I could be wrong on that, but I think that's what happens. Here we just have to chase down this thief, because this guy is the traitor that Machiavelli thinks. Well, Volpe thinks that Machiavelli is the traitor, but it's actually this random thief guy. when I first played this game on all the way back on like PS3, the cutscene that I cut out that shows the flashback to Monster Regioni, I actually thought it was a glitch because the game took forever to load the flashback, and then by the time I loaded the flashback. I didn't understand that it was a flashback, so I thought the game like somehow glitched and like reverted my progress all the way back to the beginning of the game. So I was like extremely upset, and then it went back to main gameplay and made me chase the guy, and it was like, oh, it's just a flashback, and it just took forever to load. I've never had it load that long again before. I typically have pretty fast loads nowadays, but my first time playing this on PS3, like in like 2013 or whatever, I was dumb. Also here we have to not swim when we're running back to the island here. So even though you have like enough time to run across the island and across the bridge, it would be faster to swim, but the game is like, no, you can't swim because that's the full sync. So you actually have to take a few extra seconds to go around to complete the full sync for that mission. And then you save Machiavelli from being wrongfully killed. And that is going to be the end of Sequence 7, and then we're going to move into Sequence 8 and Sequence 9, which are also pretty fast, because they kind of go right into each other for the most part.
If you do, make it short.
And then the good line from Ezio. But that's the end of Sequence 7, so another pretty short sequence, and then we're going to get into 8 and 9, which are also pretty short. So Sequence 8 and Sequence 9, like I've been saying, they kind of go right into each other. Sequence 9 is really only just like the final mission where you go to kill Jizere. But Sequence 8 is where you kind of like, you go to the Castello and then get the apple and then do all the missions with the apple that don't have any full sync stuff in it. So there's not really a lot to begin with. And I've already bought most of the things that I really want, and it's not really too much left to do for the main story, at least. I'm still going to be also including and showing off all the side mission and stuff, but because of the way that I play these games, I always do the main story first and then do side stuff, which is annoying when you play games like Odyssey, where there's missable stuff. I really don't like missable content in games, even in things like Xenoblade, where I mostly play Xenoblade more than Assassin's Creed now. Because of the nature of Xenoblade as an RPG, there are some missable things in it. That's mostly an issue with Xenoblade 1 more than 2 or 3. But Xenoblade 2 is my favorite Xenoblade game, and there's only like a few missable things in Xenoblade 2 compared to how many there are in Xenoblade 1, so I don't have to deal with that too much in Xenoblade, but this is what I've just always done for Assassin's Creed. I've just always done the main story first and then the side stuff, which really threw me off when I played Odyssey for the first time, when there was missable things. But for this mission, we have to go through this entire mission without being detected, because again, Brotherhood likes to reuse a lot of full sync requirements. This guy, there's typically a guy here that kind of spawns out of nowhere. I didn't get him this time, but there's usually a guy walking by this haystack here. Usually he's here, sometimes he randomly spawns, but I got lucky this time and didn't have him spawn at all. And then here, I jump around this way to not have that guy that was seeing me before see me, and then also not have this guy see me either. This mission took me a really long time to kind of get down, when I was first trying to figure out the routing for this one a long time ago. Even now, sometimes nowadays I still kind of mess it up, because I get a little greedy and try to rush things, but for the most part I kind of know what I want to try to do. This guy, I wait for him to come back over here. I stand on top of this little platform here, crossbow him. Typically there's also other guards down there, which I think spawn a little bit later if they haven't already spawned already, but crossbow that guy, and then don't really need to loot him, but I just do because I can. And I'm checking to see if there's other guards in there. I can see a red dot, a few red dots, but I don't think they're below me. I think they're in another area. Typically there's like a group of 4 guards with like a spear guy and then 3 other guards that are around down there. Sometimes they'll be down there and they'll see the dead body of the guy I crossbowed earlier from the one platform, but I didn't get them to spawn this time, so I was a little bit lucky.
I don't understand.
And then
I
here,
ordered a fresh batch of
that's an
last
automatic
night.
camera movement. I didn't do that. That camera movement
But
towards
the
the
Pope has taken
checkpoint
it all.
when the dialogue starts is
He meets
scripted.
with Cesare.
Strange.
So if you're wondering
He did
why
not
that
tell me
happens, that
Cesare
was
had
the game
returned.
doing that, not me. And then just have to go around this
That
room,
woman gives me so much
take the
trouble.
same path.
What a family this Pope has.
Also, since we're inside the Castillo, we can't use this as the recruits in here, which these notifications from my recruits finishing mission kind of reminded me of that. So, you also can see that I don't have my recruit bars under my health bar, because you can't really use your recruits when you're inside of specific mission specific buildings like this, like for the tombs or anything. And instead of doing a back eject here, I climb up slowly just to not risk being seen by this guy here. Sometimes there's also 2 other guards that walk in here. Sometimes there's also a spear guy and another normal guard that walk around inside this room. But I didn't get them to spawn this time, so I'm just free to ledge assassinate that guy. So I'm waiting here to see if the spear guy and the other guy come out of the room. But because they're not here, because they didn't spawn, I can just go. And then this guy that I'm watching on the map, I'm watching him. I'm waiting for him to come back to this doorway because I know that when he comes to this doorway, he's gonna look up the stairs here. So I'm hiding behind the wall. I maybe could have ran down the stairs in the time that I had and hid behind the other wall down there. But he's gonna look up these stairs and then he's gonna turn around and walk away. And then he's gonna walk all the way over there and then crossbow him. Once he gets to the end of his path, I think he also turns around and looks back towards this direction. So I want to get him as fast as possible. Sometimes there's also guards that are walking through this hallway up the stairs here. So I'm also trying to wait for that to see what the dots on the map are doing. Because the dots on the map do show enemy placements. If they're fully colored, they're on the same level as you, but if they're grayed out, they're either above or below you. So I can see a dot here. I'm waiting for this guy to leave, and then I'm gonna walk up this way. And then there's gonna be a guy in here. And I'm trying to get my crossbow, but my stick is being annoying. So crossbow that guy. And then there's gonna be a guy on the awning there. But because of where I killed the other guy, he's not gonna look down far enough to see him. There's actually 2 sniper guys up there. You can only see the one right now, but there's one in front of the window that we have to climb out of. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna lock onto him, throw a smoke bomb up to him, and then climb up while he's smoked, and then side eject up here, ledge assassinate this guy, and then crossbow this guy and walk up these stairs so my light is straight and not being blocked by the pillar there. And then that guy out there I actually don't really need to kill or worry about. because he doesn't really turn around and look this direction anyway, so I don't need to really do much about him. And then just jump up here, and then just get to the end of the checkpoint here. And that is actually going to end this mission, because this is going to go right into the next mission. So go to this window here. That is this mission for Do Not Be Detected. And then we're going to have to sneak into this room and make sure not to kill anyone. So I'm actually going to go to this platform here and then drop back down immediately, because I know there's 2 guards here, and then there's even more guards above. Well, there's actually 1 guard here, it looks like, but I think there's supposed to be 2 typically. That drop was also not me. That drop just happened because the game wanted to do that. I don't know why it maybe dropped there, but it did. I think there's meant to be 2 guards here, but I only got 1 spawning here for some reason. So just to be safe, I slowly went around this way, just to make sure I didn't get seen by anyone else. And then just... Also that drop too. Those 2 drops that I did were just the game doing something, and I don't know why I decided to do that, but jump through the window here, and then we have to escape the Castello to go find the apple, and then just run straight through here because the guards that were here before are now gone, and then just run down these stairs here, and then run into Cesare. I also don't know what happens with the subtitles there. Ezio saying Katsu happens in the subtitles before he says it, and then Cesare says his line, and then Ezio says Katsu, and then his subtitles for Katsu show up again. I don't know if that's a PlayStation exclusive thing, but that's always happened for me on PS3 and PS4 on the Ezio collection. So I don't know why his line repeats twice, at least in the subtitles. This guy here, I let him see me on purpose, because if I wait for him to stop doing his pathing, he stands there at the ledge, and doesn't move anymore. So I want to make sure that I get up on the ledge before he actually stops and blocks me. Because if he blocks me, he would be in my way, and I would probably have to ledge assassinate him to get out of my way. And doing a ledge assassinate would kill him, and that would completely avoid the full sync, so I don't want to risk doing that, so I should let him see me on purpose. Also because here, I think being seen here is a thing that's going to happen anyway, just for like scriptedness. There I also tried to like catch ledge while falling, but then Ezio decided to land on the platform and completely ragdoll into the water, and then I get pushed back into the water again for knockback. So this is kind of annoying, but I'm just trying to get up here. And then I have to deal with these guys chasing me. I do charge smoke bomb, but I think people guards actually don't really get affected by smoke bombs at all. So I think my strategy of using smoke bombs in sequence 6 for the Baron de Valois mission at the very end wouldn't actually have worked anyway, even if I did get the smoke bomb off the way I wanted to, because those guards are paper guards, and I'm not sure paper guards get affected by smoke bombs. But I do know that paper guards work in the same way as agile guards, so they can catch up to you really quickly. You can see me jumping here. Doing a manual jump here lets me get a little bit more of extra distance away from them. So I get all of these guys here. Smoke bomb. Okay, so those paper guards actually do get affected by smoke bombs then, because they started choking. But then I go in here and just have to wait to become anonymous, but and then using Eagle Vision on the thing is what actually ends the mission and not interacting with it. So I think you actually I think the game actually lets you like leave and do other stuff once you interact, or once you use Eagle Vision on the object there to get the apple. And here, now that we have the apple, we're not allowed to take any damage, but using the apple drains your health and does damage to you, so you actually, the game actually tricks you. The game is like, don't take any damage, but also here's a new item that makes you take damage. So you're actually not supposed to be using the apple right now for the full sync. So I just lead the enemies one way and then go around the other way and then just run. And then once I see one on screen, I do a manual jump to get a little bit more distance. Because I don't want them to end up hitting me. So then just jump. I think this was actually something that one of my friends showed me a very long time ago. That jump there was a double input that I didn't want. Sometimes I get double inputs like that for no reason. But most of these jumps are me actually doing it myself. So just jump when I see one on screen, and then jump into the water here because they can't swim. They're not going to be able to catch up to me. And then just run or swim to these stairs over here, and then just get out of the area. And now we have to do all these missions where you have to use the apple that all lead into each other and lead directly into the end of the game, and none of these apple missions have any full sync, so just go. So the way the apple works when you use it is it makes you stand still, and it will shoot out a circle of yellow light and then a circle of white light, and any enemies that are caught in the circle of yellow light will start fighting each other, and any enemies that are caught in the circle of white light will immediately get killed by it. And the longer you hold the apple out, the longer and wider those circles will open and go farther out. And you need more health to be able to do wider circles. But because I'm playing this game with the weakest health and the weakest amount of armor, and I was not building up my stuff, because you really don't need to. I have the lowest amount of health, so I have the lowest amount of, I have like the smallest range of circles you can possibly have. So I actually, the apple actually can't even kill you. If you let it run out to your final health score, you will be locked into a stun animation where Ezio falls to his knees. So I actually let it go a little bit early once I reach my final health score before it really drains it. But if you were caught in an animation and you get hit, then you will die. But the apple itself can't directly kill you. But because I have the lowest amount of health, I can't get any wider circles than I'm able to get right now. If I did have better armor and better stuff, and I had more health, then I could actually hold it for longer. But so that is one negative of playing this game with no armor and not upgrading your health or anything. Is that when you do these missions, you can't do wide apple circles, but it's not too big of a deal. It's you still get pretty wide circles when you do it, but I would be getting wider circles if I did have better armor. Also, one of my armor pieces is broken, so I'm actually down 1 health score than I typically would be. But that also broke a long time ago, and I haven't bothered to repair it because I don't really need to. Here I was supposed to be looking for a cardinal. The cardinal was in the same spot every single time, but I'm dumb, so I always forget where he is. He's supposed to be over by this building in front of me. Not the one I'm on, but this one that I just jumped to. He's always down here, but because I'm stupid, I always forget that he's down here. But he is always in that same spot every single time. You just have to be better than me at memorizing it. Also, because you're at full notoriety for these missions the whole time, enemies will always immediately detect you like that, and those guys are always there, and because I landed directly in front of their face, they wanted to fight me, so I had to quickly get rid of them. So just follow this guy, and that's pretty much it. And then just use the apple for the targets it wants you to kill for these 3 missions, and then we get to the final mission where you have to kill Cesare once we finish this apple stuff. There was a poster that I could have taken down, but I don't think it would have mattered. Because it would have only done... Even if it did let me take it down, which it might have, it would have only done 25% notoriety anyway, so I still would have been considered at full notoriety. So there's no point to get rid of that poster. And in here, I try to run out and get people caught, but I keep getting shot by people. And you saw there my the stun animation where Ezio falls to his knees. So because I didn't want to die, I actually used my Assassin's Crew Arrow Storm to get rid of everyone else in the area. And I'm trying to use the apple again, but I'm trying to run around to recharge my health, and then use it. So this is the stun animation again, and we're all stuck fighting each other. The apple does refill your health automatically, but you can still use medicine to refill your health faster, which I think is what I did there. And because I'm trying to avoid the stun animation, I end up stopping the apple early when I'm on my last health square. Just so I can avoid the stun animation, but also avoid dying. So just kill these guys. You might have also saw there before I killed those guys, enemies will get scared of the apple and will start cowering in fear sometimes if they're not directly caught in it, I think is what makes that happen. If they're not directly caught in the yellow or white circles, if they just see it happen because they're scared of your super magical power ability. Even though it's not magic, magic is what happens in Odyssey and Valhalla because those games are bad. It's all supposed to be just technology, it's not magic. They got it extremely wrong and it pisses me off. It's only considered magic to the people who don't understand that it's technology, which is people in universe that don't understand how Isu stuff works, but also people in real life who don't understand the lore of the series because they're stupid. So just kill these guys. This one we don't have any like direct targets we have to kill. We just have to kind of wait for this timer to run out. So just continuously use the apple. I could also call my assassins here, but I don't really bother because I don't need any more NPCs here than I need to. So just kill these lusty guys, and then the checkpoint has spawned.
My patron has been arrested after all.
And then that is the final apple mission, and then we're gonna go to Navarre to kill Cesare Borgia. And it's gonna be a pretty long mission, but it's also gonna be the end of the game. Also, final mission for the main story with full sync stuff in it. Those apple missions do not have any full sync, but they're pretty short and they're pretty easy, so I don't really know what they really could have done for full sync in them. Maybe like limit apple uses or something, but what do I know? I'm not a designer of these games. And then here, I just mash the button like you did at the start of the game.
Kill him! Kill the assassin! Tear the maldito bastardo to pieces!
For full sync here, we have to not get hit or take any damage, I think, in this mission. So I just kill these guys quickly until the cannonball knocks everyone off their feet. That cannonball never does any damage to you. That's the scripted thing that's supposed to happen. So now we're in Vienna, and we're going to finally kill Cesare. So now, I do end up looting a few guys here, even though I don't really need it. Ezio says that he needs the munitions, but I don't really need much of anything. Also, if you loot these guys, you do get extra dialogue from the other civilians here that are looting. So I guess that's missable dialogue if you don't loot any enemies here, but I would much prefer missable dialogue than, you know, entirely missable quests.
Faster to travel by horse.
And there's only like one line of dialogue here, it doesn't matter all that much. It doesn't add anything to the lore or anything, it's just flavor text, I guess. And then one of the few times in the game where you can actually gallop at full speed on a horse. And then it completely gets ruined when the cannonball happens when the horse dies. Which is scripted, you can't avoid that. So rip to the horse, but also rip to galloping at full speed, except for, I think there's one more time where we get to gallop at full speed because there's a section in the Colosseum Romulus lair where you have to gallop on a horse. And the game actually lets you gallop at full speed there. So here we're gonna run through this building here. Kill this guy. And then there's gonna be guards there that I'm kind of watching. Gonna wait for those spear guys to turn around. Like come this way. They see the body somehow, but so I'm just gonna go around this way. These guys end up seeing me and almost chasing me, but I don't care. I'm able to get away in time. And then here I actually do something a little bit weird. I run through the barrier of the mission to kind of avoid the enemies. Because I know that I have enough time to run through it and then run back before the game kills me from being out of bounds. So I actually purposely run out of bounds to avoid the enemies and then run back through before the game kills me for being out of bounds. And then just run to checkpoint here. And then I go up on the roofs so I can avoid all these people fighting each other because I don't want to risk taking damage when I don't need to. And then just go up here. And then I go around to the left side here where there are some enemies on the roofs here a little bit, but they're not that hard to take care of. And then just kill this guy. That somehow alerts every single person in the area. Here, I can't climb on the roof because there's these spikes here, so I actually have to slowly climb around. And then this guy is stuck walking into the wall for no reason. This normally happens for me, I think. I tend to have him walk into the wall for no reason a lot, but he's usually up here doing that. And then have to just go around slowly because I can't climb up because of the spikes. So I just slowly go through this section, and then I have to get down, so I actually use these guys to air assassinate and get down quickly. So air assassinate these guys to get down and then climb the siege tower. And even though this siege tower is on fire, I don't think you can take any damage from it, at least like as long as you keep going. If you stay in here too long, I would expect that you take damage, but I'm not too sure because I just go. And then this is scripted, supposed to happen. You gotta go up to go back down. Take this lift to go back on the roofs again. Somehow that guy didn't see me. And then I'm gonna just go around these roofs. I don't know why this guy's also stuck. I don't know what makes this the enemies in this mission get stuck for no reason, but it does. And I'm gonna go across here, get this guy. And then I do have to continue going down. I wanted to drop instead of tackling this guy, but I was high profile. I was holding high profile and I pressed circle, so Ezio was like, I'm gonna drop down and tackle this guy, which is not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to drop down slowly, but I needed to come down here anyway for where the checkpoint is. The only thing is that I'm stuck fighting these guys now, so it's not what I wanted, but it worked out. And even though they're fighting each other with the two factions here, because there's the Borgia guards and the Spanish guards, they are still on me. At least until they decide to leave me alone like that. So then we're gonna... They were also like detecting me in the cutscene for some reason, because by the time I got out of that cutscene, the guy detecting me was like already half full. Which is kind of unfair. Let me just climb up here. And I have my sword equipped for a reason, for the Cesare fight. Because what I'm gonna do during the Cesare fight is I'm gonna just cheese it. So what you can do with the Cesare fight is just equip your sword with your gun. And then once this fight starts, I'm just gonna spam shoot him with the gun. So I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3. That's gonna bring me into the quick time event. And then I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3. And that's gonna be the next quick time event. And then I'm gonna do... Use my gun. I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3. And then I'm gonna do a quick time event again. And then I have 1 bullet left. So I'm gonna do 1. And then I'm gonna just I'm just gonna mash on him. And then take care of these guys first before I mash them in. Counter the first guy and then target the brute for the chain kill first. And then I take care of the last guy and then I just trap him in the corner and just smack him until he dies. So if you ever want to just cheese Cesare like that, that's how you do that. Just shoot him 10 times with the gun, three times for each quick time event, and then 1 last time, and then kill the guys around you, and then just smack him in the corner until he dies. If you had more bullets, if you were able to hold more than 10 bullets, you probably could just shoot him to death, but I think the max bullets you can have is 10, so you can't really do much about that. But the bullets are extremely powerful, so just shoot him and then smack him for the rest of his health. And then that's how you cheese Cesare. And then we're gonna end off with the modern day, so we're gonna go all the way back up here and discover the password, because we finally understand what the symbol up here means now. And that is gonna lead us to the Colosseum vault. We're gonna have some parkour stuff with Desmond for a little bit. And then just do some parkour a little bit. There's not really too much to say about this. It's just the same parkour I've been doing for the whole game. Because it's just... Desmond is just Ezio reskinned. There's not really too much difference between them.
I'll keep that in mind.
Just go through the path here. Climb up where this where this electrical jump box is. And then just jump down this way.
It's been a long time coming.
Down there, the ghosts are Ezio fighting the Lamias.
Weather
people
can tip the scales in our favor.
during the Colosseum Romulus layer. That always happens, regardless of whether you've done the Colosseum Romulus layer by this point or not.
What do you think we'll find?
That ghost thing just always happens.
The apple's just gonna give it to us, is it?
And then here I don't know why I always get lost
maybe this
here.
time we'll be lucky.
I don't know what is going through my brain, but like every time I do this, I always get turned around here, and I should learn by now that I'm going the wrong way, but I go up here and then I'm suddenly confused because you have to kind of retrace your steps a little bit. But no, you actually have to continue up this way. I'm just stupid. I just go the wrong way because I'm bad. And then just go through this crack here. There Desmond looked up because I was trying to.
There's so much construction.
I put my stick forward instead of going to the left because I was expecting the camera to change, and the direction you hold is dependent on the camera.
Good to know.
And it didn't change when I was expecting it to do a change. So just jump across all this stuff. And then that's also part of the Romulus layer. What I kind of mentioned earlier, where you can do it is the horse section.
I have a feeling I know the answer.
There's a guy you have
72.
to chase on a horse in the Colosseum Romulus layer. So there's a ghost of Ezio chasing
Someone
that
wants to
guy.
make sure we get it right.
And then we're gonna get into the Juno section.
Okay, back on familiar ground.
Because this was when Juno was actually an important character to Assassin's Creed before they killed her in a comic for no reason that no one read. Because Assassin's Creed used to have actually a interesting, important story, and now it's just nothing. Because they killed off all the characters that were actually important. Or at least most of them, because Sean and Rebecca are still around, and William Miles is still around somewhere, I think, but he is a different voice actor in the games now and isn't really doing much of anything. Also, for some reason, Sean and Rebecca are apparently married. That's a thing. That's real lore for some reason. They're canonically married. I think maybe even Rebecca is pregnant with Sean's kid. I don't think that's real. That might be just me making that up. But I know they're married now for some reason. And they also ruined their character models in Valhalla because, like, Sean kind of looks like Sean, but then Rebecca looks like someone who's, like, completely different. Lucy is dead because of the stuff that happens in this game, and because of Ubisoft not wanting to pay her voice actor, which was the whole thing. Desmond is dead because they killed him off in AC3. Juno is dead because they killed her off in a comic that no one read. William is doing whatever he's doing. All the other characters that exist nowadays are just here. Half the new characters in Assassin's Creed I don't even know because they're all comic characters that are like shoehorned into the games for no reason. And they expect you to read all the side media nowadays and not just play the games, even though this series started as a video game series. So the video games should be the main focus and not the side media, but they have it completely backwards. But yeah, the state of Assassin's Creed nowadays is just not really much of anything. It doesn't really exist anymore. It just kind of is. but this is just like more parkour stuff and Juno talking to us and saying cryptic things that were important at the time, but not really all that important now. Because Juno is dead. And the first civilization and the Isu don't really matter much anymore because all the pieces of Eden are just like random magical MacGuffin objects that are just existing. They're not really all that important anymore. And they're treated as magic when they're supposed to be ancient technology. Because no one understands how the series is meant to work anymore. But yeah, there's my Assassin's Creed rants, because this series is dead. But this parkour stuff is a pretty simple thing to do. It's just jump to each spot, and there's really only one way to go. I don't even know why they bother having you open the hatch for if you drop, because there's really no reason that you should ever accidentally fall down and have to have a second way up.
Desmond, get down here.
On my way.
I'm just gonna jump all the way down here and then open the path to the vault.
Whatever this is, it doesn't do anything. It's a dead end.
And go down here. This is also where Ezio would end for the Romulus layer, except he wouldn't go to the vault door here, he'd go to another door below in like the water section.
Think it speaks English?
And get the Romulus key from down there.
72.
And just open the door and do all that stuff and do the end of the game.
After you, I think.
I also have no idea why Sean's line there repeats itself. That's always happened to me on like every version of the game I've ever played. Sean's saying after you, I think, there for some reason always is doubled up, and he always repeats the line.
Time to find out where those temples are.
And I don't think it's meant to be him like being surprised by the vault and like stuttering or anything, because it's not just him stuttering and repeating at the very start of the line. It's like the entire line repeating itself. So I think that's just the glitch with like the way the line is like triggered or whatever. Here we have to trigger each of these levers. If you know which levers to hit, you can just go and hit them, and you don't have to turn on Eagle Vision for each one. Whenever you swing on a lever, it automatically turns off your Eagle Vision. But I'm also dumb and forget which ones I have to hit. Sometimes I've even gotten it wrong. So you have to use... I just to be safe, I use Eagle Vision just to know which one I have to go for. I used to have it memorized a long time ago, and now I just don't. Because I have too much other stuff in my brain.
It is hard to stay contained.
We just go around here, switching these levers.
You will come here. You will activate.
Also, Juno talking about knowledge. That's the one thing people use to justify Odyssey and the Fate of Atlantis DLC having the knowledge meter that you have to fill up, because they're dumb and they think that the Isu Sixth Sense is just like the physical representation of knowledge, even though it's not. The Isu Sixth Sense is meant to be seeing through time and like being able to like see different universes and possibilities through time and all that stuff, but nope. June talking about knowledge there is the one thing people use to justify the Fate of Atlantis DLC for Odyssey. Which is completely stupid and dumb, and
I know this, I know that symbol. That's a Phrygian cap.
It doesn't make any sense.
Freedom, and that's a Masonic eye.
And I think the one place that Sean here is talking about for the one place that the Phrygian Cap and Masonic Eye show up is, I think it's at the bottom of the, like, not the Declaration of Independence, but the thing that, like, solidified, like, the French Revolution, like when the people met in the tennis court or whatever and signed the paper or whatever. I don't know too much about French Revolution history because I've been out of school for a few years, and the last time I took a class about the French Revolution was just like a few weeks of them talking about it in like a high school or middle school history class, and that was pretty much it, and that was years ago at this point. But I think that references something about the French Revolution. We also didn't get a French Revolution game until Unity, which was years after it on Brotherhood, so there's also that. And the Phrygian Cap and Masonic Eye is also not really referenced in Unity at all. Yeah, also we're gonna kill Lucy here, because of stuff. So Lucy is dead now, rip Lucy. I mentioned that I think the reason she gets killed is because of stuff at Ubisoft where they didn't want to pay her or whatever. So they just killed off her character, which is dumb. You gotta pay people what they want, and actually respect your voice actors that work for you, and all that stuff, and not be stupid.
What's happened?
But now we're getting into Da Vinci Disappearance, the actual, like, the DLC for Valhalla. The DLC for Brotherhood, not for Valhalla, because if this was Valhalla, I would be hating myself, but
The piece of Eden is useless until we have it. Let him continue.
it was like, this is like the big main DLC for Brotherhood that it had, and because I am playing on the Ezio collection, all the DLC for the Ezio games, all three of them, are just all included for free like automatically in the game. You don't have to like go to the PlayStation Store or anything to download them for the Ezio collection. They're just put into the game automatically, so I didn't have to do any extra work to download this.
Is that you? It's you. I must be getting lazy.
This is also one of the better DLCs for Assassin's Creed. I don't know if it's my favorite one, but at least compared to nowadays, it's one of the better ones.
Very discreet. Hang on, I have the name recorded somewhere.
What are you working on?
I kind of wish Leonardo had like a bigger role in Brotherhood, though. He's really only involved in like the few cutscenes where you talk to him and
These symbols come from
getting the upgrades from him, and like the very start and the very end of the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC. But I guess because he was already kind of involved a lot in AC2, they kind of shortened his role a little bit.
The apple has been put to rest.
But he's also not mentioned or anything in Revelations at all. I think he's still alive in Revelations by the time Revelation happens. I don't remember when Leonardo dies in like real life or in Assassin's Creed. But I do know that he dies before Ezio does, because I remember that. I think in like the Revelations novel or something, I think Ezio goes to visit him when he's on his deathbed.
Bene, an easy task.
So I might have to look that up more. I think
See.
I think maybe he does die before Revelations takes place, but I could be wrong on that. So that's probably why he's not in Revelations. Also because Ezio is not even in Italy at all in Revelations, so that's another reason. This DLC also introduces the Hermeticists faction, which is basically just another Agile Guard reskin. They're really just Agile Guards. So they're able to like catch up to you really fast when you're running away, and they use daggers. They're able to dodge in combat, and I think also use throwing knives maybe. So just for this one, we just have to kill all these guys. I think the full sync for this will like don't lose any health scores or something. Just protect Salai here, and then there's gonna be another long running section. They also they're kind of agile guards and thieves in a lot of ways, because they don't drop as much stuff as thieves, but they are able to drop some rare pretty items that normally only thieves drop. Like in terms of money, they don't drop a lot, but in terms of like shop quest items, they're pretty good for dropping them. But they also really only show up during the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC, and then once you finish the DLC, you have to replay the missions to fight Hermeticists again. So they're a pretty limited enemy type, but they're really just a reskin of Agile Guards that don't really do much of anything. They don't really add anything new. I don't know why there's so many Agile Guard reskins, because like even Papal Guards are Agile Guard reskins. They're just like a bit more powerful and don't use the same weapon, but like they're still able to like catch up to you. I don't know what I was doing here. I mash buttons sometimes. Whenever I'm running, I just mash it in blades whenever I can, because I just mash buttons because I'm impatient. I just do that sometimes. I maybe should have cut this out. There's a lot of running sections I maybe should have cut out, but I wanted to leave them in, I guess, or like just to like show everything I do and for yapping, I guess. But I don't know. I get this poster here because I can. It's literally right here. This mission is basically just go find Salai again, and then he's gonna have a long running section where you have to follow him. The Vision Disappearance is like pretty short. I think it's one of the shorter DLCs, but like compared to other ones, I think some of the longer DLCs are like the newer ones nowadays for like the RPG games, because those games are just long in general. I also don't know why these guys got mad at me for no reason. I don't even think they're Hermeticists. I think they're just like normal Barger guards that got mad at me. Okay, well, I guess there are Hermeticists because I saw one there that I killed, but even when you're not at full notoriety, the Hermeticists will always aggro onto you. So I guess I ran past one without even like realizing it. Yeah, Da Vinci Disappearance is a pretty short DLC. It's still a good DLC, but it's kind of short. But I think it's still one of my favorite ones especially compared to nowadays. It also is like it's a DLC that takes place in like the main open world of the game that like you've already been in for the main story. It doesn't really bring you to like any new areas. Like there are new areas you go to for like some of the missions, but they're only there for like one mission and that's it. You don't get any new like big cities to explore or anything. Like there's no like Franciade for the Dead Kings DLC in Unity, or like trying to think of other DLCs. There's no Port-au-Prince like for Freedom Cry and AC4. There's no like Elysium or anything from the Fate of Atlantis DLC in Odyssey. You're just in the same world that you've already been in for hours for the whole story anyway, so there's not really too much different compared to like other DLCs in the series. But this is mostly just like following Salai right now, and like avoiding Hermeticists. He typically avoids them on his own, for like these little sections here where the game points them out to you. But there will be a short section coming up where we will have to fight on purpose, for a scripted section. The fight isn't really too hard. Because agile Hermeticists aren't really that hard to kill, and Salai is pretty easy to... He's pretty competent at fighting on his own. Also, going back and replaying this DLC nowadays after playing Odyssey is really weird because of the fact that Pythagoras, that they keep mentioning in this DLC, is included in Odyssey. Like he's an actual main character in Odyssey. Because of the fact that he has the Staff of Eden, or whatever it is, the Hermes staff or something, and it's like been keeping him alive for like thousands of years. Like really going back and playing any game nowadays after playing Odyssey, knowing that Cassandra has been alive for thousands of years for the entire series, because she's immortal after she gets the staff from Pythagoras. Like, what is even Cassandra doing? Like, what is she doing in like the background of the Ezio games? She's just like existing somewhere because she's alive, and she doesn't die until the modern day, when she gives the staff to Layla in the bottom of Atlantis. And then, like, I know this sounds like the craziest thing imaginable, but like, that's literally just what Assassin's Creed lore has become at this point. Like, that's just what it is. I can't really say anything else because that's just real lore. I can't make that up because that's actually what it is. Like, Cassandra's just alive at this point, doing whatever. Like, who knows what Cassandra's doing? And she's just alive somewhere, doing whatever it is she is doing, and like, I'm half expecting that we also get a crossover story DLC thing with Shadows, because we got that for Valhalla, where there was a crossover between Odyssey and Valhalla, where they each got new quests, and the one in Valhalla had Cassandra show up and meet Eivor and do a whole bunch of stuff with Eivor.
You have an enjoyable ride, Duchessa.
Hardly.
Since Cassandra is still alive at this point, and Shadows takes place like a few years after the Ezio games, Cassandra's obviously still alive, so Cassandra could show up in Shadows for some reason, if they really wanted to do that. I'm not sure they will, but they easily could. And then, well, for this mission, also, gotta deal with Lucrezia Borgia, even though not really, because we don't kill her, but, the whole point of the Vinci disappearance is that he gets taken and we have to find where he is, but, the map, that we have to get is hidden in 5 different Leonardo da Vinci paintings, so we have to go find the paintings and steal them back, and, for this mission we have to go, we were told that, the paintings were given to Lucrezia Borgia, and so now we have to go where she lives and get them back, and, even though I think Lucrezia is a Templar, because she was born into the Borgia family, which is a Templar family, Ezio never kills her. Like, I know he becomes, like, disillusioned with the assassin in Revelations, like, gives up the assassin life, but, like, this is before Revelations, so he's still, like, pretty dedicated, so but he never kills Lucrezia, even though I think she's a Templar, and, like, even in like the Copernicus DLC, which we'll get to at the very end, like when Copernicus says like, he was a Templar, Ezio gets like really pissed and is like prepared to kill him. So I don't know why he never kills Lucrezia for being a Templar. And like he even tells Lucrezia like he's not here to kill her. So there's that. But this mission is basically just like a classic 2 mission where you just parkour around and do stuff and just don't be detected for full sync. It's pretty simple. Because again, Brotherhood is reusing full syncs. Also here I get a little bit turned around because I'm looking for the chest, but the chest is actually ahead of me. Every 2 mission has at least one hidden chest somewhere, and I know where most of them are. I might even know where all of them are off the top of my head, but I don't really bother going for all of them in this video series because I don't care. If you really want to find them yourself, you can probably just like look them up online, because I'm here to show off the full syncs. I'm not here to show where all the little money chests are. But every 2 mission like this has at least one, and there's just a little bit of extra money. And here I side eject. The game wants you to go around the corner and then do a back eject, but you can just side eject and still be fine. And then we just gotta get to that window. Go across this fountain, go above these things. I don't really know what these are called, but they're like vine grower things. And then go across this fountain. Somehow that guy never hears me. I think there might be another chest to the left somewhere, but I don't care, so I don't bother. And one of the few times where Ezio takes off his hood. If you wear, there's a certain outfit you can get, I think from the DLC or whatever, that's already included in the Ezio collection. There's an outfit called the Draken Armor, which is like an all black and red version of his outfit. And because it's like an outfit that you have to equip it from like the menu, it like overwrites other outfits. So like in like the banker mission or like the Baron de Valois mission, where you have to like disguise yourself, the Draken Armor like overwrites the disguises, because it's like a different model. And if you're wearing the Draken Armor during that cutscene, when Ezio goes to remove his hood still stays up, because there's no model of the Draken Armor without, with no hood, or the hood put down. So you can still have that cutscene and still have Ezio be wearing his hood with the Draken Armor on it. And like one of the few times you ever see Ezio with his hood down. But that's basically it for this mission. I just gotta escape real quick. So we get 1 mission. It was do not kill anyone, that's fine. You still didn't need to get detected, because if you got detected it would have failed you immediately. At least until the scripted detection at the end. Yeah, just don't kill anyone, don't get detected. This one is a tailing mission. Again, because Assassin's Creed loves its tailing missions. But for this one we have to do the entire tail without going on the rooftops. So we have to stay on the ground the entire time. Which can be a bit annoying sometimes because there's hermeticists that are walking around on the ground, and if they see you, will still want to start a fight. Which I think I do get into like 1 or 2 fights, but these guys are far enough away from me to the point where they don't hear it or see it, so they don't get detected, so it's fine. But there's still a lot of hermeticists that walk around on the ground, and if you don't get out of their way, they will attack you. So this guy comes to investigate the bench. I don't even really know where he came from. I didn't do anything to like alert myself to his presence. He just kind of came over. This is one of the things where there's a hermeticist walking around, so just get rid of him pretty quickly. And then make sure to make sure that I'm close enough to them. I think he turned around there because that was a scripted turnaround for the tailing mission and not because of him seeing the body. If he saw the body, I think he would have like physically walked over to investigate it, but he didn't. So I think it's just a scripted tailing mission turnaround thing that he did there.
Teaches us that through careful study, both may be brought into harmony.
Doubtless, one such as Lucrezia has never
and then,
crossed their path.
They're gonna go through another checkpoint, because there's a few checkpoints they go through with Borgia guards blocking the path. And there's gonna be another one coming up here. So they go through the checkpoint here. This guy, he did a double turnaround there for a second, I think. Yeah, just checking to see if yep. This is a Borgia checkpoint, so I have to kind of go around here. I could probably just kill them and go through directly, but I didn't want to bother with that. And then go around here. Even though this would lead, if I continued going left there, that would lead directly onto a rooftop. The like overhang there with the chest on it does not count as a rooftop, so you can still stay in there. And then there's Hermeticists here. Wait for them to walk by, hiding inside this little room. And then get pretty close at the time of running out, but just follow them, and instead of I go down to the stairs here. Instead of going to that corner there, like right above where my hidden blade icon is, I stay down here because I know that after this dialogue here, they actually turn around and come back this way. So I don't want to risk them seeing me. So they turn around and then go through that hallway there, which is where I would have hidden if they didn't turn around. But because I know that they turn around there, I just wait even farther back than normal. And then here these guys start to see me, but I think I'm able to get away in time because they don't fill up too much. And then there's a few more Hermeticists here that I avoid. Or let them see me because I run too much. Even though it was standing there, turned around, looking in my direction, it's not enough for them to, like, fully detect me. I think because his view is being blocked by the guy with him, I think that's why he didn't fully detect me, because he can't see through him. And it only matters if the Hermeticist with him is the guy that sees you. I don't know if the other guy following him is able to detect you. But I stay in this little building, in this little doorway, because I know there's going to be some Hermeticists that walk by. Again, so I'm going to stay down here, wait for these guys to go down these stairs and go right past them. And then that should be it for this mission. And then there's going to be a little weird thing. There's going to be a cutscene, and then after this cutscene, is supposed to be a section where we have to chase a guy down and take the painting back from him.
Be careful.
But what happens here during this part is just like watch these civilians spawn. So there's gonna be civilians spawning there in the doorway, and that is gonna stop him from running out this doorway. I think because he gets stuck on the civilians that randomly spawn there. So what you're meant to do is that guy is gonna run away, and you're meant to chase him down throughout the district, before he gets away and kill him and take the painting. But what happened there was because the civilians spawned and blocked him from exiting the doorway quickly, he was just kind of stuck on them, so I could just wait outside the doorway and wait for him to come out, and then assassinate him quickly like that. Which I don't think I've ever actually had before. I think that was the first time I've ever had something like that happen. So I guess that was a first on the recording that I got for this. And I don't really know why that happened. I don't know why civilians randomly decided to spawn there. but I got extremely lucky on that. And I could go on the rooftops there because the rooftops only mattered if I did them during the tailing section. So as long as I don't go on the rooftops during the tailing section, I'm fine for the full sync. Also here, there's no paper guards here because of the fact that the mission start and the mission end is right there. So I guess they didn't want you like having to be detected or fighting paper guards during or like where a mission is like starting and ending. So I guess they purposely got rid of the paper guards that stand there normally. And then we go here. This is gonna lead us to another painting that's on a ship. We're not gonna get there yet because we have to go find someone. You might know if you played AC2 and also if you saw them in the mission start thing there, because the mission start picture kind of spoiled who it was if you know. But we're gonna go fight Duccio again. If you played AC2, you know Duccio. He's a little bitch. No one likes Duccio. He was kind of Ezio's like childhood rival and was supposed to be engaged to Claudia, but then he decided to cheat and have relationships with other women and is a little bastard, and everyone hates Duccio. And he appears in all the Ezio games. For some reason, he only appears in Brotherhood for the Da Vinci Disappearance. So if you never played the Da Vinci Disappearance, he's not in Brotherhood at all. But he does show up again in Revelations for like the actual main story. And then you can actually find him in the open world again and punch him, and you actually get an achievement for it, or a trophy. I tend to say trophy, but because I play on PlayStation, but like it's the same thing. You get an achievement for fighting Duccio in Revelations. Yeah, he only shows up in Brotherhood in this one mission in the Da Vinci Disappearance.
I see this place has worked its magic.
So we're gonna punch him in the face because he's a little bitch and he deserves it.
Legs in Firenze, but now she is the Madame of Rome.
Punch him. Because we hate Duccio.
Why are you just standing there?
And this is a pretty short fighting section. We have to reduce his health, and then he's gonna run away, and then we have to reduce his health again, and do that like 3 different times. This fight with Duccio is also way more involved with compared to the fight in AC2 at the start of that game, because the fight with Duccio in AC2 you can literally just immediately counter him and win the fight, but this one you can't counter him because he counters you back. So we have to manually punch him repeatedly and then just do that like 3 different times. The guys he does have with him, you can just easily counter kill, but Duccio you have to manually punch. And you can mostly just ignore the guys he has with him for the most part, unless they like start ganging up on you. So you can see there him trying to counter me. So just punch him repeatedly, and then he's gonna run to the last spot, and then just chase him down, punch him again, and then it's gonna be the end of this section for this mission. And then these guys he has with me, they just kind of leave me alone and never appear again.
The 3 Da Vinci paintings.
One is on the boat. The other 2 were sold to a cardinal.
And that's gonna be it for Duccio and Brotherhood.
How do I get in? How should I know?
And then
Go ask your
he has an even smaller role in Revelations. So at least in Revelations, he's not confined to a DLC, but he appears less often in Revelations because he appears in one cutscene, and then you find him in the open world, and that's it. And I think he might be in the same spot every time in Revelations. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I like actively looked for him in Revelations, but You also don't have to do this. I just do this because I want to bully him, because he's a bully too and he deserves it. Always loot Duccio and throw him in the water. Always gotta ruin him, because no one likes Duccio. He's a bitch and he deserves it, so gotta get rid of him. And then for this section, we have to not be detected by any of the Hermeticists that are on the ship. So I'm gonna go up here and get to the very corner here. Shoot this guy with poison darts. That's gonna make him go down to the bottom section and alert everyone else. Well, not alert them, but like make them see him be all drugged out. And he's just kind of doing his thing. I don't know why that random civilian decided to jump to the boat. But he did. So these guys are just watching him go. And once they check out his body, I wish I was in range to do another poison, but I'm not. I just barely got that guy in time. And then thankfully I get another one when they go in a circle like that. But that's only a second guy I'm able to get. So I jump down. And then I think I get one more with poison. So I go around the back this way. And I think I might poison one more guy. So I poison that guy. Immediately go back down to not be seen, even though I wasn't even being seen anyway. And then go around this way. I wanted to go up again, but I had barrels in my way, so I didn't. That was gonna shoot through the wall. So I actually smoke bomb these last few guys here. Actually delay myself a little bit because I did see them getting smoked. They kind of had a delay on them coughing, so I kind of stopped myself a little bit. So I threw down another one just to make sure that they got smoked, and then just assassinate them in the smoke. And there's also this random civilian here because he decided to jump to the boat for some reason when I poisoned the first guy. And then also that guy there. And then just like loot all these guys for stuff, even though I really don't need to. But they're a limited enemy, so I might as well loot them when I can. And then get this painting. And then that's do not be detected by rope disciples. I don't know why it calls them rope disciples instead of hermeticists, but that's what they are.
Buongiorno. Have you
So
ladies
we're gonna
heard of an
return
arguing
to
somewhere in the
Coruscant
city?
here and meet up with Claudia again. This is really the only time you see her in this DLC. But we're gonna end up doing a mission here where we have to enter a restricted area. And the full sync for this one is going to be make sure that no enemies see any dead bodies within the area. And this is another one that took me a pretty long time to figure out how to do when I was first trying to play this game. First few times I played this DLC. Because you might have seen me throughout this entire series and videos. I'm someone who tends to kind of kill everyone, just to make sure that the whole area is clear. I don't really do full game kill everyone runs or anything. But if people are in my way, I tend to kill everyone, so I just tend to leave a lot of dead bodies around. So this one kind of took me a long time to kind of figure out how to do. But I do have a pretty consistent way of doing it now, and it's going to be one of the few times again where I use a faction, and I think it's one of the only times, or maybe even the only time where I use thieves to distract some guards and make them run away. Because I don't want to get into combat, because getting into combat is, for one, gonna make me detected, which I think is gonna fail the mission outright immediately, but also, even if it doesn't do that, it will make it so that people will come over and try to fight me, which will end up having people see dead bodies, which I don't want for the full sync. So I'm gonna try to be doing this as stealthily as possible. What I used to do was, after talking to Scorson, I would go across the roofs and go the direction that this camera is going. I would go from this side, and I would kill the guys on the roof, and sometimes I would make one of the archers on the other roofs see me, or would the guy I killed on this roof pretty early on would his body would fall off the roof before I could grab it, and it would fall down onto the dock, and the guy patrolling around the dock would see it. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to run over here to this side, use the thieves to lure these guys away from this guard post. And then there's going to be one other guard around in the area that is kind of walking around in a circle. He just went behind that tree. There he is in the corner there. I'm going to get onto this bench, wait for him to come back over here, because I know he's going to come back over here, and he didn't get lured by the thieves because he wasn't in the area to get lured by the thieves, so the thieves didn't really target him. Even if he was over here, I'm not sure if they would have targeted him anyway. But this guy walks by this bench, so do a rare bench assassination. And then I'm going to go onto the rooftops here because there's going to be some archers that I want to take care of, or crossbowmen, I guess. So this guy is going to come over here. I don't think he comes close enough for me to do a ledge assassination, so what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to go up on the roof and assassinate him from behind. I could have done a high-profile assassination there that you maybe saw for a split second, but I don't really like doing high-profile ledge assassinations, because I wanted to play it safe just in case his body slid off before I could grab it, which I did try to put it in the corner there, and he did actually almost slide off, but I don't think, even if he did slide off, I think he would have slid off in the direction where there's no enemies, unless the enemies I lured away came back, which I don't think they did, so no one would have saw his body anyway. So I smoke bombed these two guys, just to make sure that when I assassinate them, they don't end up seeing the body of the other guy, because I've had that happen before, where I double assassinated these guys, and I think one of them ends up seeing the dead body of the other one when I double assassinate them, which doesn't make any sense, but it has been something that's happened before, where I double assassinate them, and somehow, even though I kill them at the same time with a double assassination, they end up detecting the body of one of the other ones. Even though I'm supposedly killing them at the same time, they detect each other, which doesn't really make any sense to me, but that's how the game reads it. So I just smoke bomb both of them, just to make sure. And then this guy was supposed to catch before he runs into the area here, and reaches the Castello. He is in the restricted area, but as long as I catch him before he actually gets to the end point, that's fine. But I just have all of these guys around me, and I'm just trying to be just trying to get away as much as I can, because I know that the next mission is going to start pretty close by, so I don't want to run too far away, just so I don't have a lot of time to like waste running back to the next mission. So I just get away and then wait for him to lose me, and then the next mission is pretty close back on that bridge towards the Castello. Get money here that I don't need. It's just a habit of going to banks when I know that I have money in the bank that I can take out, even if I don't need it. And then we're gonna do this mission, and this mission is actually gonna have two different seeds for the paintings that we have to steal.
Bring them to Leonardo's workshop.
So there's gonna be one painting on the ground floor in the initial area, and there's gonna be two different locations where the painting can possibly spawn. and in each of those 2 locations is going to spawn at a different spot. I think there's like 4 different spots, 3 or 4 different spots the painting can spawn in each of the 2 areas. I didn't show every possible like seed combination of like where each spot it can spawn in 2 areas, but there's 2 main areas where the painting can spawn, and then it can spawn in any spot in those 2 areas. And then for this first painting seed, it's gonna spawn on the one far away. So I normally always go around this way first, but it is on the other side. So also this one for full sync, we have to make sure we don't kill anyone with ranged weapons. When I killed these boots, I wanted to kill the left one first, but Ezio decided to kill the right one first, so thankfully that worked out, and I didn't get detected there. Also make sure that you don't run on the carpets, because if you run on the carpets, even though it's not a restricted area, technically, because this is like a public event, that civilians are allowed to into, if you run on the carpets, they will actually start getting mad at you and detecting you. So I'm waiting for those guys in the back by the scaffolding to turn around and walk that way, and then get this guy. The painting is on this side over here in one of these locations. So I killed this guy by the lift. That guy is going to come over and see it, and I know that he's always guaranteed to investigate this haystack, so I hide in the haystack, and then haystack assassinate him when he comes over. So there's the haystack assassination. The painting is this one here that I'm walking right next to, but I just want to make sure that everyone's dead in this area before I do that. So I'm going to get these guys first. Again, I wanted to get that guy from the back, but he turned around and it kind of threw me off because he heard me running. So I kill those guys because they're walking around, and then this guy I get behind the wall, and because he's on behind the wall, this guy won't see it. So I'm just able to freely walk up and get him. And then that is the first painting seed. And then I think I go right into the second painting seed after this cutscene here, but this cutscene just lets you know that the second floor is open where the other painting that you have to steal is. So I think I show off the next painting seed right after this one. Or actually, I guess I go up and finish the mission first. I think I had this in the wrong order. So we're actually going to go steal the second painting before I show the second seed. The seed painting locations only matter for the first painting down here. It doesn't... The second painting that you have to steal inside the castello is always in the same spot. So the seed only changes the first painting you steal down here before you go inside. I was waiting to see if there was a guy in this hallway here that I had to kill, but there wasn't. I think I was confusing it with the Katarina mission, where there's a guy that can patrol there sometimes. So then I go up this way, get this guy. This guy's always standing still, he never turns around. So just get him. And make sure that we're not using any ranged weapons for the full sync. So then this guy walks around here in the circle. I wait for him to go in his path. And then once he does his path and walks by this doorway, I just follow him and get behind him. And then go up these stairs, and there's going to be this guy here. I instinctively want to crossbow him, but I know I can't because of the full sync, so I just have to kind of wait for him to get away from that door. And I make sure that I don't want to run, because if I do run, he will end up hearing me. So I just fast walk, and then run up these stairs. There's no one in these corridors, but once you get up here, there's going to be a spear guy patrolling around down here, and then another guy up on the banisters up there by the bookcases. So this guy always patrols in a circle. He always goes under the awning over here. I think I was maybe thinking of a different mission. I think he's supposed to go under the awning, but maybe that might be a different mission. But the painting is always that one over there by the wall. or on the wall. And I think maybe I was confusing with this. I was expecting him to like walk under the awning over here, but I guess I take his body and put it under it. There's a lot of missions that take place in the Castillo, so a lot of them kind of confuse me with enemy placements, and I get a lot of enemy placements confused with different missions, just because of how many there are that take you through here. But there's going to be one guy up here. I slowly go around like this just to make sure he doesn't see me or hear me, just because I don't want to risk that. I maybe could have just like gone up and throw a smoke bomb at him or whatever, but I think that would have maybe counted as a ranged weapon, throwing a smoke bomb, so I just didn't want to risk that. So then I get the second painting here, and then that's going to open the window back up there the same way that we went when we were going to kill Cesare and Rodrigo earlier. So the window up here wasn't open before I entered with the painting, but it's open now. And then I have to go out here because if you stay in that room too long, there will actually be enemies that come and detect you, because once you mark the paintings, the game will be like, oh, the painting was stolen, so it's gonna send enemies to try and find them, because the enemies wouldn't know that the paintings will be stolen just by the nature of the mission. So then just go this way, leap of faith down, climb this ladder, and then jump out the same way that I jumped out when I was chasing down Cesare to find the apple, and hopefully not have a bad ragdoll that I did before. Still couldn't grab the ledge for some reason, but thankfully didn't have a ragdoll thing happen. So then this is going to lead into the second painting seed, that I did have to replay the mission for, but get these guys first, just because I don't want them to see me when I kill these brutes that are patrolling around here. So the painting is now in this first area here. So I get this brute, and then what ends up happening is that the other brute and I think the other guard there end up seeing his body. This is actually not what I wanted to happen. I didn't want I didn't want them to see his body, but because it's an unrestricted area, they don't start fighting me immediately, but they still see me. So the brute comes over here to be like, why do you know anything about this body and why are you here? Instead of immediately wanting to kill me. So it lures him all the way over there where I was. So I run back, poison that guy to get the attention of some other guards in the area. And then I kill the last two guards in this area because they're distracted by the poisoned guy. So I go get this guy in the back first because the other guy is looking at the poisoned one.
I have not seen an enunciation from this angle.
And then I get this guy while he's distracted. And then I get the painting here. So the painting could be any of these paintings in this area, and it decided to be this one, but I'm not gonna show every single like painting spot. It's just I just decided to show if it's in that first area or the other area, and
you know about that too.
And then for this one, we have to find all the hidden glyphs in each of the paintings. I know where most of them are, at least for like the first 3 or 4 paintings. I know where they all are for the most part, but the other two
there are drawings on the painting.
I kind of have trouble with because I kind of forget what they are, because a lot of them in the first 3 paintings are pretty obvious because they're squares, so just like look in like square shaped locations. So I know that they're on the paper and then by his face, and then in this one I know that it's on her hand and then next to her face.
I found one.
So then I get those 2 there, and then for these last 2 paintings I kind of have trouble with, because everything looks the same in these 2 paintings, and there's not really like any like obvious locations to look for like there are in the other ones. So these 2 I kind of always forget what they are. And then also for this mission we have to complete the whole puzzle in 5 minutes, which is why I kind of struggle with these last two paintings a lot because I'm kind of trying to rush to meet the time limit, which I think I shouldn't have to rush as much as I do because I get the glyphs in the first three paintings pretty easily, and then I have more time for the first two paintings. You can also do these paintings in any order. I just do the paintings in the order that I did because I have them pretty easily memorized for the first three paintings, and then for these last two I kind of struggle with. I tend to know where at least one clue in these last two paintings is, and then I struggle with the other one. As long as you memorize the glyphs, at least better than I do, you can do this a little bit faster, but these last two paintings always kind of screw me, because they're both like extremely orange paintings, and everything kind of looks the same, so they're kind of hard for me to find, and there's not like easily identifiable like square-shaped spots in the paintings where a glyph would be, like there are on the other ones. And then we have to do the map, and honestly for the map I honestly just like looked it up and copied it because I couldn't really be bothered to memorize it. I think I did used to have it memorized a long time ago, and then I just kind of forgot. And it's also kind of annoying because there's the missing pieces that you have to kind of deal with, so you have like open spots that you can't really do much about because of what they're saying here with the burned paintings and the missing pieces. So I honestly just like looked it up and copied it because I can't really be bothered to memorize it fully. I think I have some parts of it memorized, but like some of these pieces, especially when it comes to the not edges pieces, like the center pieces, or I always struggle with. So I don't know. I can't really be bothered to memorize like every single piece. I also don't know why I put a corner piece on an edge. I guess I wasn't paying attention. I guess I was looking at the image I had up to do that. Yeah, as long as you just like memorize where these are, or just look it up like I did, and it's not really that hard. Just like as long as you do this within 5 minutes, you can just get the full sync pretty easily. These last two are the ones that I always struggle with, that make me just give up and look it up because I can't be bothered. But I guess you could probably figure out by like, oh, the pieces are supposed to go in like an S shape, kind of. That's kind of like how the best way I've tried to memorize it is like they go in the S shape in the bottom left and the top right are missing. But like even then, sometimes I kind of struggle with it, so I just look it up because I don't really care. So then that is discover location under 5 minutes. And then next mission here, we're gonna actually finish the Vingatia Spirits for the final mission here. This one is mostly really only matters in the first section for the full sync, but for the rest of it, it doesn't matter too much, but you still have to kind of worry about it. This mission is going to be another do not take damage full sync. So there's not really too much to say about that except for the fight with the Hermeticist at the start here, during the parkour section, or after the parkour section, because the fight can be a little bit annoying sometimes. And there was another reset there because I failed it a few times. But basically what I try to do is I just end up stunning them with smoke bombs, honestly, because it's the easiest way, but sometimes, because of the fact that they like show up in waves, not all of them get stunned in smoke bombs, and sometimes smoke bombs can run out before you get to them. And there's always a chest there that you can get. Doesn't really matter, it's just useless money and things that I don't need at this point, but I wanted to get it because I could. That's also a chest that I typically forget about. Like, there's other chests later that I know about, but that one I just, like, I kind of forget that it even exists, so I really only got it because I saw it. But we basically just have like a short parkour section here before you get to deal with the Hermeticists. And then after this mission, the Hermeticists never show up again, because they're only involved in this DLC. So if you want to fight your Hermeticists again, then you have to replay some of these missions. Which is fine, but like there's also not really much reason to fight Hermeticists. Because like I've said, they're really just agile guard reskins, and in terms of like lootable items, they're just thief reskins. So there's not really much of a reason to do that. There's also a way that I'm going to show later once I get to the thief missions. There's a way you can just cheese thieves forever and get an infinite thief glitch, which I do show later. So you really don't need Hermeticists all that much. There's not really too much that like separates them from actual normal guards. They're just agile guard reskins for the most part. But basically what I do here is I just run into a corner, run the opposite way around them to like lure them into a spot, and then just smoke bomb all of them. That guy was still kind of stuck in a smoke bomb animation for a little bit, so he was kind of slow. So I had to kind of wait for him to get out of it and then stun again. And then just smoke bomb these guys, and then this guy got knocked out of it, I think because it ran out, and then I hit him, so it pushed him out of the area of the smoke bomb. But the smoke bomb was running out anyway, so he kind of got knocked out of it early by me hitting him. Because Ezio wanted to do a combat hit instead of an assassination on him, so I had to kind of be a little bit more risky and counter kill him. But because they're just agile guards, they're pretty easy to counter kill. And then just dialogue here because I like listening to dialogue. Because I'm a lore person. I like lore. And then just waiting to see if there's additional dialogue, and there's not, so I just kill him. And that's really all that matters for the full sync for this mission. But the rest of this mission is going through the Pythagorean Temple, which is a lot of parkour stuff. So you do have to kind of make sure that you're careful about your parkour and not taking any damage that you would otherwise try to avoid. Because if you do take damage from parkour, that still counts as taking damage, and the game will count that against you, so you would have to restart and then do the Hermeticist fight again. Which I think I actually have done before in a playthrough one time a long time ago, which was annoying, but the paths for the parkour in the temple are like pretty laid out for you, so there's not really too much hard parkour. It's just kind of
I will be fine.
just deal with the parkour and just hope that you don't fall and take damage and anything. Because a lot of the jumps look harder than they actually are, or like they don't, or you would like fall longer than you normally would, or like they look like bigger falls than they actually are. Or like bigger jumps than they actually are, so it's kind of scary a little bit, but
Thank goodness I sent
it's still not really too hard. And then Ezio decided to spin there for some reason. I don't know why. I probably could have gone to get this chest by jumping down the left there instead of jumping on the right and going under, but I just wanted to make sure I didn't fall too far and take damage. I do end up getting all the chests in those little like areas between rooms, but this is really just parkour stuff, and there's not really too much left to say. I guess like thinking about this now because of Pythagoras and Odyssey is kind of weird, because of like Cassandra being alive during all of this, and like her being like the descendant of Pythagoras, but also Leonidas, but also Marini, but also like basically just a demigod, and having like superpowers and like magical powers and stuff, because Assassin's Creed doesn't know what it wants to be anymore. It's just extremely weird playing this now and knowing all of that. Like, this was the first time like Pythagoras was like ever mentioned in like Assassin's Creed or anything. And then you get to 2018 and you play Odyssey and you get all of that. Like it's extremely like, I don't know what the word is, but like just like weird and confusing. But like, it doesn't make any sense to have like, I don't know, like a temple.
Easy for you
like,
to say.
Like a temple like this that's like all about Pythagoras and all that stuff, but then like he's just been living under Atlantis for like centuries, but then also like had a baby with Marini who ended up being Cassandra, and then Cassandra is also like a demigod superpower character, and then he's alive because he has like a special staff that keeps him immortal, and none of it makes any like real actual logical sense. This is why Odyssey is a weird game. That's why I don't like Odyssey, because things are just weird and don't make any like actual logical sense, and I don't know, Odyssey's just, it's one of the games of all time, honestly.
I suppose
Odyssey is just, if you can't tell, Odyssey is just a game I don't like. Like, none of the things in Odyssey make any real, like, actual sense.
You do not need to lie to me.
And then this series nowadays is just not good. I still kind of want to maybe play Odyssey again at some point, just because I haven't touched it in years, but I don't think I'm gonna enjoy it when I do, but I'm gonna try to push through it, because I already pushed through it once, and I don't know, I have feelings about Odyssey, because I want to replay it, but I also don't, because I hate it, but I also like should play it again, because I've only played it the one time in 2018 or whatever. I did play the DLCs for it, which I think came out in like 2019 originally, so I guess the last time I played Odyssey was like 2019, but that was still like, I don't know, like 6 years ago or whatever. So like, it's probably been like 6 or 7 years since I touched Odyssey. So I probably should replay it again, but I also don't want to, because it's a weird, bad game. It doesn't make any real logical sense. But I did bring up earlier how I might want to do a series of videos showing off the all the dialogue options in it, just because like I want to show off how pointless they actually are. I'm not sure if I'll do that in like one massive long video or like a series of videos, but that is something that I've kind of thought about doing for a while. Because like I think I did try to start doing that a long time ago, but then like I just gave up on it because I couldn't be bothered, and I hate Odyssey. But I think when I did try to do it a few years ago, I realized I noticed that apparently there's like dialogue, there's like different dialogue, even to the point where like selecting your difficulty has different dialogue. Like selecting easy and normal have different dialogue than like selecting hard or nightmare difficulty in Odyssey, which is fine, I guess, but like, do you really need extra dialogue for that? Also there, the jump was a little bit weird. Ezio wanted to jump into the wall for some reason instead of just jumping across. I don't know if that was like the angle that I put on the stick or whatever, but thankfully I was able to like re-catch ledge and get back on the pillar instead of falling all the way down, which probably would have damaged me and had me have to restart, which thankfully didn't happen. But this room is basically just climb around, move the faces, and make the wind go and turn the gears. So that's the second room. The first room I didn't really talk about too much. It was just like climb around, move the light, and burn the ropes. And then this last room here is going to be the fire room, where we have to climb around and activate the fire, and then make the fire go around the room and activate the pillar in the final room, which is then gonna end the mission finally, because it's gonna lead into the cutscene where they discover the number that leads into where the location for the Grand Temple in AC3 is. Because I think the original plan was to make it so that there's like multiple temples around the world that they had to go find, and I think they changed it to one singular Grand Temple, because I think they wanted it to just be more simplistic and not have Desmond to go around the entire world finding one temple, like multiple temples, and I think they wanted to make it so that you just went to one place for AC3, just for like simplicity, which is fine, but I guess it does make it a little bit like not confusing or like anticlimactic or anything, but just like they had an original plan and they changed it, which is like fine. Companies and games do that all the time, but I know it wasn't really like the original plan to have one singular Grand Temple, and then they changed it to the one Grand Temple for AC3. And you actually can like look up the actual like coordinates on like Google Maps and whatever, and like find the real world location of the Grand Temple, but I think it's just like in a field somewhere and not really like in a popularized area, because it is in like Turing, New York or whatever, but it's then just like a massive like open space, and I don't live in New York. I don't live anywhere near that, so I can't really go and like find the actual location. And like for all I know, it's probably on like private property that would probably lead to me trespassing if I tried to go there. So even if I did live close to it, I kind of don't want to risk that anyway, just because like that would be illegal, and I don't want to trespass on someone's property. But because this is real life and not a fictional Assassin's Creed universe, there's like probably not really much of anything there anyway. I feel like the only reason I would want to go would be just because of like novelty stuff, but like I don't live there, and it's probably also private property that would lead to me trespassing, so like kind of can't, and I don't really want to, so but it is a real place. I doubt it's like a cave or anything like in Assassin's Creed, but it's probably just like a field or whatever. I did know there is an old Assassin's Creed YouTuber named Loomer. I don't think he hasn't really been like around or active for like multiple years at this point, but there was a long time ago where he did like an Assassin's Creed around the world trip where he went to like all the major cities, or at least most of them from the Assassin's Creed games. And I think because it was like multiple years ago, I think he only went up to like AC3 or something maybe. He at least went to Italy for the Ezio games, and I don't know if he did farther than that, or like really much farther than that, but he hasn't really been around for years at this point.
But the door is not opening.
He's probably still alive doing things, but I think he probably just like got busy with like his own personal life and doesn't really make videos anymore. I might still play Assassin's Creed, but like I was never personally friends with him, so I don't really know what's going on with him anymore, and he's not really active anymore, so
Leonardo, come here.
Loomer doesn't really do much. But I did remember that that was a thing he did, where he did the Assassin's Creed like city trip around the world and whatever. I feel like that would be also kind of be hard to do nowadays though, because of like travel restrictions, and even though most people consider COVID as over, it's not, because it's still around. People just say it's over because they're stupid and dumb, and then also because of all of the wars and tariffs and shit and like civil rights and like trans rights and whatever. Like people wanting to kill people for just existing, and I don't think the world is like really the safest place to be right now, so traveling, especially to like places like Syria or whatever for like AC1 would be hard to do because of all the stuff going around in that part of the world right now, but it would be something I would maybe want to do at some point eventually if I had the chance, but just because of all that stuff and also my personal life situation right now, I don't know if it's gonna happen anytime soon or like really ever. But it would be like a cool novelty thing to do, to like go visit like each like real world location from Assassin's Creed. Yeah, we discover the number for AC3 Grand Temple, and then we get the revelation, or I guess this was mentioned at the start of the DLC, but Ezio was talking about going to finish Cesare and Navarro, so this is actually taking place before the end of the main game of Brotherhood. Which kind of confused me for a long time, because I didn't really understand that things could take place before other things, I guess. I was a dumb child who was like, oh wait, it's a DLC that takes place after the main game, because it came out after the main game. But nope, it's before the main game ends, and I think
you can sedate
even before he puts the apple in the vault, I'm not... It might be after he puts the apple in the vault, I think, but it's definitely before he goes to Navarre and kills Cesare for the main actual end of the game. But that's also it for main missions, because now we're actually going to get into the Romulus layer and the Templar layers, which are again basically just like parkour missions, and this one is also interesting though, because this is like the one Romulus layer that you can enter where there's like an actual like cutscene and like dialogue when you enter it, because there's like these two guys that watch you enter it, and it's pretty interesting, it's pretty funny. And they also have dialogue again when you leave it. This one is also one where you have to chase someone, and then kill them at the very end, and there's going to be two different options, or two different cutscenes when you kill the guy, which I do show. But this one is basically just another timed mission, and just completed in like under 8 minutes or whatever. A lot of the Romulus layers are timed, and I don't know why they made them... I don't know why they made like half of them timed for full sync, but they did. But you have like way more than enough time to do any of it. There is one, I think the final one I do, where the time cuts a little bit close, especially if you take a lot of the time to do all the chests and Borgia flags in it. So if you, on the final one that I do, if you take the extra time to find all the flags and the chests, you actually won't be able to do the full sync in one shot, in one try, because you won't have enough time to do the entire mission in the full sync time period and to get all the chests and flags in one try. So you actually do have to do the full sync in one attempt, and then go for all the chests and flags in another attempt for that one. But this one is just like blend with these guys, and just follow this one cardinal. There's no subtitles for the cardinals that are talking when you're in these blend groups, but they actually do talk about certain things in the game, like Ezio being the assassin that's like terrorizing Roma and all that stuff. And there's like additional dialogue when they talk, but there's no subtitles for any of it, which I kind of don't really like, because like you can tell that I have subtitles on for this whole game, and I'm someone who prefers to have subtitles on when I play stuff, or like even when I watch movies or shows or whatever, I prefer to have subtitles on. So it's kind of annoying to me when I like playing a game or something, or like watching something where there's no subtitles, just because I prefer to have subtitles on. Because it kind of helps me hear it better and like understand things better. So like if I have to play or watch something where there's no subtitles, it's kind of, I kind of enjoy it less. So I wish there was subtitles for the extra dialogue that the Cardinals you blend with have. But you might, I think the dialogue is also written down on the Assassin's Creed Wiki for this mission. If you really want to read it, I would have to I would probably have to double check that, but there is extra dialogue for those Cardinals that you blend with, that they talk to each other about stuff. And then just go through this door and chase this guy, and that's really gonna be it for this mission, where you just have to chase him. This is also gonna lead into, there's gonna be a part where you have to go outside, and this is gonna be the first time, I think this is the first time in Assassin's Creed, in its entirety, where there's like actual weather, instead of just like being completely sunny out the whole time. Before AC3 like added like actual dynamic weather stuff. But even in AC3, like most of the weather was just like, I think it was still like mission exclusive. Like snow really only happens in AC3 during like sequence like 3 and sequence 8. But this has like rain and stuff, which like doesn't really affect anything. It's really just like flavor for the mission. But this is like the first time like real weather actually appears in Assassin's Creed. And then AC3 actually like included like real weather mechanics and stuff. But it's pretty interesting, but it also doesn't really change much of anything. And then you immediately go back inside anyway, and it's really all you get from it. And then just parkour across all this stuff, chasing this guy. And then we're going to end up killing him at the end, which is going to have 2 different cutscenes when you kill him, which I do show. Because it is pretty interesting that they had 2 different dialogue, or 2 different choices, or 2 different cutscenes. I keep saying dialogue and choices because I was talking about Odyssey earlier, which is stuck in my brain, but because it's not really a dialogue choice or a choice of anything. I guess it's a choice of how you kill him, but it's not like a dialogue option like in Odyssey or whatever. It's just like either kill him like a normal fight or toss him over the edge, which changes how Ezio kills him in the cutscene. But because you also kill him at the very end of the mission, you do also have to do this mission twice if you want to see the 2 different or the 2 different ways Ezio kills him. Or you could just like look them up online, because people have already uploaded them, the 2 different cutscenes a lot. So I'm not really adding much of anything by showing the 2 different cutscenes, because people have already uploaded those for like years, but I just wanted to show it anyway because of the novelty of having two different cutscenes, because it's pretty interesting that they decided to do that. I don't show myself playing the cutscene twice because I don't really need to, but basically just like climb up the ladder here, and this guy has enough health that he doesn't get immediately counter-killed by a hidden blade counter-kill. So I kind of make a mistake a little bit there, but I just end up shooting him once I realize that. So I do start to try to like counter-kill him with hidden blade, but then it does that animation. And then instead I wait for him to stop attacking and then just shoot him. And then we get the first cutscene here with Ezio just like takes the key off his body. And because this is a mission where you have to chase someone, you're kind of always moving forward anyway, so like the time limit on this one for the full sync isn't really all that important. You kind of just don't really think about it because you're already having to move forward at all times anyway when you're chasing the guy. So the time limit isn't really all that important. And then basically just like dive into here and get all the chests and stuff and the key and I was looking for more chests in here, but they're actually past the door in this room. And then even though I did show the Romulus layer, the Romulus like scroll or whatever for the first one from the main story mission that introduces these, I don't actually show them for the side ones because I didn't really care enough to do that. Also because the main story one is automatic. So because these ones are automatic when they show off them the database entries for them, I didn't really care. So we just leave this one, and then I end up showing the other kill of the guy where you throw him over, or you throw him over the ledge. So then you come here, and then you can just grab it and throw it over the ledge to the other way. To the right here. So then, instead of fighting him, I just let him come over to me and grab him and then throw him over the edge. And then we get the other cutscene here. And Ezio just like lets him drop. And then he's dead all the way down there where the mission actually started. And then I don't show collecting the key again because I don't need to.
There he goes again.
Then we get this little cutscene of these guys. And then that is going to lead into the next Romulus layer, which I think is the one that you need to do the aqueducts for to open, because you need to swim into it. So I think this is the one that you need to do the 5 aqueducts to open. It's actually like always here, even before you do the aqueducts, but you just can't reach it because the water level is too low. So you need to do the aqueducts to raise the water to be able to swim to it. This one is don't lose more than 10 health scores. And I'm trying to count what I'd have. So I actually have 10 health scars right now, it looks like. So as long as I don't lose any of that, then it's fine. This one does have a few fights of the Romulus guys in it, but they're not really that hard to kill because Romulus guys are basically just even more agile guard reskins. They do throw throwing knives a lot, but also Ezio decided to jump on the grate there instead of on the platform, which I don't know why. And then when I tried to jump through these guys, he jumps into the water because of the dive and the jump being the same button. So I probably could have done that better, but Ezio decided to jump in weird directions, even though I was telling him to not jump in that direction. So we go through here, and then there's gonna be some fights. But yeah, they do throw throwing knives at you, but they don't really do enough damage to like fully deplete a health square if you get hit by one. Really only matters if like they gang up on you with like combo you throwing knives. Because sometimes they can do that where you can just get like comboed by getting throwing knives repeatedly thrown at you. Which I think does happen a little bit, but I don't think it's enough to like make me lose much of health. So these guys appear, and then just I don't really need to kill them because I just need to chase the guy. So I just kill the first two. I get knocked off a little bit, but not enough to lose my health. And then just chase him. Go past these guys. And then continue chasing this guy. I barely avoid getting hit by a throwing knife there. I think maybe it did hit me, but because I was on the swinging a lamp thing, it probably didn't register as a hit, so I was probably invincible on that when I was on the swinging lantern there. And then this guy is gonna get thrown off. And I try to shoot this guy when he runs away because he's actually gonna run away and alert other guards to me. But I think because I don't know what happened there. I don't know why he was invincible when I tried to shoot him. In my other playthrough where I was where my capture card was broken, I tried to shoot him and I think I shot him when he was running past the pillar, so I think my bullet hit the pillar, but there I shot him directly and he was just invincible from it and he didn't care that I shot him, so I don't know why he was invincible. I don't know if that happens all the time, if he was invincible I don't know if he was invincible because of like the cutscene or whatever. Because I did that like right after the cutscene ended, so I don't know if he was still invincible from being in the cutscene. And I get thrown off by rocks here. The rocks do even less damage than the throwing knives do, so I don't really care as long as I'm still able to climb, because they will knock me down if I can, as long as I can ledge grab like that and save myself. I don't really care about rocks too much, but as long as I don't just like get instantly comboed to death through some stuff that I can't avoid, it's pretty fine. And then just chase this last guy through here. Trying to see if any Romulus guys will show up, and then just run into them. And then just swing through this bar. I'm not sure if you can also dive under this, but I always swing through the hole there. And then just go up this way. Avoid all of these guys, because even though they are Romulus guys and Agile Guard reskins, they can't climb up there because the cutscene starts and it despawns all of them, so I just climb up there to start the cutscene to make them all despawn and they won't bother coming in here to kill me. I only have to worry about the guys in this specific room. So I do get comboed by knives there and lose 1 health square, but I guess it wasn't enough to fail the full sync. Because it just says don't lose more than 10, and 1 is less than 10, so I guess it's fine. And then there I get comboed again, but it's not enough to lose a health score, so I don't know why. The one time I get comboed, I lose a health score, but the other time I get comboed, I don't lose a full health score. That just end up killing these guys on the bridge here. And then this guy is gonna come down and fight me. I think he has like the same health as like the Cardinal in the previous mission. So I don't think you can like instantly counter heal him. I think I end up just shooting him again because you can just do that. Just like cheese everyone by shooting him. He doesn't die from 1 shot, I think, because he was invincible from the cutscene ending again, so I have to shoot him again. Or he has like too much health, so I have to shoot him 3 times. I don't know if it was being invincible from the cutscene or him just having too much health to die from 1 shot. But just like, you can just cheese people by shooting them. Because this game is good, and you can just cheese it like that. But that's basically it for this mission after I loot all these guys, because Romulus guys tend to give a lot of stuff, and because I used some bullets, I want to try to get some bullets back, and they give me money. I don't really need to loot all these guys. I just like looting the Romulus people because I always feel like they give more stuff, even though they really don't. But they're also exclusive enemies. They really only show up in Romulus layer missions because they're not like the thieves where they like ambush you out in the open world randomly. They really only exist in the Romulus layer missions themselves. So they're also kind of exclusive, like the Hermeticists and the Da Vinci Disappearance, but they're a little bit more available than the Hermeticists are, because Hermeticists are only available in the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC, and there's a lot more Romulus Lair missions than there are Hermeticists that you fight in that DLC. So there's not really still not really much reason to loot them like I do, but I just tend to loot them because they're like a little bit more exclusive enemies. And then just like loot all this stuff. You know what? I really don't need it. You can see how much money I have. I don't need all this money, but I feel weird if I don't loot all the chests at the end. So I kind of have to, because it would annoy me otherwise, knowing that I left open chests right at the end of the mission, and I don't want to have to replay the mission to get the chests. So I just loot them now while I can, and I think there are still some stuff in buildings I can renovate if I really wanted to, and I think I did some, but I don't renovate all of Rome because I don't really need to, and I think by this point I'm already at like 90% renovation anyway, so there's not really too much left for me to renovate, so I really don't need all this money, but I just like looting all the chests at the end because I can, and it would annoy me otherwise. And then I'm gonna go to the next one. So this mission is gonna be somewhere. Oh, this is the Colosseum one. I'm trying to see if there's any more in the upper section, but actually not. I should have cut out this map more than I did, but whatever. So we go to the Colosseum one. So this is the one where it ends in the Juno Temple and connects to all the modern day stuff more than the other ones, but this one also has like 2 different cutscenes, I guess, technically in it. The start here, after a short parkour section, there's going to be a guy on a chair that is pretending to be dead to like lure Ezio into a trap. But because he's pretending to be dead, he's actually still alive, so you can actually just shoot him and start the fight early. And that the cutscene is a little bit different. It's not as much of a difference between like compared to like the Cardinal one in the first mission, but I do still show off both of the cutscenes. So there's gonna be this guy in the chair out here, and because I know he's still alive and playing dead, I shoot him. He barely has any health, but even if he did have full health, he would have died from one shot anyway, and you can also tell that he's alive and faking it because you can lock onto him, and he glows with the lock-on stuff. Because if he was actually dead, you wouldn't be able to lock onto him. It's also a pretty obvious trick, like, there's no reason that some guy would just be sitting there dead on a chair for no reason. So it's obviously it's obvious that they're kind of trying to play a trick on Ezio there. So you can just end up shooting that guy and start the fight a little bit early. And I think for Full Sync 1, this is also one that you have to do it under a certain amount of time. I kind of missed what it was. But this guy you have to kind of end up chasing through the whole thing. The chase is a little bit different than the Cardinal chase. Because there's going to be a section coming up where there's like a whole like party going on for some reason in like underneath the Colosseum with like civilians around everywhere, and I don't know what's up with that. I think it's meant to like play a trick on like Ezio's brain or whatever to like be like, what are all these people doing here? But this guy is gonna like try to blend in the crowd and like hide in the crowd because there's gonna be a whole bunch of copies of him. So you have to kind of find where he is, and he's always at the same spot every single time, so if you know where to go, you can just go find him. So I was go up this way and then go around to the room here. I could have probably gone through that window, but he's always dancing with someone down here in this room. So then just chase this guy the rest of the way. And then this is going to lead into the horse section, which I talked about earlier in the modern day stuff towards the end. There's this whole horse chase here, which also showed up in the modern day with the bleeding infected ghosts that you saw a little bit of. So this is the context for why there's horse ghosts in the modern day during the Colosseum part. So they just got a horse chase this guy, and then get to the end. And then the end is gonna have him go for a wall, and there's gonna be a few more Romulus people waiting to do another fight with you. But if you actually kill him before he goes through that wall, you can actually completely avoid that fight entirely, which I think I do end up doing in this recording, just because this was my second recording of this. So I lock onto this guy. I try to assassinate him from the horse, but it actually doesn't let me. So what I do is actually just hijack his horse instead, and then kill him from his horse. So I don't know why it didn't like let me directly assassinate him from the horse, from my horse onto his horse. I had to hijack him and then kill him that way, which was a little bit weird, but this is the wall that he typically runs through if you don't kill him like that. And then there's the people waiting down there, which is an optional fight you can avoid if you kill him early, but then just go down here. This is the same place that Desmond goes to get into the Juno Temple, or at least go into the church that then leads into the Juno Temple, at least for him, because this wall is only open for Ezio and not for Desmond, so then go down here, and then the opposite direction is where the vault is, where Ezio puts the apple later on. So this is the context for how Ezio is able to find the Colosseum vault to put the apple in. This is how he knows where it is. And then we get the Romulus layer, the Romulus scroll there. It's gonna open the door to let us out, and then just get more chests that I don't need. I do have a little bit, it looks like I do have a little bit less money than I did in the previous one, so I guess I did use some money to renovate something, between marking the location and going to it, but I still don't really need money all that much. It just feels weird not getting the chests. This one is do not lose more than 3 blocks health, which, like, I don't think I lost any, so that one's pretty simple. But also, this is the alternate cutscene for the guy in the chair. If you run up instead of shooting him, it does this cutscene instead, and you have to fight one extra guy in the fight. Because if you don't kill him early, he's alive. So there is one extra person in this fight when you don't kill him by shooting him early. But one extra guy doesn't really add too much of anything. It's just like a slightly different cutscene. And I maybe should have cut out this part again, but it's not as much of a change compared to the one with the Cardinal in the first mission, but it is a slightly different change. And then we go into the next Romulus layer here. I think there's 2 more Romulus layers, and then there's going to be the 2 Templar layers, which are basically just pretty simple stuff. Romulus layer down there, and then this, just jump down here. This is also the same building that we're going to come to later once we get into the Templar agents. Because there's going to be a Templar agent that you have to kill in this building. And then we get into this layer, this Romulus layer down here. This one is... I'm trying to remember which one this one is before I see it. Oh, this one is the one where, there's no Romulus guys at this one at all, so I don't know why there's no... I don't know why this is considered a Romulus layer, because there's not... There's no Romulus guys or like any sign of them in this mission at all. And this one was like, don't lose more than a block of health, which is pretty simple to do, because it's parkour and because this game has good parkour where you can actually catch a ledge. And there's no enemies around anywhere. It's pretty easy to not lose more than a block of health. So this one is just parkour around and get to the end, and just like follow the basic path laid out for you. There are some alternate paths to go on if you want to try to get the border flags and stuff. Here I get a little bit confused, but it's not too big a video, and then it's gonna knock down a painting to let you climb back up, which I don't need. And then go across these lanterns here. And then it's just parkour. There's not really too much of the same. I'm trying to think of like other stuff to talk about, because I guess I could mention like the fact that like this does lead into getting the armor Brutus. And I do show getting the armor Brutus once I finish all these, but I immediately take it off because I don't... For one, I don't really need all that much health in armor anyway, and even though it is armor that doesn't break and it gives you a lot of health, I don't need all that health. I also wanted all my videos to be consistent with what I was wearing. I didn't want to suddenly have me wearing the armor Brutus in one video, but then not in other videos. And I also don't like the look of it all that much. It's not really the greatest looking armor. So I'm not really that big of a fan of the armor Brutus. Even though it is like technically considered the best armor in the game because it gives the most amount of health and it doesn't break. And it's basically this game's version of the armor of Altair. It's not really that all that great looking. So I just go immediately take it off. And then here, that part always happens, that collapsing floor. That's meant to like kind of trick you into falling down to the lower section and make you lose health if you're not expecting it, or if you don't react in time. But there's not really too much to worry about in this mission. I still don't really know why this is the one Romulus layer mission where there's no Romulus guys at all. I think because maybe they inhabit this place and something, I don't know. There's not really any sign of them even like living here anyway, because this is kind of like abandoned like papal apartments or whatever. And like no one really lives here anymore anyway. It's kind of like an abandoned place. I maybe would want to, like, if I had the chance to go explore an abandoned place, I probably would, but also, like, a lot of abandoned places are, like, run down and, like, extremely dangerous, and also, like, a lot of them are, like, on private property. I feel like the only reason I would want to go explore an abandoned place, if I ever had the chance, was because I believe in ghosts, and I want to go ghost hunting. I'm really into, like, paranormal stuff, and, I don't really play a lot of, like, horror games or anything. Like, one of my friends is into, like, Resident Evil a lot, and I do talk with him with Resident Evil sometimes, just based on, like, what I know from, like, his videos, and, from when I used to play some of them with him a long time ago, but I don't really know much about Resident Evil, and I don't really play a lot of my own horror stuff. Like, I've played some horror things. I played, like, BioShock, and I've played, Last of Us, and some stuff like that, but, like, I wouldn't really say I'm, like, a big horror game player, but I do believe in, like, ghosts, and I've watched a lot of episodes of Ghost Adventures, even though Zach Bagans is kind of a dick, especially nowadays, but, I do believe in ghosts. I listened to a whole podcast about paranormal and true crime stuff, and, it is kind of something I'm interested in. I don't really think there's a lot of like abandoned places or haunted locations or anything near where I live in real life, but maybe if I had the chance to go to one, I probably would, just for like the experience of it, because I've never had my own like personal like ghost experience or haunted location experience or anything, but I do remember a long time ago as a kid, I did go to Gettysburg and all that stuff, but like I was also a child, so it was like easier for me to get scared by all that stuff, and also like I wasn't really interested in like ghost and paranormal stuff back then, so I didn't really care all that much. Like I liked history stuff. I think I was playing Assassin's Creed back then. And Assassin's Creed is like what got me into like history stuff, but I wasn't really interested in like ghost stuff back then or like horror things. And like even nowadays I'm not really much into horror stuff. I don't really watch like horror movies or shows, and I don't play a lot of horror games, but I do believe in ghosts stuff, to an extent. Some ghost stuff are like, that's clearly fake, but other things I kind of believe in, and like I remember like not really caring all that much when we went to Gettysburg a long time ago when I was a child, but maybe if I had the chance to go again nowadays, I probably would. Just because like it would probably be a better experience nowadays, because I would probably actually care more and be a little bit more interested. Yeah, I guess that's my experience with like haunted ghost stuff, because like I kind of got on this tangent because of like this place is kind of like an abandoned area, but basically what we're trying to do is trying to break down the gate, and there's a lot of like weighted bags that we have to shoot down, to like kind of crash down a chandelier into the gate and try to break it down, which is not really that hard to do. Just basically go around here. I think you do have to do these bags in the same order every time. I don't think you get to choose which ones you do or not. You do have to do all of them, but you don't really get to choose which order. Just because I think there's a set parkour path the game wants you to follow. And then it also gives you these crates here that you can interact with to like freely refill all your ammo. Which doesn't really happen too often. They don't really use that mechanic a whole lot of having to shoot things to like break down weights and stuff, but that mechanic does come back in the final Templar layer mission that I show off, and it's like really the only like 2 times in the game where it uses that mechanic. But then we get this Templar, or this Romulus scroll, and then because I still want to make sure I don't lose a block of health, I want to go down that ladder into that hole pretty slowly, instead of trying to be risky about it. Because even though this mission isn't timed, I could go fast, but I don't want to be risky and lose health. I guess I do be a little bit risky there, but because catch ledge is actually a good mechanic, I can immediately catch ledge before I drop fully and potentially take damage. So I just get the last few chests here. One of the chests that I got earlier, before I started doing all the stuff where I shot down all the weights, there was a chest in one of the side rooms by the stairs, in this final area here, where that chest I think is like maybe the only chest, or like one of the only chests in the games that has a shrunken head in it, and that shrunken head is required for one of the shop quests on Tamir Island. So that is the like the only location where you can find a shrunken head for that shop quest. And you want to make sure that you don't accidentally sell that shrunken head, because if you sell that shrunken head, then you're just screwed out of doing that shop quest, because there's no other ones you can get in the game, and you can't get that shrunken head again if you accidentally sell it. And I guess I show off me buying this building because like it's close enough to the Romulus lair that I don't care. to cut it out. There's also a pickpocket. I didn't even see that pickpocket when I was recording this. But I think I saw him coming towards me, so I think if I didn't get into this Romulus lair in time, he would have stolen from me. But pickpockets don't really matter all that much. If they do steal from you, you can get the money back, but also a lot of times I don't really bother. I don't really have my money stolen from pickpockets a whole lot. Because they don't really actively try to steal from you, they just end up stealing from you if they hit you, if you're in their way, but, pickpockets don't really... I feel like pickpockets and Borgia messengers in Brotherhood spawn a lot less often than they do in AC2. I feel like pickpockets spawn a lot more than Borgia messengers in Brotherhood, but compared to AC2, both of them spawn a lot less. I think they also made them faster. It really feels like especially with Borgia messengers, I feel like they're a lot faster in Brotherhood than they are in AC2. But in this mission, this is the final Romulus Lair mission that I was talking about, where the time limit is like a lot more strict, and you have to kind of go fast in this one, and if you there's no way to do this mission for the full sync and to get all the chests and the Borgia flags in one attempt. You do have to either do an attempt that gets all the chests and all the Borgia flags, or do an attempt that does the full sync, then do that in the reverse order. So you do, if you're going for like a full 100% playthrough of this game, you do have to do, end up doing this mission at least twice. And then just go for the main path that you follow is the one that's like designated by all the torches. So as long as you follow the torches on the walls, you can kind of figure out where to go. Here I'm dumb and I go the complete opposite direction and go in a circle a little bit. I should have followed where the Romulus guy you saw run past went. And like as soon as I say follow the torches, I don't follow the torches, but if you're trying to go for the chests and the Borgia flags and stuff, just go the opposite direction of where the torches are leading you. Because they tend to be in like little alcoves that are hidden off the beaten path a lot. But if you're trying to go fast and go for the full sync and trying to figure out where to go, you can just follow torches. Which is kind of the same mentality that they then use for the underground fast travel points in AC3, where you have to like follow the rats. Because there's rats that if you follow the direction they run, it will lead you to a fast travel point to unlock, or you can interact with a lantern that will like light a thing on the floor that will show you the direction to go. So they kind of reuse that mentality on the underground in AC3. And then here I do something a little bit risky. I jump to the other side, and then just catch ledge, just drop and catch ledge immediately, as much as I can, to drop down this hole faster instead of just going all the way around slowly, because that would waste too much time if I try to go slowly around that drop. And then just go over here. That Borgia flag is one you see all the time. You do have to go through this room and then go all the way around and then go back to get that Borgia flag. But that Borgia flag is always available to see once you go through here, because it's behind that gate. You just follow these torches, and then that should lead into a room where Ezio is gonna be dumb and like alert himself to the Romulus guys for no reason. I don't know why he does this. There's like Romulus guys in this room working on like this cross or whatever. I don't really know what they're doing. And then Ezio like he just decides to like alert himself to them for no reason. I feel like they know that he's here already because of that section earlier where the Romulus guy like ran across as like kind of like a jump scare, but I I don't know why Ezio randomly decides to just like alert himself to the Romulus guys in here for no reason. And there's parkour here. There's another border flag above me. You can climb up higher once you get to the end section here, and then go to a platform where there's a border flag. That is why the camera changes like that, because it's trying to point you towards the part where you can climb up higher to get the border flag. Even though the border flag is optional, so I feel like it shouldn't change the camera, because for one, it messes with your jump direction when it changes the camera, but also the border flags are optional, so I feel like you should hide where the border flag is and not outright be like, you can climb here, you can climb higher here to get the border flag, instead of like pointing it out directly to you. So I kind of hate that the camera changes there like that in that corner, but it is what it is, I guess. And then just climb this cross. I probably could have made that jump, but I just wanted to be safe and not fall down immediately. So I did a catch ledge there, which made me catch the ledge and have to climb up. But I maybe could have landed directly on it if I didn't, but I just didn't want to risk that. And then these tunnels are going to lead into the final room, where there's going to be a whole bunch of Romulus guys that are going to spawn, and this is a big circular room where you have to climb up to the top and get to the doorway at the end. But there's going to be a whole bunch of Romulus guys that are going to spawn, and basically a gauntlet. But you don't really have to fight any of these guys. Any of these guys, you can just run past them and ignore them, and just hope that you don't get knocked down from like rocks or throwing knives that they throw at you. So just climb up this wall here to start getting higher, and then just jump to the middle pillar to climb a little bit higher, and then climb back out to the other ledge, and then climb back to the pillar to climb higher. Just ignoring all of these guys, because you really don't need to bother with any of them. So then just go through here, and then they won't be able to follow for some reason. I don't think like a gate or anything closes to stop them, but they actively say that they can't follow, even though they really should be able to. But they immediately ignore you, or like the game makes them lose you once you get in here. And then it is the final Romulus layer, and then there's going to be 2 short Templar layers after this one. I actually kind of forgot that these Templar layers existed for a little bit, so I actually ended up doing the War Machines. I ended up stopping my recording, doing the War Machines in a different recording, and then during the War Machines I was like, wait, I forgot to do a Templar layer. So then I did the first Templar layer at the end of the War Machine video, and then edited it so that I put it in the Romulus layer video, and then I forgot the second one existed, so I did the second Templar layer at the end of the Templar Agent video, and then did the same thing and put it back into this video, even though they were separate recordings. So I kind of made a mistake of recording, but it's not too big of a deal. I just think it's funny that I just actively forgot that the Templar layers existed. But then we get the Armor Brutus here, which again I immediately take off when I can, because I don't like it. It doesn't look all that great, and I don't need the armor. Especially by this point where I'm already done with the game, the main story of the game, and the Da Vinci Disappears DLC. I don't really need this much health and armor. I immediately go back to Tiberian Island and take it off because I don't need it. Also, just for like consistency in recording, I just wanted to put back on my actual clothes. So then we go into this first Templar layer here with this door. This one is one where you have to chase down a guy and kill only him. There's gonna be a lot of guards that try to stop you, but as long as you only kill the guy that you have to chase, then it's fine. And then this key that we have taken on is gonna lead us to the final chest. I don't know how he figures out that they're no longer alone, because like Ezio hasn't like really made any noise at all. Is he just like that good at like detecting people? Because like otherwise how would he know that Ezio's there? Especially since he didn't look down here at all to like see him. So I don't know how he knew that. But, just climb up here. Just jump across here, and then that is gonna start the chase section. Because for some reason Ezio decides to like alert himself again. He just like walks out from behind the corner to let them see him for some reason. And then dodges the apple being thrown. Here I try to do my jumping strat to get through people. Like I'm trying to get through these guys and like jump through them, but then the game just doesn't let me jump. And for some reason, I think it's because like when I'm in this area, the game doesn't let you manually jump for some reason. So I just don't have a jump input in this area for no reason, unless like I'm jumping from recovering, falling down like that. Because like you could probably see that when I let go of sprint to jump, the option to jump was just like not there. So I just can't manually jump through these guys, and I was confused about why that was happening while I was recording this, but like now watching this back, I don't know why it doesn't let you jump in here. So you just can't do like the jumping strat to like jump through people who are like blocking the path. So I don't know why it does that, but I just like had to let myself get knocked down, I guess. Because I would try to jump through them, but the game doesn't let you jump in this area for some reason, so I just get knocked down and had to get back up again. And then for some reason it gives you a 30-second timer to climb like a 2-foot high wall or whatever, which you don't need. And then this guy is gonna run around this entire big room, but you just shoot him. If you let him run away, he will just run around this big room in a circle until you catch up to him and kill him. But just shoot him and you can just immediately get the key from him. You don't have to loot his body to get the key. I just wanted to because I felt like it. But if you just loot him, if you just shoot him, you can just immediately get the key instead of having to like chase him down for like 10 minutes. Because that is a pretty big room that he runs around and jumps around in, so it can actually sometimes be kind of annoying to chase him down. And I don't think any additional enemies spawn if you let him run around in that room for a while. But as long as you only kill him and don't kill anyone else, you can easily get the full sync for this one. And then just climb up the rest of the way here to get the chest at the end. This part always reminds me of the Templar lair, or the Assassin Tomb in AC2. I think the one in Tuscany, I think, where there's like the giant library that you climb, and then like at the very end of it you have to climb like the rafters to get to the very top. This part always reminds me of that. I guess it's like a reused like concept. Some people might know what I'm talking about. But then just go around this way, and then just climb into the end room here at the very top, and then get the chest that gives money that you don't need. I think these Templar lairs come from I want to say the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC, but I think maybe one also comes from the Copernicus missions. I'm not really sure. I know they were originally not in the game, so I know they had to come from some DLC, but I don't remember if they came from the Da Vinci disappearance or if they came from the Copernicus missions. Because the Copernicus missions were also originally DLC, but they were PS3 exclusive missions. So Xbox 360 players never got the Copernicus missions. But if you do play on the Ezio collection now, even if you do play on Xbox, you do get the Copernicus missions for free. Because the Ezio collection includes all the DLC in each game for free, even if the DLC was originally one single platform exclusive. So that's how you can get stuff like the Draken Armor, which is like an optional outfit that you can get. Because I think the Draken Armor was an Xbox 360 exclusive outfit that you could get. So if you played Brotherhood on PS4 originally, you could never get the Draken Armor. But now you can, even if you play on PS4 on the Ezio collection, you can still get the Dragon Armor. Even though I think it was a 360 exclusive armor. For this one, this is another mission where you have to shoot things to like make things change around the mission. But for this one, the full sync is a little weird. You have to make sure that 2 or more quarry workers survive. There's gonna be a part where the workers are bribed to fight you, and you can kill them, and the game won't penalize you for killing civilians. But in order to fulfill the full sync, you have to make sure that at least 2 of them survive, or 2 or more of them survive, and you don't kill them because obviously as an assassin, Ezio doesn't want to kill civilians. So you want to make sure that you have at least 2 civilians live. So when they're bribed to fight you, what you want to be doing is using fists to disarm them, and which is kind of annoying because they can pick up the items, the weapons that they drop or that the other enemies drop. So you have to kind of disarm them repeatedly, which is annoying, but we can get to that when we get to that. But for this part, we just have to kind of shoot these switches and guide the water to move some platforms to kind of parkour around. This is like the only other time in the game where you have to shoot switches to like move stuff. I think you can use like any ranged weapon that you want. I think you can also use like crossbow and like throwing knives and whatever, but I always just used a gun because it's quickest to equip the sword, which also has the gun equipped as a secondary thing on it. So it's easiest to just equip the sword and then shoot it with the gun, instead of having to go in the weapon wheel and select whatever else and then use that. Brotherhood also lets you manually change your D-pad, like your D-pad weapons. So instead of always having Hidden Blade, Sword, Fists, and Medicine on your D-pad, you can actually change that if you open the weapon wheel and press the D-pad while selecting a different item. It'll actually quick select that. It'll put that on your D-pad quick select. So I could actually put like my crossbow and my quick select on my D-pad, but I never really end up using that because I'm too used to I'm used to just what it is as the default, so I never change it. But you can do that if you want. But since sword and gun is the fastest for me to use as a ranged weapon to shoot these things, is just what I personally do. And then just use this wheel here to move some stuff and shoot some things, because that is going to release the water wheel there to make it able to spin, and then we have to go up here to shoot some more switches to move some water around. So that is going to move the water to make that spin and raise that gate, and then raise that other gate. And then that is gonna let us, that should let us get up there. But I do quickly don't go back down here first to get more ammo. I guess I get one crossbow bolt from there. I guess I was missing one for some reason. I think those crates are also like only usable once. So I only get them the one time, but just go up here and then this is gonna bribe. This is when these guys get bribed to fight you.
The assassin, protect me.
Why not come down and fight,
And then there's gonna be like 3
This up. Goes to the man who kills him.
civilians here that are gonna fight, and then 2 normal guards. The normal guards are fine to kill, but the civilians, I want to make sure that I take their weapon and just drop it because I don't want to kill them. It's just annoying because like I want to make sure I don't accidentally kill civilians, but then I have to equip my fist to disarm them. But then when I try to punch them, I get attacked by someone else, and it's way more annoying than it has any right to be. But you can also see there how like that guy picked up the normal guard's actual weapon instead of like the original dagger he was using. So I want to make sure when I'm disarming the civilians here, I don't mash the button to like immediately kill them when I disarm them. So here I do mash the button, so because I know I'm safe to kill the guard there with his weapon. But when I kill when I disarm the civilians, I don't want to mash it to get them. Also, they were like, I'm trying to punch the guy, and they attack me when I'm trying to punch them. I also don't know what happened there. Like, I had this glitch happen repeatedly during these like multiple recordings, where like I would try to kill someone with fists, and Ezio would do the finishing animation on them, and it would just not finish them. Like they somehow like got out of range, or like their animation just got unpaired somehow. Because this is when they used the paired animation system for fighting. But then like I guess somehow the paired animation system broke, and like the paired animation for the fist combo like made Ezio and the enemy unpaired. So I don't know why they sometimes when I tried to kill enemies with fists, Ezio would just end up doing the animation, but then not hitting the enemy with it. And then here I kind of got confused. I thought I had to do the other switch first, but no, you have to do this one first. Because this is gonna raise a block that you climb up to the other switch over there. So you always have to do this switch, and then the second switch, and then come back to this first switch. I think this is also like one of the only times, or maybe the only time, where there's like a papal guard that has a German accent. I think this is why Rebecca, in like one of the modern day conversations during like after a sequence, talks about German accents, because like there are German accents in this game, but like this is like the only time I can think of where there's actively a German accent. But because this is a mission that technically comes from DLC, there's no, as far as I know, there's no German accents in like the main base game, so I don't know why Rebecca mentions them, unless they had this DLC planned earlier and they knew that they would be putting German accents in, and that's why they recorded that line for Rebecca to mention German accents. But this is like one of the only times like I remember from Brotherhood where there's actively a character with a German accent. But basically just chase this guy, and that's gonna really be it for this mission. We'll have to chase him into a cave, and then we're gonna have to actually fight him in the cave. And then that's really it for this mission. You're supposed to be doing a leap of faith there to this haystack, but Ezio didn't want to do a leap of faith for some reason. I don't know why, because I was holding the direction and I was holding sprint and high profile to do a leap of faith. and instead Ezio decided to just jump across the gap. And I know it's not because of that bridge collapsing when he runs across it, because there's times where if you do that leap of faith, you can like clip through the collapsing bridge if you do the leap of faith too early. So I know it's not because of the collapsing bridge that it stopped me from doing it. This is just like a little weird thing, but just basically climb around this aqueduct here, and then just get up to where this guy is. I think he's supposed to shoot you there, and I think he was about to, but he really just aimed and then didn't because he ran away because I got too close. I think that little section there with the walls is meant to have him be shooting at you and you're meant to avoid it, but I guess I just went too fast for him to like actually start the shooting section. Yeah, this guy just, his gun is too wet, I guess, to be able to shoot, or he's out of ammo, so he just runs. You know, we have to follow him into this cave and kill him that way. I also don't know why, when you're in like these Templar lair missions like this, the symbol for your hidden blade is just the one hidden blade. Even if you do have double hidden blades, the symbol for it is only single hidden blade, and I think Ezio only does use single hidden blade, maybe. I don't know why it's only one hidden blade when you do these missions, but it's a little bit weird. But basically just kill that guy, and that is going to lead into getting the Templar chest for this mission for the end of it. So yeah, not really too much to say about these Templar lair missions. There's only 2 of them, and they're not really... I guess this one does have like a more unique full sync with like not letting two or more civilians die, but you don't really have to like focus too much to do that. Just like basically disarm them repeatedly when they pick up other weapons, and you can kill them. It's only 2 or more. You can kill 1, so you are safe to kill at least 1, but like it's still better to not kill 1 just to let them live for, I guess, being nice. Because the game doesn't actually like desynchronize you if you kill any of them, because they're classified as enemies just for the sake of this mission, but yeah, just disarm them and then don't use weapons against them after you do that. So the next thing we're going to be doing once we finish up believing this Templar lair mission here is going to be the Leonardo War Machines. So we've already done one of those with the machine gun, just because that was an automatic story mission that we had to do through, like, I think it was like sequence 4 or whatever. So the main gimmick of the War Machines is that there's going to be these missions where you have to kill an overseer first to discover the location, and then after that there's going to be a gate that you have to run to that's pretty close by, and then do the actual War Machine mission first. So this overseer wants us to kill the overseer with the pistol. And they are called overseers in terms of the mission requirement, but for really all intents and purposes, they're basically just normal papal guards. There's not really anything that like changes or sets them apart from other papal guards. So just use the pistol to kill him. I probably could have done this a little bit better and not like got up on that beam and shot him the way I did, but as long as you kill him with the pistol, it's pretty simple and pretty fine. Most of these overseer missions are pretty short. They're not really all that special or all that interesting. It's really just go to a location, kill a guy in a certain way that it wants you to kill the guy, and then do the War Machine mission, which is pretty close by. It's close enough to where the overseer is that I don't really bother cutting out the run section here, just because it's not too long of a run to do, because they're all pretty close to where the overseer is. So this first War Machine here, I believe the first one I do is the tank one. Yep. The tank one I tend to do first just to get it out of the way, because it's one of the more annoying ones for me. Even though I feel like I've actually pretty gotten down to like a science, because I've done it so many times. Sometimes I still do mess up, but the main thing for this one is just don't get hit while you're in the tank, and don't take any damage while you're in the tank. Because if you get hit once while you're in the tank, then it will void the full sync and make you fail it and have to restart. But the reason why that's annoying is because of the fact that if you do get hit and have to restart, you have to do all of this section again. Which can be really annoying if you keep failing the full sync repeatedly. Which thankfully I did do this tank mission first try in my original recording and in this second recording here. So I actually managed to do it first try twice in a row, which is good, but this one is just annoying because of the fact you have to repeat all of this, this tailing section, and then fighting the overseer guy, and burning the plans and saving the guys every single time you fail it. So this is just a short tailing section here. You can see the path that I take. It's not really too much to describe. It's just follow the guy. He doesn't really turn around. I think because I do my trick of not staying too close to him. I think he does tend to turn around once if you, like around this rock, if you get too close, but for the most part he doesn't really turn around all that much, so you just kind of go, but because you are following an NPC that walks really slowly, it can just really get boring and tedious for more than it has to. And then once he goes through this area here, the gates are going to close and we're not supposed to be detected in this section anyway. So we can't go through those gates, we have to go around this way. Those guys see me for a little bit, but not enough to start detecting me, so it's fine. And you have like more than enough time to get into this fort here and start punching this guy. I think that timer there is just the normal, the tailing target is off screen timer and not like a specific mission timer or anything. And then just punch this guy. I have had times during this mission where I forget that I have to punch him and I forget to equip my fist, so I end up killing him with a hidden blade accidentally, just because I'm not paying attention, which usually happens when I fail the full sync and have to restart and I'm just like mindlessly going through it to get back to the tank section quickly, because I'm just not thinking. So we punch that guy, he runs away. He doesn't alert anyone to you. He kind of just runs around that corner and disappears. Or he just maybe he runs to a specific point, but I don't really know what happens to him, but he never alerts people to your presence. But we're still not supposed to be detected yet. So I do end up doing this part stealthily. Just killing these guys on the rooftop. We are allowed to kill people, unlike the machine gun mission, before we burn the plans. So that guy there doing that little jump kind of freaked me out, and I was waiting for him to turn around to see if he did another jump back or not, because I didn't want to risk like doing like going around here and getting a scene if he ended up doing another jump like that. So I just kind of waited for him, and then here I just crossbow this guy from across this gap here, and then jump down here and burn these plans. You do always have to burn the plans first before you actually get to the actual machine, which is another reason why some of these missions can suck if you're failing the full sync over and over again. But for the most part, we just have to burn the plans and then free these mercenaries. And then that should lead us into the section that actually matters for the full sync, which is the tank mission. Here I'm deciding if I want to kill that guy or not, but he's over there and not down here, so I just decided to free the mercenaries, which is going to lead into a combat section, so I maybe should have actually killed that guy so I wouldn't have to deal with a spear guy during the combat section. So I maybe should have killed him when I didn't, but it's not too big of a deal. I can easily just do that. Because for some reason it lets me blend with the mercenaries there for some reason, and he didn't detect me in time, so it just let me stealth kill him. And then just kill these guys on our way to where the tank is. These guys are always scripted to spawn So even though it did say detected and do not be detected earlier, this is a scripted combat section, so we are allowed to be detected now. I don't know where this guy came from. I don't know why he wasn't involved in the fight before, but he just kind of comes out of nowhere. And then there's going to be a few more enemies here. I go for this brute over here first because he's not really paying attention and he's walking away for some reason, so I go for him, which leads all the enemies over here and lets the mercenaries just run to the end, so I have to kind of deal with these guys myself. Which is a bit annoying, but sometimes stuff like that can happen. I don't know why they all focused on me instead of also going, like, half of them on me and then half of them on the mercenaries, but it's fine, whatever. And then we get through here, and there's gonna be another parkour section that we have to do. This mission is really only annoying for the full sync because of all the stuff you have to do before you even get to the tank in the first place. Because you have to do all of this stuff. You have to do the tailing mission, the tailing section. You have to do the beat up the guy. You have to do the stealth across the rooftops and then burn the plans. You have to free the mercenaries. You have to fight the guys. You have to get down here if they do all this parkour stuff. And then you get to the tank, and then you get one attempt at the full sync. And if you fail it, you have to do all of this again, which is like just extremely annoying for extremely like really no reason. And then here I get this chest because I felt like it, which makes me waste even more time because I have to run halfway through that tunnel and then run all the way back. Which was my fault that I decided to waste that time, and not really any of the game's fault, but I guess it is the game's fault that they put the chest there, but it's my fault for going for the chest when I didn't need it. And then here, this parkour section, you have to kind of take it a little bit more slowly because these beams are pretty long and have pretty long, they're on like opposite sides of the wall, so you have to shimmy across the swing bars from left to right or right to left and then go that way, and if you miss any of the jumps, you fall in the water and you have to swim all the way back around the curve of the wall and then get back to the top that way and then do the jump again, which is way more annoying than it really has to be. You can't really rush that section. I've had a lot of times where I've missed the jump and fallen right at the very end and I had to swim all the way back around to just get another attempt at it. Then we lower this bridge here, and that is finally going to lead into the tank section. After all of that, after like, I don't know, like 10 minutes of whatever other things this mission wanted me to do. Way more annoying than it really has any right to be. So I think this is why the tank mission full sync sucks. But thankfully I do end up doing it first try. So basically just take it slow and make sure that you're angling your shots correctly and avoid the shot lines that you can clearly see, and try to angle your shots correctly and move the tank in the right way. Here I show the tactical camera, even though it's really pointless. It makes your view way worse than it is normally, so there's not really no reason to use it. I just wanted to show it off just because I felt like showing it off. And then I go right back to the normal camera. But basically we have just to go around this path here and destroy these the cannons, but I also take the time to shoot all these extra barrels because I don't want to risk the cannons that I'm supposed to destroy shooting those barrels and having me take damage from their explosions. So every time I see barrels like that, I try to make a point to shoot them. Also, if you do run into them, if you, like you can see here, I'm struggling with the tank controls a little bit. So if you do run into the explosive barrels, that will actually make them explode and do damage to you. And you don't really have to kill these on-foot guys. Even though they do shoot at you, it's not enough to actually do any damage to you because they have pretty weak guns and they're not powerful and explosive like the cannons. So you don't really have to worry about the on-foot guys too much, but I just take care of them when I can because they can be a little bit annoying even though they don't actively do any damage to me. So I just go around this corner here pretty slowly, I think this point is where there's going to be like 2 cannons at the same time, or just one. I think there's at least one corner coming up where there's going to be 2 cannons right next to each other. I would actually use this one, okay. So I guess I was taking it slow, but as long as I shoot one of them, they're close enough to each other that it also gets the other one. And then here there's going to be another cannon around that corner. Shoot those barrels. That cannon all the way the distance is not at the right angle to shoot through these curves to hit me, and it's too far enough away to even get a shot off at me. So I'm not worried about that cannon in the distance right now, until I get close enough like that. And that was also 2 cannons next to each other again. Sometimes you can also have that happen where your shot gets caught on the rocks on the side, even when it looks like it wouldn't hit the rocks based on your cursor. You also can't like rapidly shoot the cannon. You have to kind of like, you can't really like mash the button or anything. You do have to kind of wait for it to reload, which you can tell by the clicking sound that happens, which you might not be able to hear because of lowering the volume so you can hear my commentary, which I do just to make sure people can hear me, and then also by the red lines on the cursor, which are meant to indicate reloading. You do have infinite shots. You don't have to worry about ammo or anything like on the machine gun. And then here, there's going to be a big arena, and you're going to have to shoot a rival tank, an enemy tank. And what I do is I try to, before I activate the checkpoint, I try to shoot these barrels. I'm really only close enough to shoot like maybe 1 or 2, so I'm trying to aim up. But the aiming up doesn't really help, because it kind of just ends up shooting at the same angle. So I end up shooting those ones, the one on the right and the one on the left, and then I get that one in the middle there. And then I know that the tank is going to spawn over there. So I end up just going, just go in a straight line and a circle around it, and just mash the button until it explodes. I think there also was another barrel over there by where the tank spawned, but I didn't bother shooting it because by this point it's behind me and I already had destroyed the tank. And then here, just shoot these gates down, and there's going to be a tank in the middle of the area, but it's actually an unarmed tank and it's not going to actually shoot at you. It's meant to just be an obstacle in your path. So I end up destroying that one, and then there's going to be these 2 tanks that come on the side, and you have to destroy 2 tanks at the same time. But what I do is I actually destroy these towers first, just to make sure I have more space in the area to go. Even though it's honestly making me have less space, but I just prefer to destroy them first, just for my own safety. You can probably see a tank there on the right by the tower in the back, but there's going to be 2 tanks. I take care of these guys. I try to see if I can shoot that tank early, but I actually don't. So what I actually do is I get a little bit closer and I activate the checkpoint. And then I slowly back up into the out of bounds area a little bit. Normally I try to stay in the out of bounds area a little bit more, but they were kind of starting to get a little bit close to me, so I decided to just go in. And to just circle around these 2 tanks here. This is really what you're intended to do, and this is what can make you lose some health. But thankfully I get good circles. He gets stuck on the tower that I destroyed, and he was about to shoot me there at the very end, but thankfully my shot came out first. So still probably not the best showing of the tank mission, but thankfully I was able to do it first try, and I never had to retry it in this attempt, just because of this one being annoying because of how much stuff you have to redo every single time you want to redo or you want to do another attempt at the full sync. Because the full sync doesn't really matter until like the very end section of the mission. So there's way too many tedious things you have to redo before you get another attempt at it. Which I think is the main reason why this one is annoying. If you didn't have to redo all that stuff every single time, it probably would be less annoying. It would probably still be a little bit annoying, but it would like be less annoying than having to redo the entire thing over and over again. which is why Brotherhood and Revelations not having a restart checkpoint and having you have to restart the memory entirely whenever you fail full sync can be a little bit annoying. Which is why I like that AC3 included restart checkpoint, because it makes full syncs a little bit easier. But for this Overseer mission here, we just have to use the kick attack against the Overseer in combat. So I actually get in combat on purpose, just so I can do that. Kill this guy first. I wanted to kill the Brute there, but it locked onto the other guy there a little bit. So I do the kick there and get interrupted, but as long as I get the kick off, which I did already, then I'm fine for this full sync. And because they're not really any different than normal paper guards, I'm able to easily just shoot him again before this horse runs me over like 3 times. So I do shoot him to kill him, but as long as I use the kick attack before I kill him, that's fine. And because these Overseer missions are technically memories, you can replay these Overseer missions, even though they're like really short and don't really have too much going on with them, but you can replay them if you need to, if you really want to. But there's not really too much to worry about with them. So we just finished looting these guys, even though there's no really real reason for me to do that by this point, but I know that they're limited time enemies that really only spawned because of the mission, so I just wanted to get what I could from them for the limited time that they exist before they despawn from me starting the mission. And then just run down to this gate over here, and then this mission I think is going to be the boat mission. In my other recording, my original recording where my capture card was all glitchy and frozen and crappy, I did the bomber mission first, and then I did the boat mission last, but I actually ended up doing the boat mission first in this one. I don't really know if that was a conscious decision. I think I just ended up doing them in a different order and didn't really think about it. But then for this mission, there's going to be a guy that we have to follow, and there's going to be like 3 different gates that he has to go through, and for the full sync, we have to open at least one of those gates ourselves for him, instead of letting the enemies open the gates for him. Which probably doesn't make all that much sense, but it'll make more sense when you see it. And then we just have to get inside the area, burn the war plants, and then use the machine and then destroy the machine like every other mission. This guy is actually different. He's actually trying to help us on purpose instead of Ezio threatening him into helping. So this guy is actually on our side instead of just being someone that we have to threaten into helping us. So he's gonna lead us to the dry dock where the world plans are, and he has to go through some different gates that enemies are gonna open for him, and we have to open at least one of those gates for him ourselves. And the way we follow him is just by like swimming around him, at least for this first part here. If you touch the gondola or like try to jump on the gondola, it's gonna make him fall into the water and die. Because this uses the same like gondola mechanics from like Venice and AC2, where the civilians that drive gondolas around, and if you jump on top of them, it forces them off into it and into the water and they die. So that also applies to this guy. So if he falls off the water and dies, it counts as a desynchronized, it counts as a death for him. And this gate, I think, is just meant to introduce the gate stuff, and you can't really do it on this gate. And then there's going to be like 3 more gates later that you have a chance to open the gate through him. So that's why I kind of got stuck there, because the game was starting to load the cutscene and show that. So this gate we can't do ourselves, but then we just climb up to the top and go across all these beams, and then avoid all the enemies that are in this area here. And because this is a mission where we have to follow someone, even though they are an ally and it's not like a proper like tailing mission, we do have to wait for them to kind of get ahead of us and kind of be in his same general area, because the game will get mad at us and make me fail if I go too far from him. So I do have to kind of wait for him to catch up sometimes if I go too far ahead. So then here I just air assassinate that guy, and then open this gate. So that is opening one gate myself, so that is the full sync done. There will be more gates later that I have a chance to open, but because I've already done the full sync here of this first gate, I just let the enemies open the gate for him, and also because I think it's faster to let the enemies open the gate. I'm not really sure, I haven't really timed it out, but I assume that it's just faster to let the enemies open the gate for him, and I don't really bother with it because I just did the full sync there with that first gate, so I don't need to do any of the other gates, because the full sync only requires that you do one of the 3 gates and not all of them. So then here I go across these beams and just wait for him to catch up if I go too far ahead. Some of these jumps can be a little bit risky, like you saw earlier I did a catch ledge and grab one. There I was on a beam that was under it, and I did a manual jump with no stick movement to jump up to something that was above me. And then here I just go down these beams while waiting for the guy to kind of catch up, and because he is on the boat and on the water, there's not really any way for him to like speed up or go ahead. I mean, he can go ahead if you actively wait for him to go ahead of you, but there's no way to like make him go any faster, because he's stuck on the boat and stuck on the water and stuck on the same path. I didn't realize that that brute was seeing me when I was recording this, so I guess thankfully that guy did, the cutscene happened and the guy didn't see me in time, because the cutscene stopped him from seeing me, because I did not realize until watching this back just now that that guy was seeing me, so that's interesting. And then here there's not really any more beams for us to go across, so I just air assassinate that guy to get down, and then just wait here. I don't think I can ledge assassinate from there. This I get a little bit too close to him, and I get scared that he'll knock into me, which will probably make him fall into the water. So I kind of got scared a little bit there when he was going past me a little bit. I was playing a little bit too risky. But just get these guys, because we're still not supposed to be detected in this area yet. And here I see that gap over there by the left. I want to see if I can go under it by diving, but I don't think I actually can, so I actually end up giving up and going over here to the right side instead. Maybe you can go under that, I'm not really sure. I didn't really fully test. I wanted to see if I could, and then I was like, oh, wait, there's wires there, so maybe you can't. So I kind of gave up on testing, even though I probably should have done a little bit more testing there. But the guy was also kind of getting ahead of me, so I just decided to go. And then here, it's just the same thing, but the areas are reversed, where the pathway is over here, but then the gate is on the other side. That guy did not hear me kill his friend here, so I just get up and kill him, and he doesn't turn around, so I just sneak up on him. And then here I wait for this guy to go past me, and dive in the water so the brute doesn't see me there, just to make sure he doesn't fall in the water and die if I accidentally touch his boat. And then that is the end of this follow the guy section here, and that is going to lead us into the dock where the warp lands and the machine is. So just open this door. And then there's going to be more enemies in here, and there's going to be another path above in the roofs that we can take with this ladder here, even though it does say detection is now permitted. I'd still rather avoid it if I can, so I'd go up here, jump across these beams this way, and then just avoid everyone in here when I can, except for this guy, which I use to get down again. And because he's behind the wall and those enemies in the rest of that room don't really do anything and don't patrol or move around or anything, they won't find his body. And then these guys are always standing still, but there's also more enemies in this room, but because detection is now permitted, I don't really care if I get seen or not. So I just kill these guys while these guys are watching me, and then just get into combat because I don't really care. And those guys on the left side didn't see me long enough to start combat, so I just go around this way, get this guy, and then get the last few guys here. I forget that you can't grab brutes, because I don't typically grab brutes, so I kind of forget that you can't. And then just go up here, get these war plans, burn the war plans, and have to find a way to where the boat is, or the naval war machine, I guess is what it wants to call it. And then we're gonna lower, or we're gonna raise this platform, and then go up to the higher sections where there's gonna be a few more enemies that we have to kind of take care of as we make our way to, the war machine is actually down below us where I killed those enemies before, and I was running around and, tried to grab the brute accidentally. That is actually where the war machine is already, so it's actually there already, but what we have to do is raise the water level, so we're actually going up here and going all the way around to find the switch that will raise that water level, so we could actually use the boat. You can probably see it down there. Because you can't really use a boat if there's no water, so we do have to raise the water level. So kill this guy here, and then jump down here and kill this guy, and then raise the water level, and that's going to let us use the actual war machine. And then once we get to using the war machine, there's going to be some boats, or some ships outside that we have to burn the sails of, and somehow burning the sails is going to make the entire ship explode, which I don't really know how that works, because I don't think sails are explosive and don't make an entire ship explode, but somehow burning the sails on a ship makes the entire ship explode and catch fire, so that's the logic that they're going with for some reason. It's also not Greek fire. I don't think it's Greek fire, so it's not really as explosive or anything as like the Greek fire that you use in Revelations in that one mission where you have to escape Constantinople and get on the ship to go to Cappadocia. I don't think it's the same like type of Greek fire or anything as that. I think you're just shooting like flaming arrows or whatever out of the naval war machine and then destroying these flags or these sails on this boat on the ship, and somehow that makes the entire ship explode, which I don't really know the logic of that, but that's what they're saying happens. But the rowing is the same mechanic as rowing on a gondola as like the ones in like Venice and AC2 or whatever, and then you can switch from rowing to using the shooting part. I don't really know what is meant to be shooting. I don't think it's arrows, but maybe it is. But you can switch from rowing to shooting. I also should have gone the opposite way, because the way I went is towards the boundary of the map instead of where the other ships are, but you can switch from rowing to shooting the war machine and then aiming it, and it's not really too hard to use it. The main thing is just that, like, because you're on water and rowing a boat, there is momentum that you have to kind of take care of. Like, you saw after that cutscene there, I was way closer to the boundary of the map than I was before that cutscene happened, because the boat was still moving from momentum during that cutscene. And then just make sure that you aim on the sails. You can usually tell if you can hit when they glow white like that. And then just shoot each of these sails. I somehow did miss this first sail here, so I don't know how that happened. And then just aim at these sails, burn the sails, and then that somehow destroys the entire ship. You actually also can get hit by the ship shots, by like what they're shooting at you. I don't know if they're like full cannons. I would expect them to be full cannons, but they don't really shoot like visible cannonballs. They mostly just like have aim lines, and then the aim lines, if they fully match up with each other, and or as like when they shoot, and then if you're in the crosshair of the line is when they hit you. But like I'm so confused how destroying sails makes an entire ship explode. But that's the logic that they're going with somehow. Let's just destroy these last few sails here. This last one is a little bit annoying because I kind of got too close to the ship. So that should destroy the last sail, destroy the last ship, which I still don't really understand. Watch all these guys ragdoll and fall into the water. And then that is the end of the ship, the boat war machine, I guess. I mean, they call it the naval war machine, but I just keep saying boat because it is a boat, but like, I guess it doesn't really matter what you call it. And then destroy this one, and that is gonna be the second war machine that we have to destroy. And then the last one is going to be the bomber, which is also kind of an annoying one because it's another one where you have to not take damage on it. But it's a little bit more maneuverable than the tank, so I think it's a little bit easier, even though I say that, even though this one took me way more attempts to do than the tank one. So I think at this point I feel like the bomber mission is way more annoying than the tank one. But for this overseer mission, before we even get to the bomber, we just have to find an overseer and use a smoke bomb to stun him. Because like I said, all of these overseer missions are really simple and really easy. So just use a smoke bomb, and that is the full sync done. And then just kill the rest of these guys. I don't know how these guys over there got affected by it, because they really didn't look like they were in the range of my smoke bomb there. And then just like end up looting all these guys again because I can. And maybe see if I can get at least one smoke bomb back, because I did use a smoke bomb for that full sync, so I might want to see if I can get one back. Which I probably would get from the Papal Guard, because I think they give a lot. Yep, there's my smoke bomb back immediately. And then just finish looting up these guys and then get into the bomber mission, which, like I said, is going to be another mission where you have to not take any damage while on the bomber. And there's still going to be a lot of, not as much stuff to do before on the war machine, as the tank mission, but there's still going to be some stuff you have to do before getting even like an attempt on the bomber, even though it's not as much as the tank one. But this one can also be a little bit annoying just because of you have to do so many things before you even get a chance to even use the bomber to even attempt the full sync. So yeah, this one don't get shot while on the bomber. And then here we have to find the architect, which is like the only one where you have to like actively search for them. But he's like usually always around in this area somewhere. So I didn't even see him when it said target detected. He was like behind that tree over there, but he is usually around this like cafe, I guess, area somewhere. And then just follow him. This kind of reminds me of like the interrogation missions from like AC1, where you have to like find a guy and then follow him to a specific point where no one will see you punch him, and then you punch him in like a secluded area to interrogate him. So it kind of reminds me of those, like more so than like any other of these like overseer things for the other ones, because you actually have to like find him and then follow him to a secluded area to do it. I guess you did have to follow him to a secluded area for the tank mission, but for that one you didn't really have to like actively find the guy you had to follow. He was just like there in front of you. For this one you actually have to find. Sometimes he can be like walking around like this big main town area and like be in a different spot, but usually he's around that like cafe area that I was at, for the most part, like 90% of the time. It's also annoying too because there's a lot of NPCs around here that have this same model, or like the same like clothes for the same model, even if the face is different. So sometimes you can also get a bit confused and not find them, but I guess that's what Ecovision is for. So then just beat up this guy. He's gonna tell us where the plants are and where the bomber is, and then we can go take care of that stuff. And we're still not supposed to be detected, so we're also fully notorious now, so just avoid those guys, and then just jump across this way. It doesn't look like you can reach through that jump, but as long as you catch the ledge, you can easily just make that jump. If you don't want to jump, you can go around and follow the path through the gate where you have to blend with some civilians to go for the gate that's being watched by some brute guys, which is a little bit slower, but that's another thing you can do instead of making that jump. And then here, there's another gate we have to go through that's watched by more brute guys. And then just blend through the gate here. Typically, there's like also other guards patrolling on this road here. You might be able to see some more enemies like patrolling up by the castle, like those guys up there, but sometimes there can also be another group patrolling like directly on that road that I was on. So then just run around this way to kind of parkour into the fort here, and then just get on these boxes here. These boxes you have to like back eject onto from this little square handhold thing, and then jump back to the wall. And then there's gonna be an archer guy up here, or a crossbow guy. I guess they're not really archers anymore because they've moved on from archers to crossbow guys, but kill this guy. And then there's gonna be two guys down here that I actually use poison on because I want to make sure that they don't really see me when I jump down, so I use poison to distract them and to also make sure that their SSI doesn't fill. I've been talking about detection this whole time, and I've never really used SSI up until this point. SSI is what they call the detection meter. It stands for social status icon or social status indicator. Some games, I think, use a different word for I. And then also here is trying to make it to the main, to the barrels over there, to like kind of jump up the wall. And then those guys kind of spawned out of nowhere, but I was also scared because of the guys that came around the corner there. So thankfully I was able to get away in time somehow, because they were probably like a pixel away from detecting me. Especially because I accidentally went into the well there, but SSI is basically their name, like Assassin's Creed's name for the on-screen, like, visible detection meter that enemies have above their heads. And whenever that goes from yellow to red, that means they're going to investigate your last known position where they last saw you. And then when it fully fills up with red, that is when they will start combat with you and detect you fully. I also don't know why I tried to crossbow the guy there. I typically try to crossbow him, but I don't know why I still made the shot, even though I could obviously see that my crossbow would have bounced off the wall, and it did, so I don't know why I still made the shot there. Because he kind of got away from me in time. So I just go over and ledge assassinate him. And then here, just jump to this tower here and then drop down onto this platform. And then here, I do an air assassinate to get down from, and then also kill this guy. I always make sure to manually lock onto him, like actually pressing the manual button to lock on, which for me is L2. So I manually lock onto him just to make sure that I kill him directly, because there could be times where there's other enemies that are like below him on the ground level, and you can also be in range to kill those guys from the air assassination point, and I really want to make sure that I don't accidentally kill those guys if they are there. And if they are there and I accidentally kill them, then I would get detected, because there would be the guy I did do the air assassination on would see me jump in front of him when he does the air assassination animation, and I would probably also get detected by like some other guys down there maybe. So I just want to make sure that I manually lock onto that guy to do the air assassination there. And then we finally get up here, kill those guys through dropping the floor out from under them. And we finally get to the bomber, and finally get an attempt at the bomber. This one I actually did fail a few times, just because I was not really playing as well as I should have been. There was, I remember at least one of my attempts where I was going to this first factory here that you have to destroy, and I just ended up ramming face first into it because I wasn't paying attention to where I should have been flying, and I wasn't paying attention to my height. So then you have to destroy each of these workshops, and each factory workshop takes 2 shots to destroy. That was also a risky thing to do there, to destroy the archer platform, because those archers can easily shoot at you and make you take damage and lose full sync. So if you want to, and you probably should, make sure that you kill them to make sure that there's no one shooting at you, but it also is a risky thing to do. And because you have to make the fires yourself to get more height, sometimes you can also kind of get stuck like that and not really have much momentum. So I try to go around here. I think I shoot these guys. I wasn't sure if I was going to make the shot there, but I actually ended up taking the shot. And then I probably should not have risked it on those guys because I was worried they were going to shoot at me, but thankfully able to shoot them in time. I think I barely missed those guys, and then I go over here and get this workshop. I barely missed the workshop, and then I don't have enough time to shoot it again because I go too far. So that workshop I think I've missed like twice already. So then I think I just give up and go to the other one over here, or I turn around. I think I don't really know what I'm doing here. I'm just kind of making it up as I go, but I end up going to this one. Sometimes the reticle on the bomber can be a little bit weird, and it doesn't really shoot where you aim it sometimes, it feels like. Like sometimes it can shoot out of where your reticle is. The reticle also only goes red when you shoot and when it's in the process of reloading. So sometimes that also confuses me because I'm expecting it to go red when I'm like when I'm actually aimed onto something I want to shoot at. Because most games would do that, where your reticle will change color if you're like aiming at something that you can actually hit. But no, it only goes red when after you press the button to shoot and when it's in the process of reloading, which can kind of be confusing sometimes. And then fully notorious again. I don't know how I lost the notoriety, but I guess we're notorious again for a second time. I guess I maybe lost the notoriety from dying and having to restart, but we just go here. Also, thankfully, if you do die by like ramming face first into a workshop or like into the ground or whatever, that counts as a death and not as a fail full sync. So it just automatically restarts you from the checkpoint from like starting flying the bomber. Thankfully, when I died, I didn't have to restart all the way from the beginning, but if I did get shot by any of these archers, I would have to start from the beginning. And then once you destroy the workshops here, there's going to be these carriages that come out, and I almost got shot there because I can't move during those cutscenes there, but the archers can still shoot at you. So I've had times where I come out the cutscene like that, I immediately get shot, and thankfully that didn't happen again there, because I was really close to it, and also just barely avoided getting shot there again. So we destroy one cart, and then there's going to be a second cart here, and I think there's also going to be a third one that shows up. Or 2 more carts, actually. So then we just aim like that and just shoot that one. And then just go and get more speed and more height. Almost run into the pillar there. And you have to make sure that they you destroy them before they reach the castle. I think is what the requirement is. So this one is getting pretty close. So I maybe should have gone for this one first instead of the other one, but I've lost all my speed now, so it's actually kind of a little bit easier to aim, but I also want to make sure that I have speed. And then this horse guy kind of always ruins me. You'll probably see here that I actually restart because because I failed him. Because if he manages to escape the area, that also counts as a fail. Not a fail full sync, but a fail for like the mission. So it does restart you from the checkpoint from when he spawns, but because he's on a horse and he's pretty fast and he's a small target, it can be sometimes hard to hit him. So I do tend to fail on the horse guy at least once, but at least there's only one horse guy to take care of instead of like 4 different carts. So as long as you just get the horse guy, then you're pretty good. But that's actually it for the war machines. There's actually not... There's only like 3 of them, but there's 6 different war machine missions because of the overseers and then the 3 war machines themselves. But if you don't factor into the overseer missions, then there's not really a whole lot to do with war machines. And then here, Leonardo gives us the parachute, which I actually leave in just because to like show that I got the parachute. There's not really too much a reason to really ever use the parachute in Brotherhood. Also because like you only get it from doing the war machine missions, and I did the war machine missions after doing the main story. So there wasn't really too much reason or like purpose or like availability of me using the parachute in the main story missions. And like there's not really much spots in Brotherhood to like really use the parachute much anyway. But now we get into Templar agents. This one here, there's gonna be a guy on the rooftops that we have to go and find and then kill him. And you'll actually see that from like pretty much all of these Templar agent missions, except for I think like 1, the full sync is to kill him with the hidden blade, which I don't know why they like reused that one for like almost all of these Templar agents, but like all of these Templar agent missions except for 1 of them are like just kill them with the hidden blade. And a lot of them end up like having you chase the guy down. But this one, he's gonna be on the rooftops down here in this area where the rooftops are all like destroyed and ruined and all that stuff, so they're kind of hard to navigate around, but as long as you can easily navigate these areas, it's not too bad. It also doesn't matter if I get detected or anything, because it's not like the war machine missions where you're in like a set area for just the mission. So I just take care of these rooftop guys and go find the guy we're supposed to kill for this one. I think this guy is also called Lance, which like is pretty funny to me because I play Xenoblade a lot more than I play Assassin's Creed now, and there's a character in Xenoblade 3 that's also called Lance. So when I was doing this mission, I was like, oh, it's Lance from Xenoblade 3, even though it's not, but it's just funny to me like that. But this guy's always in the same spot every single time, and it also gives you a marker to where he is anyway, but once you get to the area where he is, he's always in the same spot, and then just chase him down, kill him with the hidden blade. Also, all of these Templar agents are actually the multiplayer characters. So this game used to have multiplayer back on like the original PS3 and 360 versions. Also on PC, but I'm pretty sure all of the multiplayer servers are shut down now. I think I did talk about this earlier when back in like Sequence 2 when I was doing the El Carnefice mission or whatever that guy's name is. But all online for Assassin's Creed is shut down now, but all of these Templar agents are the multiplayer characters that you do play as, that you can select from in the multiplayer, back when it was actually still up. So like these Templar agent missions are like the only remnant of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood Revelation, or Assassin's Creed Brotherhood multiplayer. Also with Revelations, the Master Assassination missions, or the Master Assassin missions, the guys you kill in those missions are also the multiplayer characters for that game. And then this one, we just have to kill the person with the hidden blade again. This target is also a woman. I think this is like the first, maybe one of the first missions in Assassin's Creed in general where your target is a woman. Because they didn't really have, like, female characters or, like, female targets or whatever until, like, Syndicate. And even then, in Syndicate, like, you really only have, like, one female main target, and then, some of the NPCs and, like, some of the enemies are female, but, this is, like, as far as I know, like, the first time there was, like, an actual, like, proper, like, woman target that you kill in the series. Even though a lot of people say that Syndicate was the first, it was actually this mission in Brotherhood to do that. And they're also always in the same spot. I actually didn't see them. The game actually told me where they were here. So I wasn't even, like, pointing my camera towards them or anything. I was just running because I thought I had to keep going straight. But I guess I slightly turned my camera in such a way that the game, like, detected it and was like, you found the target, so I guess it just showed me where they were. So just chase her down and just kill her with that hidden blade again, because this is another one where you just have to kill him with hidden blade. And then just kill her. This is also the same spot where you have to kill people with the assassin recruits during the Mechaloto tailing mission, back in, like, sequence 7 or whatever. So that's probably why this already looked familiar. But just kill her, and then we're gonna get to the next ones. I actually loot her body too. I think I wanted to also loot the body on the other guy, the first one, but I think his body, like, fell into the ground or, like, disappeared or something, so I actually didn't get to loot his body. And then here we're gonna go up to this next one. This one we have to do an air assassination to kill him, which again is just kill him with the hidden blade, but just in a different way, in a very specific way. And then we, this one has a lot of dialogue before you talk to him, and I just wanted to show that, because I like dialogue and I like lore. He's always here just yapping about this stuff whenever you just run past him in the open world before you do this mission, so you might hear this dialogue a few times if you're just playing the game and you just run past this place, but I wanted to show all of this dialogue, just because I like dialogue stuff. But yeah, for this one we just have to kill the guy with an air assassination, which is just kill them with the hidden blade, but in a very specific way, because you can't really air assassinate with other weapons. So it's really just another fancy way of saying kill with the hidden blade. So he is actually going to be up in a church spot, in, like, a church building in a few, like, meters, I guess, from where we are, and just run there, get up on the roof and kill him with the air assassination. So this one is pretty simple. They're all pretty simple, honestly. There is one that I failed just because that one is timed and the time limit on it is, like, pretty strict, but all the Templar agents are, like, pretty short, simple missions and don't really matter too much in, like, the grand scheme of, like, lore or anything. Like, the most lore they tie into is just the fact that they're the people you kill are the multiplayer characters. I think there also was, like, maybe a few DLC multiplayer characters, but because they were DLC, I don't think they're in the base game. So those characters are kind of just dead now. I know there were DLC characters for, like, AC3 and AC4 multiplayer, but I never played too much Brotherhood multiplayer. I played a lot of Revelations and AC3 and AC4 multiplayer. I think I mostly played Revelations multiplayer with, like, one of my friends, like, a really long time ago, like, back in, like, high school and stuff, and he was way too good at it. He would always constantly kill me, in ways I, like, was not expecting. He would always, like, walk by me and poison me when I didn't even see he was there, or, like, shoot me with the gun when I didn't even know he was there, or, like, he was way too good for, like, someone that was, like, also level 99 or whatever. I think I reached level 99 in Revelations, I'm not sure. I know I did in AC4 because in AC4 and AC3 multiplayer you can just cheese your level with the Wolfpack mode, but that was, as much as like he was like way better than I was, that was still like fun times of just playing Revelations multiplayer. Of like, even it was mostly just us and just 2 people, it was Revelations multiplayer was fun. I kind of miss old Assassin's Creed multiplayer. I also remember one time when I think I was just playing it myself one day, just like trying to level up or whatever. Right? I think I actually ended up encountering a hacker one day. I don't think I ever reported them, but I remember one time I was like playing Revelations multiplayer or whatever, and I got into a match with someone where their score just like kept going up, and like kept going up repeatedly, and like kept going up by like a lot of like big numbers. But it was like also just us in the match until like other people joined. But then like even after other people joined, like their score just kept going like way higher than it really should have ever gone. So I'm like 99% sure that guy was a hacker. And like that was kind of fucked, but other than that, like old multiplayer for Assassin's Creed was like just so good, and I wish they would bring it back, but I don't know if it would fit in the series nowadays because they're focused more on the RPG bullshit, grindy, bloaty mess, whatever. And it's I don't think it would be fun nowadays, but I kind of do wish the multiplayer got brought back into these remasters, just because I feel like it would be more fun. It would be more available for people. But for this for this Templar Agent mission, I think this is like the one Templar Agent where you don't have to specifically kill them with the blade. I think this one is just kill only the target, because he's gonna be riding around an area on a horse, and there's gonna be a whole bunch of guards around him, and we only have to kill him and not kill anyone else. I do still end up killing him with the blade just because it's the easiest way to do that, I think. Unless I shoot him. I think I actually do end up shooting him, but also here I just wanted to make sure, because I was confused for a little bit, because this is like the only one where you don't have to specifically kill them with a blade, so I just wanted to check to make sure. And as soon as I get into this area, they all start fighting me, even though it's not like designated as a restricted area. So I think that's a scripted thing that they're meant to detect you. So just kill this guy, and then we have to escape the area. So just run away. I maybe should have just smoke bombed these people, but I was being dumb and stubborn for no reason. Also, that guy did friendly fire on the horse and knocked the other guy off the horse, which thankfully didn't end up killing him. I'm not sure if that would have killed him anyway, but because I don't think horse friendly fire like that would kill them, but I just end up running down here into these tunnels and just escaping, even though I probably made it way harder than it should have been for myself. I probably should have just smoke bombed them or whatever, and then just ran away that way. I was half tempted to use the arrow storm to just kill all of them, but then before I did that, I realized that that would have killed them and avoided the full sync, and I didn't want to do that, so thankfully I avoided killing them, but I should have just used the smoke bomb or whatever to easily escape them. This one is the one that I actually fail on, because this one is kill the guy with the tin blade in 40 seconds. And what is going to happen is that we have to kind of chase him down through these like buildings here, and he's going to go to one area at the very end and just end up like running in a circle, and we have to kind of chase him down. And there's also going to be 2 guards around here that also get in my way. There's also going to be a gate that closes. Only one of these gates closes. I think it's just this first one here that you see in that cutscene. So just go through this doorway here. He's going to run through that gate, and that's going to close. So we have to climb up above it, which is going to waste some of our time. And then that second gate there actually doesn't close, so I can just actually run straight through it. and then I think that third gate up there closes, so I have to go around this way. And then he's gonna be in this area and just running around in a circle like a crazy person. So then just, hopefully you get him like that. Hopefully you get him pretty easily like I did, even though I did still fail this one once, but, the main reason why this one is annoying is because of the strict time limit and him, like, just running around like a chicken with his head cut off or whatever. So that one is, like, really the only one that can be, like, kind of annoying sometimes, but we still also do have to kill him with a hidden blade. Oh, it's actually 45 seconds. I thought it was 40, but... So I guess you do have 5 extra seconds than I thought, but... just kill him, like, if you're able to, and... just kill him with a hidden blade, because, again, all of these missions except for one are kill him with the hidden blade, and I already did the one where you don't have to kill him with the hidden blade, so... that way I should get into the final one here, which... You'll never guess. You have to kill the guy with a hidden blade. I bet you will never see that coming. But this one is going to be a little bit more involved, not because of anything's difficult, but just because there's some things that we have to do first. So this one is going to be, there's going to be like 5 or 6 something border posters that we have to kind of take down. And then that is going to make the guy spawn. I think you can make him spawn in like a different area depending on like which order you do the posters in or whatever, if depending on which poster is your last one. But that doesn't really matter too much, because whenever he spawns, it's an automatic detection and automatic fight. And then just kill him with the hidden blade that way, once you tear down all his posters. So it looks like there's like 5 posters here that we have to kind of take down, which are the blue icons. Not the poster there for the notoriety, but this poster here for the blue icon with the border on it. So then just take care of these posters. That's going to make the guy spawn. And then once he spawns, just easily kill him with Hidden Blade, which you can easily just do with like a Hidden Blade counter kill. Because he's going to start combat immediately, and he's able to easily get counter killed with Hidden Blade, so it's a pretty simple thing to just immediately do once you make him spawn. Really the only reason why this one can take a bit is because of all these posters you have to take down, which are not too hard to do, is just tedious because there's like 5 different ones you have to like kind of run around and find and take down. But also this one over here has like enemies started looking at it, and they're too far apart to do a double assassination on them, so I kind of have to do it that way, and then take down the poster. So that one can be a little bit annoying because you can't double assassinate on them because they're not close enough to make a double assassination detect. Which I've tried to do multiple times on like multiple different playthroughs, and it just doesn't work. So I have to just actively too far away for the double assassination to be like registered. So then it's gonna spawn this guy, and then just kill these guards with him, and then just chain kill or counter kill him, and then just that's it for that one. So just kill all of them with Hidden Blade, except for the one where you don't have to. You still can for that one, but really just kill all the Templar agents with the Hidden Blade, because that's the full sync for basically all of them. And that is the Templar agents, which are pretty short missions. There's not really a whole lot to do with them. I don't know why they made the full sync for all of them basically the same thing, but that's what they decided to do. And I think it's still pretty interesting that they're the multiplayer characters, so that's like the one remnant of the old multiplayer that we have in this game. But yeah, that's basically it for the Templar agents. Then we actually get into the courtesan missions. So there's actually going to be a lot more of those, because there's more courtesan missions than there are Templar agents. And then talk to Maria here, and she's going to spawn, I think, like 3 or 4 different missions that we have to kind of go to and do. and then each of these are gonna have their own full syncs, and which are all pretty simple. They're not really too much. There's not really too much. Do you have to like really bother to like do? Most of them are pretty simple, and there's at least one I can think of that can be like pretty annoying. But we'll get to that one when we get to that one. So once we go out this door here, they're actually gonna be pretty close by. I don't even think I cut out the run because it's so close. You can literally see it on the map right there. But most of these courtesan missions are in this district of the city. I think it's called the Campino district or whatever. I don't fully remember the district names in Brotherhood. I mostly remember some of them from AC2. Even AC2, I don't really remember much of the district names, but the top left area of the map that's not the Vatican district is mostly where the courtesan missions are. And you also do have to go talk to Maria every time to unlock more of them. At least once you finish the first set or the next set or whatever, to unlock the next set of missions. But for this one, we just have to follow this courtesan who said that she has been poisoned, and she's gonna lead us to some people that she thinks poisoned her. And I think the full thing for this one is just to like beat up the people who poisoned them. Even though it's pretty much what you kind of have to do anyway. I didn't really pay attention to what the full sync was on this one, but just follow her, and even though that guy standing there is like pretty suspicious, and like you would think that he is the target they have to kill or beat up or whatever, he's not. You just have to kind of follow this courtesan here, and because she is like poisoned or sick or whatever, she does walk slower than like most other civilians or NPCs that you have to follow in the game. So this mission is kind of slow just because of that, but it's really just follow the courtesan, and then beat up the people that she points at. There's not really too much to deal with in this mission. And then later on there's actually going to be one, I think for the final one, there's actually going to be some other guys around him that protect him and try to fight you. One of you tried to fight the main target, but that's not really too big of a deal. You can kind of just ignore them like you can in the Duccio beat up thing for the Da Vinci disappearance. You really just have to beat up the one singular guy that the game tells you to beat up. So there's not really too much to say about this mission. It's just really follow the course and beat up the people that she tells you to beat up. It is just kind of annoying because of how slowly she walks, which I guess to be fair, she is poisoned and sick. I would definitely feel like I would walk this slow if I was also poisoned in the same way. Here, Ezio also wanted to do that entire take animation, but thankfully, because it was a fist animation and I had my fist equipped, it still counted as beating him up, even though like Ezio like broke his entire leg or whatever. So thankfully that still counted, even though it wasn't like a proper like in combat beat up thing. I think that maybe also happens on the last guy. I don't fully remember. I know it happened on at least one of them, which was that one, but thankfully, even if Ezio does do an animation like that, it still counts. And I think that happened because I ran up to him in high profile and pressed the button when I was still in high profile. I think that's why that happened, but and he wasn't like in fully like combat mode yet, so Ezio decided to do a take the animation like that instead. But thankfully, it still counted for the objective of the mission. And then this guy, last guy over here, is just gonna be here, and then these other guys around him are also gonna beat up or try to fight me. And then again, I get the thing where Ezio does the vanishing animation, and it doesn't connect for some reason, and I don't know why that's been happening for this entire playthrough. Even like in my older recording, it didn't. It happens sometimes, but I'm not really sure what's been making that happen.
Stay out of the wine.
But it just does sometimes. It was, okay, it was under 400 seconds, which I don't know why they have to put it in seconds, just put it in like a minute or whatever. I think I actually looked up on like Google or whatever, like what is 400 seconds in minutes, and it was like 2 minutes or something. I don't remember. But I don't know why they have to put it in 400 seconds, just say like however long it is in minutes. Because 400 seconds makes it sound longer than it is for some reason. And it makes it sound like you have like less time or what, I don't know. It makes it more confusing to say 400 seconds, just say however minutes or whatever. And then for this one, we have to beat up another guy and then humiliate him, so we put him in a fountain, or like at least next to a fountain. And then just make him not the leader of the courtesans, because this guy is trying to be the courtesan leader, but he's not fit to lead the courtesans, and he's trying to beat up this courtesan here, and I think the full thing for this one is to beat him up before he fully beats up the courtesan. So just run up to where he is, beat him up, and then bring his body to the fountain in front of the Pantheon here, and then Ezio's gonna humiliate him in public. There are also border guards over there, which I'm kind of worried about, because when Ezio is doing this simulation, I can't move and I can't run away, so I'm worried about those guys seeing his body and trying to fight me. So I actually run around over here just to make sure they don't see me next to a body, but it didn't really matter too much. And then this one, we have to follow a courtesan called Giulietta, and she's kind of like been spying for the Borgia. And then for this one, just assassinate the guy from the target spot. So she's actually gonna lead us, well, unknowingly lead us, because we have to follow her without her detecting us. But there's gonna be a tailing section we have to follow Giulietta, and she is gonna lead us to someone that she's been spying for, and he is standing next to a well, and then we just assassinate him from the well. It's not that guy over there in the red, but just follow Giulietta here. I don't care that the timer is on the screen. I know she's gonna walk out from under this, and then go up. She's gonna go up these stairs here, and she's actually gonna go to a place and stand there and like look at the view for a second, and then turn around. So I'm actually gonna hide farther away than I should. She kind of turns around like the guys in the tailing mission and the Da Vinci Disappearance kind of did. Not really in like the exact same way, but I know that she does turn around after a certain point. So she's gonna go up here and go to that platform up there. She's gonna stand there for a few seconds and just be staring out there. Not like this type of turnaround. This is the type of turnaround that NPCs do when they where the game forces them to turn around and look at your direction to try and detect you. She's gonna stand there for a few seconds, and then she's gonna turn around and come back towards this way. So that's why I'm still hiding here instead of like going to the other building, and I'm hiding behind the corner next to the stairs. Because I know that she was gonna turn around and go that way. And I don't know why that sometimes happens too, but I know that she's gonna go around back this way and lead me to the guy I have to kill. So there's not really too much about this mission. Most of these courtesan missions are pretty short and pretty simple. It's just that because it's a tailing mission, there's not really too much left to be said about them. I do almost get seen there because I think I don't know if that was like a scripted turnaround because of just the game making her turn around, or if it's because she heard me when I did that jump and did that fall there. Because she did almost detect me and see me, but I don't know if that was a scripted turnaround or if that was a turnaround from her hearing me. But thankfully I was able to get out of her line of sight in enough time to make her not see me. And then just another scripted turnaround, because this game loves scripted turnarounds where they just stand there and stare in your direction, because the game is lying to you, and they actually do always know where you are at all times, which is why whenever they stop and turn around, they always stare in your direction, because they actually know where you are, but the game only counts it if they like directly, like physically see you, in like a line of sight or whatever. So what I'm trying to do here is like, I'm actually trying to jump directly into the well, which I do miss and jump a little bit too far, but thankfully he doesn't turn around and hear me. And then just kill him from the well. I don't know if there's a way to like lure him away to like the haystack or whatever, but he's already standing next to the well and you can easily kill him from the well. I just want it to be fancy and land directly inside the well from the rooftop, which you don't have to do. I just try to do it every single time to try and be fancy about it. And I jumped a little bit too far and landed behind the well instead, but that is the last courtesy mission for that set, so now we have to go back to Maria again to unlock the next set. And it's always at the Rosa and Fiore, so you do always have to just come back here every single time. I kind of wish you could just talk to Maria the one time and then unlock all the sets, but I guess they didn't do it that way because they had these like actual like cutscenes with the dialogue and the characters actually talking to each other, so I guess that's probably why they didn't just unlock all of them from the start. I think you also do unlock more if you're like doing like getting more like completion percentage or whatever. I know that's how that works for the Christina missions, because the Christina missions are dependent on how much DNA synchronization you have. And I think for the courtesan missions and the thief missions and the assassination contracts, I think they, I think you get more based on like how far you are in the game or whatever, or like how much synchronization you have. I'm not really sure, but at least for the Christina missions, I know for a fact that they're tied to how much DNA synchronization you have, which is just in-game completion. And then here, this is gonna be another mission with Giulietta where you have to find her, and then she is gonna get scared and run away and lead her to another person that she's spying for. And for the full sync, we have to only kill her. And when I uploaded this original video with no commentary on it, I actually just like followed her and like ran straight after her. But my friend showed me a video where that haystack over there in the distance you can see. He showed me where you can go onto the rooftops and do a leap of faith into that haystack the exact moment that she alerts the guards to you. Like this, and that will make the guards completely oblivious to you and make you forget that you exist and not fight you. So that's probably an easier way to do this mission, but I didn't know you could do it that way. So maybe if I ever do another playthrough sometime, just for like myself or something, I might try that strat out sometime, because I've never tried that out because I didn't know you could do it that way. But he did show me a special video of doing it like that. But I mostly just followed Giulietta through these tunnels here. Smoke bombed the guys in the tunnels because I know that they're following me directly, so there's only one way to go, and because they're in the tunnels, they can't really do much else and have to go through this one spot that I'm going. Because they're not smart enough to go around into the other tunnel on the other side. And then there are guards there that I just passed, but she doesn't scream and alert those guys, so I don't have to worry about them. And then this guy over here is gonna immediately detect me and fight me. That's a scripted fight. But then these guys over here also get detected. I think these were the guys by the tunnel that didn't detect me before, but now detect me because of the scripted fight with the guy I killed. And then for the full thing here, I have to make sure that I only kill the guy that I killed. So I'm running away here to just avoid them. I think I already used all my smoke bombs earlier in the mission, so I'm not using one here. I might have still had one left, but I think I used all three, so I didn't use one. And then that is the end of this mission, and there's only 2 missions with Giulietta there, so I guess she actually does leave Rome after Ezio tells her to leave Rome. But she runs away, and then that's gonna lead into the next mission here, which is actually the one courtesy mission which I can say is actively annoying, that I kind of hate. This one took me a lot of tries to do in my original recording, but this one I got first try, I think. What I tried to do was to call my horse, because I actually want my horse for this mission so I can go fast enough. Because this one has a time limit on it that's like really strict, and like way more strict than it really ever should be. So what you have to do is you go across like halfway across the city or whatever to find a doctor, pickpocket the doctor, because the game doesn't want you to kill him for the full sync. So pickpocket him to steal the medicine from him, and then run all the way back. But because you only have like 2.5 minutes, it's like really strict and it's really far away. So I actually use a horse. But what I was trying to do was call my horse and then start the mission, so that my horse would already be there. But you can see that it didn't actually work because the game despawned my horse from before I started the mission. I had to recall my horse again, which was not too bad of a time loss. It was only like a few seconds, but it still resulted in less time. But I just wanted to see if calling in my horse before starting the mission would save my horse being there, and I wouldn't have to recall it. But I did have to call the horse a second time, which was kind of annoying. And then I got off the horse a little bit too early, so I did have to do this running section here. And then just pickpocket this guy. If he does see you coming, he actually will start to fight you, and you won't be able to pickpocket him. And then I run back to where my horse is, because my horse is still down here even though I've called it again, so it doesn't spawn up by where I was with the doctor. It spawns back down here, because that's why I left it. And I didn't go far enough away for it to like completely despawn entirely. So then I just get the horse again. What I tried to do in my original recording of this, where I failed it a lot of times, is run across the roofs and run across the roofs to the doctor, and then run through the streets back, which is like really slow. I maybe should have used the rooftops to get back, but even using the rooftops to get back, I would still like just barely didn't make it, and like got here with like 2 seconds left, and then it ran out before I was able to end the mission and the checkpoint there. So even though I don't really trust the horses a lot in this game, and I can't gallop at full speed because I'm playing on console, the horse is still the fastest way to do that mission. So that's like the one time I will like actively use a horse on purpose if it's not already like provided for me in a mission. But then we get to this mission here, and I think this one is kill one of the guys with a ledge assassination. So this is gonna have this courtesan here lead us to 3 different guys who you have to kill, and one of them is on a roof that we have to kill with a ledge assassination for the full sync. Yeah, so kill... Okay, so this is actually a different one, so scrap what I just said. So this is one where there's gonna be a guy that she's going to go meet, and we have to kill the guy with the hidden blade because he's gonna attack the courtesan, and we have to sneak up behind him. I also don't know what happened there. I think I accidentally pressed the lock-on button with like my leg or something on my controller. But we have to follow this guy. He's gonna go meet with the courtesan, and then he's gonna attack her, and we have to kill him. But the reason why we have to kill him with the hidden blade is because once this guy starts attacking the courtesan, the game is actually gonna trick you and automatically equip your fists to make you like not pay enough attention and like make you punch him instead. So the game is actually gonna automatically equip my fist once I get to the point where he attacks the courtesan, and I have to manually equip my hidden blades again. Which is I don't think is a glitch. I think it's the game trying to trick you and kill him in the wrong way to make you fail to full sync. Because that's a consistent thing that happens every single time. So I think it's the game playing a trick on you, instead of the game glitching out. So we just have to follow this guy. and just make sure that he doesn't see us. And there's not really too much to say about that because of tailing missions I've already explained a whole lot of times. I don't think there's too much left for this tailing mission that we have to do. I think he's just gonna go like through a tunnel here. Not this tunnel, I think, for another tunnel later. I probably could have gotten out with the haystack and like gone behind the fountain there or whatever, but I did want to make sure that I was staying far enough away from him to the point where he would turn around less often, so I do kind of want to stay away from him. So he's actually going to go through those tunnels up there by the guards, and then he's going to go into a building, which is actually a building that you can like purchase and renovate, all that stuff. But even if you do buy it, it doesn't really change this mission, because whenever you buy buildings, it doesn't change their appearance or anything. So it doesn't matter if you buy the building or not. I just think it's interesting that he goes inside a building that you can buy. And then we just follow this guy through this area. And then once he gets to the end point, that's going to spawn the cutscene. And that cutscene is going to automatically equip my fists. So I have to make sure that I equip my hidden blades again. Which I remember the first few times I did this mission in like my first 3 playthroughs of 100%ing this game. Because I've 100%ed this game multiple times. But like my first few times of doing it, I did honestly get tricked by the cutscene automatically equipping my fists instead. Because I didn't realize that it would do it and I wasn't paying enough attention. Because I saw kill the guy with the hidden blade as the full sync, and I was like, oh, that's going to be easy. Because all the Templar agents were like that, and then the game automatically equipped fists for no reason. So there it is, auto-equipping my fists. That's not me that did that, that was the game that did that. So I'm going to just climb up this building here, go around this way, and then there's going to be an entrance on the back here where he is holding the courtesan at knife point by her throat. Her model is also actually different for some reason. The courtesan that I talked to to start this mission was blonde, but she has brown hair, and I think also wearing a different dress. So I just killed that guy from the back. And I think you also maybe do have to kill him from the back, because I think if he sees you coming from... I think if he sees you coming from the front, he will kill the courtesan and make you fail. So I think you actually do have to go from the back instead. And this is the one that I was talking about before, where you have to kill to get the ledge assassination. So this is the one where you have to do ledge grab kill. So she's gonna lead us to 3 different guys that we have to kill, and the first guy here is gonna be on top of a rooftop that we have to climb up, kind of climb up and do a ledge assassination on. Which is the only chance to do a ledge assassination in this mission, because the other 2 guys we have to kill in this mission are both on the ground, so we can't do a ledge assassination on them. So we only have the one chance. But it's a pretty easy thing to do, because he stays up there the entire time, as far as I can tell, and only stays like really close to the ledge where you can actually do the ledge assassination, and he doesn't move from that one spot. So just climb up this way, and climb on this side instead, because there's a lantern there that will make it so you want to swing around the corner and get in the way of you climbing. So I climb around this side, ledge assassinate this guy, and then I jump up and start following from the roofs a little bit, but at least until she goes in this tunnel, because behind me there are more guards by the tunnel there, the other tunnel, and I don't want them to see his body, because doing a ledge assassination does pull them down to the ground, so I don't want to have people see his body and detect me and start trying to fight me and kill me and make me fail the mission. So this guy is going to be in this group over here, and she's going to actually walk him back all the way over here. There's going to be a room to my right that she's going to lead him into, and then just follow him into the room and kill him that way. So we've already done the ledge assassination on that first guy, but this guy here, she's going to lead into this little secret room over here, and and then just follow them in, and make sure you do it quick, because he is going to turn around to face here, which does face the door, so he would see you if you were a little bit slower. So we just kill that guy in that room, and then it's going to be a similar thing here for the last guy. We're just going to lead him back to a different area, but instead of leading him into a room, she's going to lead him past a bench, and we have to do a bench assassination. At least for the easy way to do it, because like, I think she would lead him somewhere else, maybe if you waited, but I'm not sure, and I don't really test that. So she's gonna talk to this guy, he's gonna lead him, and he's gonna walk directly past this bench. And even when I do the bench assassination, those brute guys there won't even see it because they're not paying enough attention. So she's gonna lead him back this way, and he's gonna walk directly in front of me on this bench here. So I'm just gonna do a quick bench assassination on this guy here. And that is gonna be it for this mission. And those brute guys won't even see it.
Stay safe.
And then I think that should lead into the next set of missions, which I think would be the final set of courtesan missions. Because there's not too many. I think there's more assassination contracts than courtesan or thief missions, but still not a whole lot. So we're gonna go back to the Rosaline Fiore Maria again, and we're also actually gonna see Egidio again. I don't know why he's not there now. He's normally there when before you talk to them, but he just wasn't spawning there for some reason. But we get to see Egidio again after sequence 6, which is like the only time you ever see him again. So if you don't do any of these courtesan missions, you never get to see Egidio after sequence 6. But he actually does show up again. And then this is going to lead us into the final set of courtesan missions here, which again are also still pretty simple and not too hard to do.
The members of the court guilty of meeting with the ambassadors should also be waylaid, if you know what I mean. Most importantly, the great agitator
and then he's going to just tell us about all this stuff.
If you free him, it will mean a great blow to the Borgia.
We're gonna get finally do these missions that he tells us about, and then leave the door. I think there's gonna be another one right outside here, maybe. Oh, they're actually pretty far away in. So then we're gonna go to the next mission here once I actually open the map and mark it. So actually, these ones are actually out in the other countryside part of the map. This one I typically do last. I don't know why I did this one now, but it doesn't matter which order you do them in. I just did this one last, I think, or first, because it was close. This one here, we have to kill all the targets under 60 seconds. So she's gonna lead us to a spot where there's a whole bunch of enemies, and then just kill them under a minute, which you can just do pretty simple. It's just cheese it with the arrow storm from Assassin Recruits, because that's pretty much an instant kill on everyone. So if you ever have any missions where it's like kill them in under this set amount of time, you can just use arrow storm to cheese it, because it's an instant kill on everyone as long as they get hit by it. Which most of the time they do. I think sometimes Aerostorm doesn't hit everyone in the area, but most of the time it does hit everyone. So we're going to follow this courtesan here to the area where there's all these enemies that we have to kill, and then I'm just going to Aerostorm and kill everyone instantly. And I think if I didn't do that, there would be an on-screen timer that like showed the amount of time. I know that's true for the assassination contract that also wants you to kill people in under like a few seconds, but I don't remember about this mission. That Pebble Guard guy also always runs out and doesn't care about me. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to alert all these guys, kill them with Aerostorm, and then this Pebble Guard guy is going to be stuck over there and just shoot him. So So there actually wasn't a timer for this one, but just like loot the paper guard and talk to courtesan, and just cheese it with the with Aerostorm. I don't think the timer actually starts going down until you kill your first guard. So as you don't have to do the entire mission under 60 seconds, especially because of the following the courtesan part. But as long as you kill the targets under 60 seconds, it's fine. And then this one I don't cut out because I'm like really close to it. But just kill them under 60 seconds. I think you also can lure. Once the other guards start fighting you, you can lure them out to where the Papal Guard is, and then include the Papal Guard in the Aerostorm. But since the Papal Guard decided to just stand there and do nothing, I just decided to shoot him in the back. This one, there's gonna be a messenger guy that we have to steal from. And then take the letter to the courtesan. She's gonna make a fake letter, and then take the fake letter back to the messenger. And we have to do this in under, I think, like it said, like 2 minutes or 20 seconds. So I maybe should be using my horse, but because all of these like steps and things I have to jump down, I'm not using my horse, and also because you can easily do this mission fast enough, but just by running. Because it kind of gives you way more time than you really need. It still kind of cuts it a little bit close, but just pickpocket this guy, and then just run down here. This is also the same building that you take Copernico to in the Copernicus missions, for him to hide out in. So I kind of know where this building is, and it's also pretty close to where I steal from the guy. So she's going to make a fake letter that's going to be delivered to Cesare, but because it has to be delivered to Cesare, even though I've already killed Cesare by this point, we have to go find the messenger again and then take it back. So I actually do end up using a horse for this part, but we have to deliver the fake letter back to the messenger without him knowing. And I am a little bit slower just because I can't gallop at full speed on console, but it doesn't matter too much. I guess that's another reason why PC has an advantage, because you can go faster than this on PC, and not have to have full syncs like this be more stressful than they really are, or than they should be, but it's still not too difficult to do this mission in the time that you have available. So he's gonna be down here, and just make sure that you don't alert him and don't run him over with the horse. So I should get off the horse a little bit early. The horse runs over me, but that's fine. And then just steal from him again, which puts the letter back. And then that is the end of that mission. So then I just go all the way back over here for the final mission for the courtesans, once I can find it. And this one is gonna have us go to a spot where there's 2 mercenaries that we have to save, and there's gonna be a whole bunch of enemies protecting them. And then once we kill the enemies protecting them, there's gonna be more enemies that come fight us, and then we have to stay in the area while fighting the enemies while the timer goes down. And for this mission, we have to keep both mercenaries above half health, which is pretty simple to do. I think this one took me a while to do it, like, on my first few playthroughs, just because I wasn't really as skillful with like the combat yet or anything. So it was a little bit hard to keep both of them above half health my first few times, but now I kind of have it pretty down, and I can just pretty easily do this one. So what I do once I actually get to the area is, so the enemies that come and start fighting you actually don't start coming until after you kill the first 8 targets. So what I'm actually going to do is, because I don't want the combat to start immediately and I don't want the enemies to come before they should, I actually use my poison on these guys to slowly kill them. So I'm actually going to go up here and poison these guys, at least as much as I can. So then just poison these guys, wait for them to die slowly, and then once all these guys die, that is when the combat section actually gonna start, where all the other enemies start spawning. This maybe could be faster with fast poison, but slow poison is fine. Fast poison doesn't do any more like damage or anything. Poison still kills everyone, but fast poison is just faster. So I do have all these guys killed with poison. And even though they are like swinging the weapons around and doing all that stuff, it actually doesn't hit the mercenaries. Like you can see there with the brute, he's like clearly whacking the mercenaries around, but it's just going through them because they're not technically tangible yet, because they're not like active NPCs. So then that brute dies, and then that is going to start the combat section, and that is going to spawn all these reinforcements. And then we have to kind of stay in the area and wait for this 1:30 timer to run out. So then I get this guy just to get down and also kill one of them. I maybe should have done it on the captain guy here, but there's a few captains like this that spawn. So I just always shoot them and just shoot these guys. And there's also vigilantes here that help grab people and stop them from attacking. So then I just shoot the rest of these guys when I can. That's all my bullets. So just get this guy and just end up killing everyone here while the timer runs out. There's not really too much to say about here. It's just another combat section, and just make sure you stay in the area. I maybe should have saved that arrow storm for when there were more enemies, but I did do another arrow storm there. And you don't have to worry about like taking damage or anything as long as the mercenaries stay above half health. This is not like a don't take any damage type of thing. This is just survive until in the area until the timer runs out and make sure they don't go under half health. That guy I had to kill twice for some reason because the vigilante wanted to grab him, but that guy just got stuck on the ladder and then just killed his last few guys in the area. And then once the timer runs out, we still have to just kill the last few guys around here. But because the timer is done, there won't be any more enemies that spawn, so just kill those last few guys here while the vigilantes grab them. And because these are the last few guys and the timer has run out, the mercenaries aren't fighting anymore and their health is also gone. So I don't have to worry about protecting them. And then all the bodies just disappear. So that is the final courtesan mission. And then we're going to move on into the thief missions, which are also going to be pretty simple stuff to do. So the thief missions are going to do with Lavope and dealing with the Cento-Oku gang. So these thieves that you might have seen me fighting a few times where I was just running through the world and some thieves came and attacked me. That is the Cento-Oku gang, which is a rival gang to Lavope's thieves. And doing all these missions are going to permanently stop all of those attacks. Not that they really happened all that often to begin with, but doing these thief missions are going to make those thief attacks permanently stop for the rest of the game, which the rest of the game for me is just the assassination contracts and the Christina missions and the Chronicle missions, so it doesn't really matter too much for me doing them this late. But that is the main purpose of the thief missions, is to stop the Cento-Oku gang from attacking you in the open world, which also makes it so that you can't really loot any of their items anymore, so it's kind of a bad thing to stop it personally if you want to loot thieves more and get some other drops. But you can also always replay any of these missions. You can replay the courtesan mission in like sequence 3 or whatever, where you have to give money to the thieves on the boat, and you can kill them that way and loot them that way. But for this first one here, we have to do this entire brawl without letting any of the thieves, I think, take a hit, or like getting knocked out. Any of our thieves getting knocked out. which is pretty easy to do, but because the thieves are Agile Guard AI, it is kind of hard to do with them, but my friend showed me another video of this mission where what you can do is you can poison each of the each of the Chentoki thieves, and make it so that their AI shuts off and they're not actively fighting anymore, and then punch them when once they're actively poisoned before the poison actually kills them, and it will make this mission way easier. Which I've never really thought about doing. I think he might have showed me that mission before, like a really long time ago, but I kind of forgot about it, and then he showed me it again recently. But he only showed me that strat after I uploaded the Singular Thief mission video, where I had this mission with no commentary on it. And you can see here that because these thieves are Agile Guard AI, they can do like the sand attack there, and they can dodge all my hits, which makes it so that I really only get hits in when they're actively fighting another thief, and the ally thieves that you have don't have like on-screen health bars or anything, so it is kind of hard to tell how much health they have and stop them from getting knocked out. But if you take care of these guys pretty quickly, you don't have to worry about any of these thieves getting knocked out. But you can also do that poison strat if you want to. Because I've never really tried that poison strat before, I'm not really all that confident in doing it. Just because I've never really done it myself. But I do know that it works because of the video that my friend showed me. So I maybe should try to do it at some point. If I do like another playthrough of this game at some point, sometime or eventually, or whatever. But that is another strat that you can do for that mission. And then I think this one is one of the first race missions. So these thieves have some race missions, which don't really have to do with like the thieves at all. They're just kind of races that you can do, because AC2 also had race missions. So of course they also have to bring back the race missions. They didn't really bring back the beat up events that AC2 had, where you had to like beat up like a cheating husband or whatever. But they did bring back the races. I guess the closest you have to beat up events in Brotherhood are the Courtesan missions, but even that is kind of a stretch. There I didn't want to jump down there, but I'm still able to easily do this mission time. I think this one is do it in like under a minute or whatever. I think most of them are do it under a minute, or like some certain time limit. But just basically follow these checkpoints. I've done these missions enough to the point where I know where all the checkpoints are going to spawn, and they're in a spot where like the path that you meant to follow is kind of like mostly clearly laid out for you. So if you know where to go and know where the checkpoints are going to spawn beforehand, you can easily do it. And here I think you can still hit the checkpoint if you stay on the edge of a aqueduct there, but I prefer to just get off and run straight in the flowing water section. So that one's pretty simple. There is another race later that is more annoying, and I actually do fail it once, but a lot of times I really fail that other race later on a lot more than I do here. But as long as you know where the checkpoints are going to spawn, know where to go, just by like trial and error, you can kind of do it pretty quickly. This one we have to save this character in under 2 minutes. So I think the timer is actually counting down right now from when you accept the mission. So then just go to where he is, kill the guards that are aiming some guns and crossbows at him, and then save him, and it's pretty simple. I actually do end up failing this one because I think what I do is I go on the roof and try to air assassinate someone, and that ends up getting me detected, which makes them shoot the guy that I'm supposed to save. So you actually see a reload coming up pretty quickly. Just because I did something that alerted them to me. Because if you get alerted here, it doesn't make you fail from getting detected. It makes you fail from them, like, shooting the guy. So I actually do have to reload there just because they see me. There are also mercenaries there that I guess they give you to, like, do this easier, but I just go around the back here, kill this guy, and then that makes all the enemies focus more on me instead. instead of the guy that I have to save. And I don't know why my chain kill didn't really activate there, because I clearly counter killed the thief and then pointed towards the guard and then pressed the button. So I don't know why I didn't get a chain kill there, but I get a chain kill now, and then I just get rid of these guys. And because they're still focused on me, they won't shoot the thief here that I'm supposed to save. So just kill these last few guys here, save this guy, and that's really it for that mission. You really don't need 2 minutes to save him, but and then that's gonna unlock more thief missions already. So then we have to go back to Lavope and do that stuff. I guess I cut out that looting stuff that I did there, because you don't need to see me loot all those guys for no reason. But then we meet back up with Lavope again. That's gonna unlock more thief assignments. And then I think there's like another race we have to do here, and then some other missions we have to fight against the thieves. But most of these missions are pretty simple and pretty easy, pretty short. There's not really too much you have to like actively think about when you're doing these missions. But they actually do, because of getting rid of the Centuroki King, they actually do give you like a actual, like, I guess, reward for doing them, unlike the courtesan missions. Because the courtesan missions and the assassination contracts don't really give you much of anything for completing them. But completing the thief missions does do that reward of stopping the Centuroki gang attacks. This one we have to go to an area and steal a chest without being detected. It's more like steal what's in the chest, and so you just open the chest without being seen. You don't have to actually like actively take the chest out of the area, which makes it a lot easier. But we have to go to an area the game is going to tell me to go to, stay undetected while storing the contents of the box. So then there's going to be an area here that has some guards on the roof, some guards walking around in the lower section. So I'm going to take care of the guys on the roof first, because they're just like really annoying crossbow guys that I don't want to have to deal with. And then drop down, steal the box, steal what's in the box, and then just get out. Because you also do have to get out. The mission doesn't end when you steal the contents of the box. You also do have to get out of the area and bring it back to the thief. Which is why you don't have to steal like the box itself, you just have to loot the chest. But you do still have to leave the area once you do loot the chest. So just climb up here, and then there's going to be a few guards on the rooftop here that I'm going to take care of. So there's going to be this guy, those guys over there, and then I'm going to actually go around this way, and there's going to be this guy up on the roof here walking around this little square building section thing here. So I'm going to wait for this guy to come over here. I'm going to do a high profile laser assassination, or I'm just going to get up and do a normal one. But I want to make sure that I got that one in time, because I want to hide his body behind this square thing. He's not really that well hidden, but he's hidden enough that no one will really see it. So actually don't shoot that guy because of the other guy watching him, because he turned around. So I'm actually gonna poison this guy, and then I'm gonna shoot the other guy. This guy went behind the pillar here, so I kind of lost my shot, but I just can go around this way and or the other way and try to get him. Because he sees the guy being poisoned there, and he's kind of stunned by it, so he got stuck behind the rooftop, and then he did that stuttering thing, I guess, that kind of pushed him out. And then these guys down here are walking around, so I'm actually going to wait for him to leave the chest, because they're not going to stay there forever, so I know that they're going to leave. So I'm going to slowly go down this way, once I see them leave. So they're going to leave, they're going to walk around this area in a circle, and I think also maybe go outside the area for a little bit. So I'm going to drop down quickly, loot this chest. I think there's another enemy in that tunnel-like area, but he doesn't turn around. So we get the 1 money from it, because this chest isn't for money, this is for the mission. So it doesn't give me too much money, but I also don't need the money anyway. And then we do have to leave the area and bring the contents of the chest back to the thief that we first talked to, who's going to be on a rooftop somewhere where the blue icon is. And that's really going to be it for this mission. So again, still not really too hard. This one took me a long time to kind of figure out to do my first few times, but now that I've kind of like figured out how to do it, it's not really too hard for me to do. Just because I've done it a few times over the years and I kind of know what I'm doing at this point. I think this guy also changes his model for some reason. I don't think he was as dark-skinned before, but I think it's just a game not really being consistent with models because it doesn't really care to be consistent with models for NPCs like that. But then we go to this guy. I think this is probably another race one. Oh no, this one is the one where you have to kill someone, loot his body, and then plant his body in the street, and then make it look like someone else killed him. So there's gonna be a guy on a roof. We have to kill him, we have to loot his body for something, and then dump his body in the street, and then go find someone else and plant what we stole from the first guy on the other guy. And then that's gonna make it so that he gets searched and he gets framed for killing the guy that we killed, because they have like some kind of like relationship where like they hate each other, and that's gonna like make the Borgia and the Chantaroki hate each other. So this guy we have to kill. We also have to remain undetected for the full thing here, which I saw. So this guy likes to do these random jumps around here for no reason. I don't know why he does that, but he's scripted to do that every single time. And because we do have to loot the body, I don't want to kill him from the hiding spot, and he doesn't also come close enough to do a low-profile assassination from the high spot anyway, so I do a high-profile one, loot his body, and then I kill this guy on the roof across just to make sure that he doesn't see me when I pick up the body here. So I'm gonna wait for him to turn around and then just crossbow him. And then I have to drop his body on the street somewhere. I don't really think it matters. It probably does, because I think I tried to drop it down there on the street, but then when I pressed the button, Ezio automatically turned around and dropped him back on the roof. So that's not me aiming it back towards the roof. That's the game doing that. So I think you actually do have to like drop it down like here somewhere, because the game is like actively trying to fight against me when I try to drop him. So I think you do have to actually like drop him at a specific point, but then we have to go find the other guy over here, and even though he is marked with red, you're not supposed to kill him. So he's gonna be on the street somewhere just walking around. And then we have to go, and it was icon changes to yellow. Now we have to slowly sneak up to him and pickpocket him so we can put the item on him. And then this is gonna make him get searched by some Borgia guards. I want to make sure these civilians aren't nearby, because if they are nearby, Ezio will accidentally pickpocket them, which will make them alerted to me, because they'll try to fight me for stealing their money, which will make the guy alerted to me, which I don't want. So this guy's gonna get searched by these Borgia guards, and that is gonna make it so that they think that he killed the guy that we actually killed, and that is gonna make some animosity happen between the thieves and the Borgia guards. As I think what is meant to be happening in that mission there. But just remain undetected for that whole thing, and then it's pretty simple to do. And then we go to the next thief mission here, which I don't cut out because they're already close enough to it. And then I think this is the other raised one that I was thinking of that's annoying. So I'm just trying to figure out where it is. I guess I go to the bank first because I have a habit of getting money from the bank that I don't need. We just find out where this thief one is because I can't tell if he's on the ground or on the roof, but I guess he's on the ground somewhere. And then I think this is the one race that's really annoying because it's really strict. Or it might be a different one. It might be the other one that I do after this one.
They do not see us, but the gentle oak prey upon these people. They're banditi patrol.
Okay, so this is the one where there's gonna be some enemies on the roofs that we have to kill, and I think it's gonna be kill them all with the pistol. This I think is what it is. So yeah, kill all of them with the pistol. So there's gonna be 3 thieves that are hiding out on the rooftops somewhere. They're not really hiding, they're just kind of standing around. But then once you detect them and like trigger them with eagle vision or whatever by getting too close, they will start to run away. So they're gonna be on the rooftops somewhere. We have to find out where they are, and then kill them with the pistol. Which again I just do by equipping my sword, and then shooting them with the pistol that way. And they are always in the same spot every single time, so you can actually see one over there. Not the guy I locked onto over there, but the one on the middle structure there. So I'm actually trying to find a way to jump up to it. So I get close enough to this guy, that triggers him to start running away, so I just shoot him. And even though you can loot their bodies, I don't think they actually give you much of anything. Even though they are thieves and they are Chintaoki, they don't actually give you anything, so there's really no point to loot them, at least for this mission. There's also no time limit for this mission or anything. There is a similar mission like this for the Copernico mission, and that one does have a time limit on it, but for this one there is no time limit. And it doesn't matter what order you shoot them in. You just find them on the roofs, shoot them, and then that's pretty much it for that mission. So he's over there. Get this poster first because it's like right in front of me, so why not? So get this guy, shoot him out of the air, and then this guy saw me, so he's gonna want to come over here, which is fine. Just shoot him again, I guess. I have more than enough bullets. And then there's gonna be one last guy that we have to kind of take care of. Who's gonna be on this church somewhere, or like close by to it. So he's actually all the way over there. Gonna jump around this way to get into his range. Because as soon as you get into the range of locking onto them, that is also when they start running away. I don't really know if there's like a specific point they're like programmed to run to like trigger enemies to fight you or anything. I think they just run because they're programmed to run away from you. So I don't think it matters if like they run anywhere specific. So just get close enough to them to start triggering them to run away, because you need them to run away to get in range to, or to like trigger them to lock onto them. Because you can't lock onto them otherwise until they start running away first. And then just shoot them with the pistol. And then this one is the race that I'm thinking of that's really annoying. I do know where all the gates and all the checkpoints are supposed to spawn, but just because of the way that it's laid out and because of the strict full sync requirement time limit on them, it can be kind of annoying. Also because of these guys on the rooftop that want to shoot at you, that can easily knock you down and stun you like that. So even though I do get shot there and get stunned twice, you can see by the fact that I left this attempt in, this is the one that I do it in. But I think this one like took me like maybe like 3 tries or something to do for this recording. So then just go into here. I always go up this way and back eject up that way because it's a little bit faster. And then just go through this checkpoint here. make sure you jump this way, because if you jump straight directly from the checkpoint to another rooftop, you will accidentally do a leap of faith into a haystack, which you don't want to do because the checkpoint's up here at the very end, so you don't want to have to waste time climbing all the way up. And now you can leap of faith down if you really want to. So that is the end of that mission. That one can be really annoying because of a lot of reasons, because of the archers on the roof, and because of the strict time limit for the full sync, because of the accidental leap of faith you can do right at the end, because of the annoying checkpoint placements, because of sometimes it's hard to see the beams that you can go across on the rooftops. That one can be like just really annoying sometimes. It was really annoying for me the first few times I played this game doing it, so I kind of had to like memorize the path like even more than the other ones, but it's still pretty simple to do once you like figure out what direction you need to go, and if you can avoid the enemies. There's really no reason to kill the enemies on that race because it would waste more time than you really have. I also don't know what was happening here. You can see that every time I go out of the Thieves Guild after I accept the thief assignments, there's always a courier here. This seems to be like the most common area for messengers to spawn. And I don't know why there was one every single time I came out of the Thieves Guild to like get the thief assignments. So like I don't know why one kept spawning here, but I just had one every single time, and you can see that I just decided to shoot him because I didn't want to bother chasing him down, and there's no enemies around me anyway, so no one's gonna really care that I'm fully notorious. So then I'll just kill this guy, and then take down this poster here, which is pretty close by. So yeah, the messengers I just really shoot in this game because I don't care about the notoriety because I can get rid of it pretty quickly, and I'm not 100% sure if this is true or not, but I also feel like messengers and pickpockets run faster in Brotherhood than they do in AC2, so they're kind of harder to chase down. This one killed the guy with hidden blade again. You probably saw in the thumbnail there that the thief model is way different than the thief model that I got. I think that's meant to be like the thief model that you meant to get in this mission, but I don't know why I didn't get like the one with the eye patch. Because with this mission, the thief that you're following now actually is the traitor that you meant to kill. He's actually just leading you to an ambush with enemies that are gonna fight you. But because he's classified as an ally right now, you actually can't kill him. So you do have to follow him to the ambush point to be able to kill him, and then just kill him with the hand blade to fulfill the full sync. But because I can't kill him yet, I do have to like actually follow him to the ambush point, even though since I've played this before, I know for a fact already that it's just leading to an ambush. So I wish I could kill him now, but I just actively can't because the game doesn't let me. So I just have to kind of follow this guy and can't really do much about it. I also don't know why he fell here. Thankfully, it didn't end up killing him or doing any damage to him, because I think if he did die from that, it would have made me restart. Because even though he is the thief that I'm supposed to kill, since it's classified as an ally right now, I think if he would have died there, it would have made me have to restart, since that would have counted as an ally dying. But now, once we get over here, he's going to turn into an enemy, and we're going to have to kill him. So just quickly kill him, and then kill all these guys, once I stop being bonked on the face. And then just get rid of these guys. There is an area I have to escape with that yellow circle, but the yellow circle is like really small. So I just end up looting this guy, and then I don't think I bother looting the rest of them because I don't care enough. And then just run out this way. So not a big area you have to escape, but once you kill him, but Just kill him with Hidden Blade, and that's really it. And then this is going to be another race, which is at the Colosseum. This race is going to spawn you at the very top of the Colosseum, and then you have to go all the way down, and then you have to go all the way back up. And this one is one where I actually use the parachute. Because I start at the top and you have to go all the way down, I actually parachute down to the bottom from the starting point at the top, which is probably not the way you're intended to do it, because getting the parachute is optional, and you only get it from the war machines. So because I did the war machines first before these thief missions and I got the parachute, I can just slowly parachute, or quickly parachute all the way down to the bottom, where the first checkpoint is. And I'm making sure I'm going in an angle because I know that if I go straight onto it, I will be way too high. So I go into an angle first, and then I turn back towards the checkpoint. And that's probably not the way you're meant to. You're like really intended to do it. You're probably meant to just like parkour all the way down slowly, instead of parachuting all the way down. But because I have the parachute and nothing is stopping me from using the parachute, I just parachute all the way down, and then follow the checkpoints all the way up again, and just go around that little thing that stopped me for a bit. And then we're gonna go all the way back up to the top of the checkpoint, or the top of the Colosseum, and then we have to go to where the viewpoint is, out of the Colosseum, and then do another leap of faith off the viewpoint. And then we'll just basically follow these checkpoints. You might also be able to hear that I think it's called Venice Rooftops, I think, is the music that plays during these races, which was the song from AC2, which also played in a lot of the races, and I think also played during the race mission in like sequence 9 or whatever, during the Carnivale sequence, where you had to do like a race for a main mission. I'm still maybe considering if I want to do AC1 or AC2 or not for like a video like this, but I mentioned this at like the very start, but I decided to just start with Brotherhood because of the full syncs, because of the fact that AC1 and AC2 don't have full sync requirements. There's not really too much to explain with them, so I feel like starting Brotherhood was the easier one. There I also got lucky, even though the guy there was poking into the haystack and I landed right into it while he was doing it, he didn't detect me because I got out of the haystack in time. So I kind of got a little bit lucky about that. And this thief mission is the final one. And this mission is not that hard to do, but it actually takes me a long time to finish because of there's a glitch that I show off in this mission that one of my friends showed me a really long time ago that I do every single time I do this mission now, which you'll see at the end. But this mission is going to be, there's 3 thieves that are riding around in a circle area on horses, and I maybe should have already taken a horse to get there, because it would have been so much easier to get there on a horse and to chase them down on a horse. But there's going to be 3 thieves circling around an area on horses, and you have to kill each of them with a hidden blade. So I'm going to go there, I'm going to kill one with hidden blade, that is going to trigger the other 2 to start running away. And I'm going to take the horse of the first one that I kill, and then kill the second one from the horse, and then take the second guy's horse. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actively avoid killing the final one and follow him to the final area that he goes to. Because he will eventually go to a final area and start like fighting me instead of just running away. And then that is when the glitch is going to happen, which I will explain the glitch when I get there. But for now, we will just run to the area. This is also going to be the area where we killed that Templar agent, where it was the one Templar agent mission where you didn't have to explicitly kill them with the Hidden Blade, you only had to kill the one guy. So I maybe should have taken one of these horses here that's kind of running around. So there's 3 targets here. I just end up running after them, even though I really should have taken a horse, but I'm just trying to cut them off, and I got the one in the back first, just because I think it's the one I go to first. I don't think it matters the order that you kill them. I actually get the first one. So it doesn't matter which order you kill them in, but I kill one with Hidden Blade, take his horse, chase after these two. I catch up to the second one, jump from my horse to his horse and kill him, and then take his other horse once I get in range. Which would be easier if I was playing on PC and could gallop at full speed, but I just have to kind of deal with horses. I also don't know what I was doing here. I actively sabotaged myself by doing that. So I just try to catch up to them, try to cut them off with this corner here, and then I end up going in a circle because of the horse being stuck going in that circle. So then I get the second guy, and then this guy gets way ahead of me because of that circle that the horse decided to do. But even if I could catch up to him, I don't want to kill him yet because I want to do the glitch. I don't spend too long on the glitch, but I do spend a while on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for this guy to get off his horse once he goes into this area. He's going to go into a final area in this like small building area. So he's going to go over here by this stable. That's going to trigger a lot of other thieves to spawn, come kill me. I'm going to go up on this roof. And then once I kill the main target, that is going to spawn an area that I have to escape. But if I stay in the area, because of the thieves spawning from this guy, getting to this final area, that is actually going to make it so that thieves will spawn infinitely in this area until I decide to leave. So you might have seen that arrow there. That's another thief that spawned. So I don't get to loot that guy before he starts fighting me, but once I kill this other guy here, you'll see that thieves will spawn infinitely in this area. I don't know what I'm doing here. I think I'm trying to throw him off the roof, but because there's scaffolding down there, it's not enough to kill him. So I killed that guy. 2 more thieves spawn, and I kill both of these thieves. Also, when enemies are in a climbing up animation like that, as long as you hit them with any attack, they instantly die. Which is true for all 3 Ezio games, and I think maybe also AC1, but I'm not too sure about that. And then I just kill these guys. That is going to spawn more thieves. I think it always spawns like 2 or 3 at a time. So I just kill these guys. This is what the glitch. This is the glitch at this point. They're just spawning infinitely. As long as I stay in this area, the yellow circle area. I think you can maybe do it anywhere in this area, but I've always just gone up to this roof. This is the roof that my friend first showed me when he first showed me this glitch. Just stay in the yellow area, and thieves will spawn forever. So this is a good way to kill thieves and get their loot item drops. This lasts forever as long as you stay in the area. You don't have to worry about other enemies or like a time limit or anything. This is just the glitch. It's just a really dumb, fun thing to do. As far as I know, this works on every version of the game. Like I think I've tested this on like PS3, and because I'm playing on PS4, you can see that this is obviously working on PS4. I think it works on PC. I think it should work on Xbox. But yeah, this is a consistent thing with like every version of the game. So I don't think this like ever got patched out. This is never getting patched out because they don't really patch. They don't carry the patch disc game anymore because they're focused on the newer games right now. So even though I did fall off the roof there, the glitch will still work because you saw that they spawned there. There's also the guys floating there for some reason. I guess because his body was on top of the scaffolding, but he didn't fall with the scaffolding. You can also see that there is a red kill target thing there, which is meant to be for the guy you kill that lowers notoriety, because you can see that doing this increases my notoriety a lot. So I do raise up my notoriety by doing this, but it's just a fun little dumb thing to do. It's kind of similar to the Infinite Archer glitch in AC2, which if you don't know, there's a glitch in AC2 where if you do all the Assassin 2 missions, get the Armor of Altair, go back to the Dorsador district in Venice, enemy AI will be like completely turned off. They won't even like care that you exist, and then go into one of the Codex rooms, and then walk out, but don't touch the manhole that's in front of it, and then go kill a archer on the roof. That will make it so that archers will spawn infinitely until the game crashes. Which if I do AC2 videos, I might show off, but this is like Brotherhood's version of that glitch. As far as I know, I don't think there's an infinite enemy glitch in Revelations. But this is just like a dumb, fun little thing to do if you want to play around with it. Just like have infinite thieves spawn, have infinite dead bodies. It's just like a fun thing to mess around with. Because of enemies spawning forever, you can't really loot every single body. I mean, you can if you leave the area and don't go too far away and then come back, which I end up doing. Because you can see here by me lowering my notoriety, I'm kind of done with the glitch at this point. So I'm just going to kill this guy. That's going to spawn another one, but I'm just going to leave because I'm kind of done with the glitch by now. So I'm going to run over here, out of the area, kill this last guy. That's going to stop the glitch and end the mission. And then I'm going to go back and loot other bodies. So it's just a fun little dumb thing to do if you want to do it. And you can see their bandit attacks stopped, so that is going to permanently stop all Chintaroki thief attacks in the game world for the rest of the time on this file. But that is also it for the thief missions. And then I just come back over here and loot all their bodies, just because I can. So it's a little fun thing to mess around with. You can definitely do it for longer than I did, but I just didn't want to waste too much more time and just wanted to quickly show it off. I didn't want to be here for like an hour doing this one glitch over and over again, but it's just a little dumb fun thing to do, which one of my friends showed me like multiple years ago at this point, so I just always do it. But yeah, it's just like a 3 easy way to like loot, get like the loot items from thieves, and because there are enemies spawning repeatedly, you really only have enough time to like loot maybe 1 or 2 enemies before they start combat with you again, which is why if you want to loot all of them, you have to kind of do what I did and leave the area pretty close by and then come back and loot all of them once the glitch is stopped. But it's just a fun little thing I wanted to show off. And then we get into the assassination contracts. So most of these assassination contracts are also like pretty simple, and these are tied to Penthesilea. I wanted to say Bartolomeo and Penthesilea, but Bartolomeo isn't really involved in these, and it's Penthesilea that you talk to unlock more of them. So this one is kill the enemies in less than 2 minutes. So I run to go find these 5 targets that I have to kill, and just like that one courtesan mission where I had to kill them in under a minute, I just cheese it with Aerostorm, because that's just the easiest way to do it. Anytime there's a mission where it's just like kill these guys in under this amount of time, I just do Aerostorm. As long as I have Aerostorm available, but usually I have Aerostorm available by the time I reach them or by the time I start the mission. So I actually kill this guy on the horse first, and then get these guys, and then I guess I actually don't do Arrow Storm here because I'm fast enough in killing them, but I jump on the guy with the horse, and it's actually finished the memory in 2 minutes, not killed him in 2 minutes, so it's actually slightly different. But I just run to the area, kill the guy on the horse, and then jump off the horse to kill the other 2 guys, and then just kill the last 2 guys. All the assassination contracts in this game are tied to whatever pigeon coop you go to spawn them. So you won't get you won't get the same contract from different pigeon coops. The same pigeon coops will always give the same contracts, so you don't get an advantage from like going to a pigeon coop that's closer to a different contract or whatever. Which I think you can do in AC2, but at least for the ones in Brotherhood, they're tied to the specific pigeon coop locations and not just like in the order that you do them in. So I actually don't know why I had some available before I even went to talk to Pantasilea, because Pantasilea is meant to like unlock more for you, but I already had like 3 of them unlocked before I went to talk to her. So I did 1 and then talked to her and then not unlocked more, I guess. Which is a little bit weird, I think, but it doesn't matter too much. So then I just go to this one over here. And I think most of my, like, pretty much all my assassins are, like, fully leveled up at this point, but I don't really use them all that much. And then this one, kill both of them with Hidden Blade. Which is, again, a pretty simple one to do. No time limit on this one, but just run to one target, kill him with that Hidden Blade, and then run to the other target and kill him with that Hidden Blade. I think the second target is in a restricted area, so he does start combat with me immediately, but he's also like the only guy in the area, so it doesn't really matter. And we're also not too far apart. I just go to this guy first. Okay, well, I guess they are both in restricted areas, but I just go to this guy first, go around this way, and then get behind his back, kill him like that, and then go up to where the other guy is. This second guy is actually going to be in front of the building that Ezio got brought to Rome into, and was like, where the woman was like healing his wounds and he got his robes from, like all the way back at the start of sequence 2. So I don't know why there's a guy like invading her house now, but we'll go back to the house of that woman that helped Ezio heal at the start of sequence 2, the very beginning of the game. So that's a fun little thing I noticed, which I don't really think matters too much for like lore or anything. I don't think it's like, ever explained why this guy is up here at this woman's house, but we just go up here, kill this guy. I probably should have done this in a better way, because he actually like ends up seeing me immediately, and I don't really I kind of like bump into him like that, but since he's like the only guy around, even though he is in restricted area, it doesn't matter too much. So I just kill that guy, and then I run all the way back down here, which isn't too far away, but I just mark it on the map because it wasn't close enough on the map to be already on my map, so I just go down this way, get this contract down here, and then I will see what this one is. This one is 3 guards with hidden blades, so there's actually going to be a group of like, I think like 9 guards or something. They're all on horses, or at least most of them are on horses. They're just walking around the area. We have to kill at least 3 of them with the hidden blade, which for the most part, except for I think like 2, I killed them all with the hidden blade anyway. And 6 actually, and not 9, but also this guy I killed, I don't think is part of the mission. I think he was just in the area. So that guy was not a mission target, but he got mad at me, so I just killed him. So I kill this guy, run over here, kill this guy. So that is the 3 for the hidden blade kills. But this guy is still mad at me, so I actually just do this and just knock him down. Which is another hidden blade kill. But I've already done the 3 anyway, so it doesn't matter. These guys had their back turned, so they didn't even know I did any of that. So I killed that guy and then just killed this guy. So even though they are on horses, you can't just pull them off and kill them with a hidden blade that way. Not too hard to do, and pretty close by to where I got the contract from, so it doesn't take too long. And we're gonna go back to this one, which is also pretty close by. And then I guess I will see which one this one is. I'm willing to bet it's probably another kill them with hidden blade one, because they like to reuse that one full sync requirement for like 90% of the missions in this game. But I guess we'll see. Because I don't remember exactly the order I did these all in. 3 targets within 2 minutes. Okay, so that one is, again, not too hard. This guy is on the roof. I think they're all on the roofs, maybe. Or like close enough to the roofs. So I just end up killing this guy. I don't have to kill him with the hidden blade, but I just do it like that because I'm close enough in range. This guy, I go over here. Because of the 2-minute time limit, they're not too far apart from each other. And I don't want to waste time going all the way over there to kill him with the hidden blade, so I just shoot him. And then I run across this way. This guy I do kill with the hidden blade again, even though I really should have just shot him to do it quicker, but I still get him quickly enough to fulfill the full sync requirement. So that is 3 targets within 2 minutes that are all close enough to each other to where I don't have to really worry about time limit, and that is going to unlock more assassination contracts. And then we'll go see what those ones are. I also don't know what happened there on the map where like there's like something that it wanted me to select, but there was no icon there. That seems to always happen, and I don't know what is up with it. And I think it also always happens in that same spot, so I don't know what the game is trying to mark there, but it's just a weird little thing that's kind of weird. So this is gonna unlock more contracts. I think these are the ones that are in the Vatican district, I think. Which is pretty far from here, but I know there's at least 2 contracts that are in the Vatican district, because I think most pigeon coops have at least 1 assassination contract tied to them. There might be some that don't, or like at least 1 that has 2 contracts tied to them. And then kill both targets under 60 seconds. This one I think I just cheese with Arrow Storm again. I think because it's one where you have to kill them under a certain time limit, and also I remember that this one is Papal Guards, and I don't want to have to waste time fighting Papal Guards that take a lot of time to kill, so I just cheese it with Arrow Storm. So there's going to be 2 Papal Guards here with some other guards around them, but I only have to kill Papal Guards for the mission. So that kills the Papal Guards pretty quickly with just Arrow Storm, and then just shoot that guy. I don't know why that guy didn't get caught in the Arrow Storm, but I just shoot him, and that's really it for that mission. So I guess this wasn't the one where there's ones in the Vatican district, but this one is at Tibere Island. I know, at least for the Tibere Island pigeon coop, there's at least like 2 or 3 missions that come from it. Sometimes it's also hard to see when they're on this one, because the hideout icon is over top of the pigeon coop icon. So sometimes it can be hard to see when there's a assassination contract on this one. So kill all targets with hidden blade again. And then there's going to be 3 guards that we have to kind of find. I guess I go to these 2 over here first, and go across this bridge here. and then just find where these guys are, kill them with Hidden Blade, and that's gonna be that one done. This guy's kind of jumping around this area here. I'm gonna get this guy on the roof first. That's gonna make that guy see me. Not the main target see me somehow, but not able to get the air assassination. This guy gets a double trip for some reason. I don't know what he tripped on, but he tripped and fell off the roof and died, so I don't have to worry about him. This guy, don't care. I don't care if these guys see me. Because it doesn't matter if I get detected or not, it just matters if I kill the guys with the Hidden Blade. Which I do end up doing. So I just get the first guy, run back over here, not even worrying about the other guys. And I also end up in this haystack. And then just kill this guy from the haystack. Those guys are lined up to make me fall down if I run through them, but I don't want to run through them because I have to run this way anyway. Not just to get away from the enemies, but also to find where the last target is. So I don't know why they all lined up like that. But then just go to where this final guy is, and kill him with the Hidden Blade. Which is not going to be too hard to do. I think this last guy is surrounded by like other guards. Like I think he's like trying to like teach other guards how to be guards or whatever, and there's like a line of guards in front of him. But because it's not a restricted area, they don't really care. Like he starts attacking me because he's a mission target. But then I just easily kill all these guys. And then he interrupts my chain kill because he hits me. But I'm able to easily get that kill on him. I don't know why the screen goes bright white like that sometimes. Sometimes it just does that. And then we go over here to get this assassination contract. And we'll see what this one is. Don't let targets call for reinforcements. So I guess that this is going to be another one where I just cheese it with Arrow Storm. Oh wait, no, I actually remember what this one is. This is another one where I use Poison. So there's going to be some 6 guards around here, in the area to go to. They're not really like actively protecting anyone or anything. But because I don't want them to call reinforcements, I don't want to get in combat with them, and I don't want to like really alert their existence. And I think I also save my Arrow Storm because I want to save it for another mission that I do after this one. So I actually use Poison on this one. Because they're not going to get alerted by Poison. Even though they do see the enemies get poisoned and like see them all going crazy, I'm able to all poison them in time. And even if they do see a dead body, they don't see me on the roof. Also there, this guy is being annoying. So just get rid of this guy, and me being stubborn and refusing to heal again. So I just lock onto these guys. There's also some extra guards in these groups that aren't the main targets. So I just poison each of these guys and just wait for them all to die by the poison, and then make sure that they don't call the reinforcements, because I'm technically not getting into combat with them. So even though the extra guards do see the dead bodies, they don't know what's happening because they don't know that poison is happening. So, and they also don't look up and see me on the roof, so I just poison each of these guys, and then just wait for them all to die from the poison. I maybe could have cheesed this with Arrow Storm, but I don't think they're close enough to each other for Arrow Storm to hit all of them, so I didn't. And I also want Arrow Storm for another mission after this one, and I didn't want to have to wait for it to recharge. And I also didn't want to risk going down and starting combat, because that probably would have called reinforcements. So I just poison these 6 guys, let the poison kill them, and then just sit here and wait for them to die from the poison. Which would be another spot where fast poison would help, but I didn't bother doing any shop quests on this file, so I didn't get fast poison. So that is that mission. We're already about halfway through these assassination contracts. And then we go back to this one over here. This guy wants to see me, but I go around the corner quickly enough. And then he leaves me alone, so then we just get to this pigeon coop here, and then do another one. And then use the assassin recruits. I guess that's another reason why I didn't want to do Aerostorm there, because this one was coming up, and I need to buy assassin recruits for this one. So what's going to happen for this one is there's going to be a area where there's guards blocking both the entrances, and there's going to be a guy inside of the area they're blocking. And what I want to do is I want to use my assassin recruits on the guys blocking blocking the area where the target is, and that is gonna trigger the guy to get distracted, especially because my recruits throw a smoke bomb and he kind of gets stunned and like confused by it. So they're gonna smoke bomb these guys here, kill these guys. He is stunned by the smoke bomb, kill this guy, and then just leave. The other guards on the other area, on the other side, don't even know that any of that happens. So I just can quickly leave and go unlock the next few assassination contracts. So that one is also pretty simple, and then I do know I want Aerostorm for at least one of these missions coming up, which I keep saying I want Aerostorm, but I think it's the final one that I do that I want Aerostorm for, so I'm actually like saying that like way too early, but it should be the next the next set of contracts. I think this is the one where there's that leads you into the Vatican district for the contracts there. I thought it was that last set, but I think it's actually this set now. So there's going to be 2 pigeon coops in the Vatican district. I guess I go do this one first, but in the Vatican district there are 2 pigeon coops. That's like, those 2 pigeon coops and the Romulus layer that are in the Vatican district are like really the only reason you ever go to the Vatican district, except for like, I guess, getting the apple in the start of the game. There's like the only 4 reasons you go to the Vatican district, because there's not even like buildings or anything to renovate in the Vatican district either. But this one we have to go to the French fort area, and there's gonna be a set of 2 spear guys, 2 brutes, and 2 papal guards, and what we have to do is kill at least one of each with their own weapon. So we do have to disarm them and then kill them with their own weapon for the full sync, which is pretty easy to do. For the spear guy, you can just disarm them immediately, but for the brutes and the papal guard, you can only disarm them after they hit you once, because you can't disarm them on their first hit, so you have to let them hit you once, and then you can disarm them that way, because you can only disarm brutes and papal guards on the second hit. So for the spear guys, I can just disarm immediately. So this guy attacks me first, I disarm him, kill him with his own weapon, kill the second guy. That is going to go lead me into the brutes. And I'm going to let a brute hit me, and then disarm him on his second hit. So this guy, actually forget that I need to let him hit me once. So I let this guy hit me once and then disarm him. And that is how you disarm a brute. So I take his weapon, kill him with his own weapon, and then kill the other guy with the weapon. And then I go do the same thing with the papal guards, because the papal guards also require you getting hit at least once and disarming them on the second hit. There's probably another way to let you disarm them, but the brutes and the papal guards, but the way I do it is I just let them hit me once, and then disarm him on their second hit. So disarm Paper Guard, kill him with his own weapon, and then kill this guy with the weapon, and that is that mission done. So then I think finally we get into the Vatican district for the assassination contracts there. So yeah, there's 2 assassination contracts in the Vatican district there, which is like really the only reason to ever come here, or one of the only reasons. And then this one, I think is going to be another one that I choose with Aerostorm. So do not lose any health scores. Even though it's not one where there's going to be a time limit, I do choose it with Aerostorm again just because I don't want to risk losing any health scores, and there's going to be like 6 different Paper Guards we have to fight, and I don't want to have to deal with that because Paper Guards are hard to fight if you fight them normally. And disarming them would have to have me hit them let them hit me once, and I don't want to disarm them because that would be slow and annoying, and also make me lose a health score when they hit me. Also trying to be careful about my health score, my parkour here, because I technically am in the mission now, so I don't want to lose any health scores by parkour. Those Paper Guards, they were also always there, but for some reason they didn't. Even though the SSI fully filled up, they didn't detect me, and it just kind of reset back to 0, and I don't know what was going on with those guys, but they're supposed to always be there and always supposed to be able to detect you. I don't know why detect is so hard for me to say for this entire video, but you just go up the same way you go up in the 1 sequence 8 mission where you have to get into the castle without being detected. To go kill Cesare and Rodrigo, and then because they are in the training ground area that I went through when I first went to the Castello to rescue Caterina. I don't need to kill this guy. I was kind of thinking about something else, I guess. I guess I was thinking about the other mission, but go down here this way slowly, don't lose any health from fall damage. And then there's going to be some Paper Guards and some other guards in this area. And they're fighting against each other for training. They're not like poisoned or berserked or anything, even though berserk doesn't even exist in Brotherhood yet. Because that was a thing for AC4. But I'm waiting for these guys to get close to me. And then assassinate this one. I wanted to get a double assassinate, but it didn't make me do a double assassinate there. So actually lure all these guys around the fountain here and then just Aerostorm. I don't know why that spear guy didn't get killed, but the Aerostorm went off and killed the guys I was supposed to kill, so the mission completed before I even killed that spear guy. So even if the spear guy did hit me, it would have not counted against me for that mission. And then just loot Paper Guards because they give a lot of stuff. And that is it for that mission, but there's still one more mission that's in the Vatican district, so I do have to go all the way back there again. And then for this one, I guess I'll see because I forget. This one, kill only the Cardinal. So there's going to be a Cardinal in this area we have to find and only kill him. And you'll see that when I kill him, there's going to be some Paper Guards around that will want to fight me, but because I kill the Cardinal before I start fighting the Paper Guards, the mission finishes. So I don't have to worry about killing the Paper Guards making me fail the mission. So I don't care enough about the Paper Guards. I didn't even see the Paper Guards were there when I first killed the Cardinal. So I just killed the Cardinal and then got surprised by Paper Guards, but because I did the mission by killing the Cardinal, I didn't care enough to worry about them. Even though I didn't even see they were there before. So I just run through this area, and I don't want to kill any of these guys on the roof, because I know that since I'm technically in the mission now, it would count against me for the full sync. I also didn't want to jump there. I wanted to jump to this way, so I just side eject and then catch ledge to get up to where I actually wanted to go. And then there's going to be a cardinal around here, this area, and then, I don't know if there's like a specific spot or anything that he like tries to run to, but I just air assassinate him, and then because the mission is done, I don't care about killing these people guards because I've already killed the one guy I have to kill. So just kill this guy. That other people guard was just standing there for no reason. I don't know why. I don't know what was up with him. But I killed the cardinal and then kill the people guards once the mission is actually like considered completed. And I can't loot him. I guess he doesn't have anything to loot. And then we go back to Tibia Island for the final assassination contract. And this is the one that I kept thinking of that I actually wanted Aerostar for. Because this is another one where you have to kill the guards within like 60 seconds or whatever the time limit is for it. And there's going to be a bridge nearby. There's going to be like, I don't know, like 10 or something brutes. 15 seconds. Kill all targets under 15 seconds. It says under 30 seconds there, but it's 15 seconds for the full sync, so you actually have less time than the game gives you. There's going to be 8 brutes that are on this bridge over here. So I just jump down into the water here, climb up onto the bridge. I don't assassinate any of them. I just stand up here on the bridge and then arrow storm them, and that is going to kill all of them instantly. So that is the end of the assassination contracts. You saw there that the timer spawned there for like a split second. It didn't even have any time to start counting down. The timer started at 30 seconds and didn't even have time to go to 29. So that is the end of the assassination contracts. And then we get into the Christina missions. The Christina missions I didn't really have to show because there are no full sync objectives in any of these. And they're really just like references to AC2 and all that stuff. But I still wanted to show them anyway, just for like completion's sake. Also here, Ezio is blending in the cutscene for some reason. Even though this mission technically takes place before Ezio learns to blend with Paola and the Courtesans and AC2, you can still blend with Cillians, and he was blending in the cutscene there for some reason. But the way the Christina missions work is that each Christina mission is unlocked through, I think it's like every 15% of DNA or like game completion. I think the first one is unlocked at 15% game completion, and then the last one is unlocked at 75% game completion. And I think there's like 5 of them, I think. And they're not really too hard to do. There's no full sync objectives or any of them. I just wanted to show them for completion and stuff. But for this one, we just have to follow Christina. These missions really only serve to like flesh out Ezio and Christina's story, because Christina was a character at the very beginning of AC2 that Ezio goes to meet and then sleeps with for like one night, and then she's never mentioned again. So these were meant to like kind of flesh out the character more. Even though a lot of these missions really end up with Ezio being a creeper, like like this one is following a girl home even after she rejected him, and there's another one later where he pretends to be her husband and kisses her in an alley, and is kind of being a stalker and about it, and they're kind of weird when you think about it that way, but they are meant to like kind of flesh out their story more a little bit. But there's also not really too much to say about them because they don't have any full sync objectives, but basically just for this one, just like follow Christina back to her home, and then there's gonna be a fight with Vieri, if you remember from AC2. Like the Ezio's like main rival guy, and like the first like real main Templar guy that you kill once you learn about the Templars officially. Because you do kill Uberto before as your first main target, but you don't really know anything about the Templars by that point. You just kill him for revenge. And then when you kill Viera, you've already learned about the Assassins and Templars by that point, because of Mario teaching you. And I maybe should have cut out this cutscene, but I don't really care enough. But yeah, we do the tailing section, and I would just fight Vieri. You do actually have to fight him. I don't think you can instantly counter kill him, but also Ezio's voice is deep like his main Brotherhood voice, because I think Roger Craig Smith said that it was kind of hard for him to go back to his like young, higher pitched Ezio voice. So some of his lines do end up being like his more deeper Brotherhood voice. So it's a little bit weird to hear Ezio with a deeper voice during his like AC2 time, but that's just kind of the way it goes with like game development stuff, where like if you voice a character for that long and change the voice when they get older, it's kind of hard to go back to the younger voice. Like I know for me, I feel like I have a higher pitched voice than like most other male assigned at birth people, and people who are born male, but it's still hard for me to like, not that I ever like actively try to go back to my higher pitched voice all that often, but like if I ever were to try to go back to my higher pitched voice, I don't think it would be that easy for me to do, just because of already having gone through male puberty a few years ago and being stuck with the voice that I have now. So I kind of get it in that sense, where it's like kind of hard to do a voice that you don't really have anymore. And I've never really gone through like any voice training stuff or anything, because you can probably tell from my commentary for this entire video I stutter over my words, like I just did there, like all the goddamn time. Just because I'm not really a voice actor or anything, I don't really actively talk a lot in my whole like daily life or anything. I'm not really the best at commentary, especially when it comes to like 10-hour long videos like this. Even recording this video, I've had to do like in parts. You've probably heard me drinking water for this entire video. I really don't. I would like to not have to have people hear me drink water during recording, but like it's hard for me to like talk for this long just because my voice isn't like trained to do it. And I don't have a lot of experience talking for long stretches of time without water. I once did a like 7-hour-long speedrun of Assassin's Creed Unity with no upgrades on a speedrun event called really Longathon. I say I once did, like it was a long time ago, but it was only like, by the time of me recording it was only like a few months ago. And it was a 7-hour-long run where it was only me commentating it because I didn't have someone else helping me. I was talking for like 7 hours straight, so I literally had like 2 different cups of water with me, and I ended up like, by the time I finished that run, and I ended up like being like, I ended up like drinking like a full cup and then like another half cup of water, because my throat was just like dead by that time I finished that run. But basically for this mission here, once I'm done talking about commentary and my throat and water and shit, this mission here, just like beat up the guard that we had to beat up, and then go here, carry each of the 3 bodies for Federico, Petruccio, and Giovanni, and make sure that you don't get seen. If you do get seen, I don't think it fails you immediately, but because Ezio only has fists right now, you can't really kill any of these guys, and if you disarm them and then kill them with their own weapon, that still does count as a kill, and it will make you fail if you kill any of them. Those guys start to see me there for a split second, but it wasn't enough to have them like fully detect me, so I kind of got lucky there. There is also another group that's kind of walking around the area, but they walk far enough away to the point where, as long as you're fast enough, you can just do all 3 bodies like that. And that's really it for this mission. and as the second Christina mission. SU does have the AC2 rogues by this point. I think this one takes place, well, since SEO doesn't have a hidden blade at this point, I think it takes place sometime before he kills Roberto and, gets the hidden blade fixed by Leonardo. So he doesn't have the hidden blade yet, but has to be sometime after, Christina, or not Christina, what is his sister's name? Claudia? I can't believe I'm forgetting his sister's name. But it's after Claudia and Maria go to, Paula and get taken in by the courtesans, but before they leave Florence. And then this one is the next one. And this is sometime after Ezio has left Florence and, done some stuff. Since he has the Medici cape there, I'm assuming this is after killing Jacopo de Pazzi. Because I think that's when you get the Medici cape in AC2. Because it's before... Because you get the Medici cape in AC2, and then you go to Leonardo, and then you get told by the guy that Leonardo is moving to Venice, so then you go to the mountains and do the whole carriage mission. So it's definitely sometime before you go to Venice, but after you get the Medici cape, which I think is after you kill Jacopo, and after... maybe also after, the other guy, Vieri's dad, whatever his name is. I keep wanting to say Giovanni, but I know that's Ezio's dad, so I think it's actually Francesco that I think is Vieri's dad. So yeah, there's not really much for that mission either. It's really just go to the area, kill the 3 guys, and then that's really it for this one. And then this one is the one where Ezio's a creeper, because this is the Venice one. This one still isn't also really that hard. It's really just find Christina, pickpocket her to plant a note on her, and then go to the area and then watch the cutscene where Ezio's a creeper. This is also during the Carnivale sequence during AC2. I don't really know exactly when in that sequence this happens, but this definitely takes place during that sequence. I think it happens like right before Ezio goes to kill, God, what is his name? I know it starts with an M, but like the one guy you shoot from the boat, because I think Ezio mentions the party starting soon to Leonardo, so that's probably like a hint to where this takes place. I think it's like sometime before that mission happens. So just plant the note on Christina, and then Ezio's the creeper, which I cut out because I don't need to see Ezio being a creeper, and also we don't need to watch the full cutscene anyway. And that's really it for that mission, and then there should be one more Christina mission, I think, which takes place during the sequence 13 for the Bonfire of Vanities, for the, which is technically AC DLC for AC2, but because this is on the Ezio collection, that DLC is automatically included at AC2. So this is sometime during that sequence. I'm not really sure exactly when, but it's definitely when. It's definitely before Ezio kills Savonarola, because they mention him and his men doing some stuff. I don't know if it's like... It's definitely sometime when Ezio is meant to be like killing all like the 9 targets or whatever to like lure Savonarola out. But I'm not sure if there's like a specific point in time when this happens. But just kill all these guys. I didn't want to climb the building there, but I just had to run, and Ezio wanted to climb the building. So I get this guy. I wanted to like kill him from the back, but Ezio wanted to just swipe at him. Because Christina's meant to be running away from these guys, but you also do have to chase them down because then the game will get mad at you and say that the target is running away if the enemies get too far away when they chase her down. So yeah, not really too much for this mission. These missions are all pretty short, but I just decided to include them just for consistency and completionist's sake. And even though there's not really any full sync objectives in these missions, still a pretty simple thing to do. And because I'm definitely way past 75% completion on this file, by this point, I've had this final mission unlocked for a while. You do still have to do the missions in order, so I couldn't just skip right to this one. Before I did the first one, I still did have to do the first one and then the missions in order to even be able to do this one, but I've had 75% sync for a while by this point, just by doing the thief missions and courtesan missions and assassination contracts before this one. But then we get into the final section of this video for the Copernico missions. And then again, before starting the mission, I wait for them to do all his dialogue because I like lore and dialogue and all that stuff. This series of missions, the Copernico missions, are technically DLC. They were PS3 exclusive DLC. They were never available on Xbox 360. So these were originally PlayStation exclusive missions that were only on PS3, but because they are included in the Ezio collection for free, which includes all the DLC, whether it was exclusive or not, even people who play Ezio collection on Xbox One can still play these missions for free, even though they were originally PS3 exclusive. I'm not really sure why they were PS3 exclusive. I think this was just during an era where there was exclusive DLC for some reason. But these missions do have full sync objectives again, and most of them are pretty simple. A lot of the missions in this one are timed, because you're delivering stuff to people during a certain time limit before they get killed. So there's not really a lot to these missions. I wouldn't really say they're worth it if they were paid, but because they're not paid anymore, because you can just play them for free in the Ezio collection, I think it makes it more worth it now, because you get them for free. And if you were to play the original version of this game, I don't think you can even really get the DLC anymore, just because of the fact that you can't really put money into your PlayStation account on a PS3 anymore. You still can, but you have to put the money in your account through either a PS4 or a PS5, or I think just a PlayStation website on a computer, and then buy stuff for the PlayStation Store on the PS3. PS3 is also weird nowadays. You have to have a device setup password and sign in through the device setup password to be able to sign into PlayStation Network on a PS3 nowadays, which is kind of annoying and kind of stupid and dumb, and I don't like it. And I think the Xbox 360 store is fully shut down nowadays anyway, even though I think the PS3 PlayStation store is still up. So just because of both of those reasons, you can't really buy this DLC on either version anymore, even though it was only on PS3 anyway. So Xbox doesn't even matter, but at least for PS3, you would have to do a whole workaround to even put money into your account to buy this. But there's also really no reason to play these games on the original versions anymore, just because the Ezio collection exists and has existed for a few years at this point. So I don't really see much of a reason to go back to the original versions, unless you're doing it just for posterity reasons or memories or nostalgia or whatever. But for this mission, is just an ambush mission where enemies are trying to kill Copernico, and you have to stay in this area for the full amount of time and kill all these enemies that come up, and I think the full sync is to not get hit, so I'm trying to make sure that I don't take any damage here and don't get hit, which is why I called my assassins here instead of doing an arrow storm, just because there's different waves of enemies that come, so I didn't want to waste my arrow storm on one wave. So I just call my assassins to kind of help, and because the waves keep repeatedly coming, the assassins kind of stay around and help fight instead of just running away after killing one person. So it's kind of more helpful that way. I maybe should have called more assassins just to make sure. But one assassin bar usually calls 2 assassins at a time, so I felt like it was fine. And then here we get something where Copernico mentions that he was a Templar, like the day before or whatever. And Ezio was kind of mad about that because he obviously wants to kill Templars, but then Copernico is like, you know, I don't agree with the Templars actually. So then he decides to help Copernico, which this is like really the only mention of like Copernico being like a Templar or anything, and that's why Ezio wants to help him, because he doesn't want to help the Templars. And then for this mission, we have to escort Copernico to a hideout within like a certain time limit, I think, 3 minutes 20 seconds. So this mission, the hideout place that we take Copernico to is the same building that we were at for the courtesan mission, where we had to steal the letter from the messenger and then take it to a courtesan to make a fake letter and then take it back to the messenger. So the building that we went to take the letter to the courtesan so she could make a fake one is the same building that we take Copernico to. Those enemies there, I just call my assassins on and then have them kill most of them for me and then kill the rest myself. And then I avoid the rest of the enemies around here. You probably could maybe take a horse. I'm not sure if Copernico would get on the horse with you, because I don't know. I honestly don't really know if Brotherhood lets you have 2 people on the same horse at the same time. Because that wasn't really a thing until like Origins, I think. I don't even think AC3 lets that happen. And I think AC3 was the last one to have like rideable horses until Origins. Because there weren't horses in Revelations just because of a small city with a giant river in the middle. And then there weren't horses in AC4 because that was the pirate game, so there was a massive ocean with ships and things. And then Rogue was kind of the same way. And then Unity, there weren't horses, because I guess there weren't rideable horses. There were horses you could see around the world, but you couldn't ride them. But I guess they didn't have rideable horses in Unity because they wanted to focus more on the new parkour system. And then Syndicate didn't have rideable horses because they wanted to focus more on the carriage system, where you would drive carriages and not ride directly on the horses themselves. So I guess Origins was the first one to have like horses where you could have more than one person riding a horse at the same time. For this one is the start of the deliver letters stuff for this, which is like the main bulk of this set of missions. So this one just deliver the letter under 2 minutes. And I take a horse here. I didn't want this slow Borgia horse, but I think this was the horse that spawned when I caught my horse, because this was the last horse that I was technically riding, because I think when I did that one assassination mission, the very first one I did where I got onto the person's horse and assassinated him that way, I think that counted as technically riding the horse. And whenever you call a horse with the button, by like just pressing triangle or whatever, it calls the last type of horse that you were riding on. So because the game counted that Borgia horse as the last horse that I was riding on, I think that's why it called it the slow Borgia horse. Even though the Borgia horse is technically the slowest horse in the game. So I really didn't want that horse, but it was still fine because I was able to get there in time. This one is literally right where I ended the last mission, so I just immediately started. And I think this is another one where we have to get there under a certain amount of time. I didn't get to see what the time limit was on this one. And I didn't take a horse on this one. I don't know why. I probably should have taken a horse on this one again. But I just get to where the guy is. This guy isn't as far enough away as the last mission, so I guess that's probably why I didn't take a horse. Also because I end up just going around this way. Also because I know that once you give the letter to this guy, he gets shot, and the guy is on the roofs, and you can't really ride a horse on the roof, so I didn't really bother riding a horse. So this guy, he just climbs up and I just shoot him, because it was under 1 minute, so yeah. Maybe should have still gotten a horse, so it kind of cut it a bit close, but just do it under a minute, shoot the guy who runs away when he shoots the guy you deliver the letter to. This one is more letters, deliver 3 letters under 3 minutes. So you have like about 30 to 45 seconds for each of these letters, and then for a total time of 3 minutes, you have to do it under 3 minutes. And then just deliver the letter to this first guy, and then go to the next 2 guys.
Then I will hide. Thank you.
And so it's really not that hard. So 45 seconds for this one. They're all pretty close to each other because of the short time of it, but as long as you could get there in enough time, it's not too hard to do. So then I go through here. This guy's up here by the tree above the up the stairs. I do try to climb up the wall, but the wall is too high for me to climb, so I just go up the stairs. And then this one gives me a full minute. So he's a little bit farther away, but it's not too hard to get there. Maybe should still be getting a horse, but because there's not really too much time, I don't really care to. I feel like it would be slower to call a horse and then get on the horse and then go there and then get off the horse and then give the letter. So I just run. And full sync for this one is just pretty easy. Just deliver 3 letters under 3 minutes. And then just go to this guy. And that is that mission done. And then the next mission here, I think we go back to Copernico, and he is like, I know who's doing this, so you have to go kill him and find him. And so there's this guy called the Master of the Sacred Palace, and he meets cardinals, so we have to go find a cardinal to find the Master. And we have to go kill no one while following the cardinal, so I just don't kill anyone really. Cardinal is pretty far away. He's like all the way up at the Vatican district, so this is honestly like a pretty long run, but just because it's part of the mission, I didn't really bother cutting it out. So yeah, this one is just gonna be like, find the cardinal, follow the cardinal to a specific point, don't kill anyone while following the cardinal for the full sync, which is pretty easy to do, because you can just follow him on the ground. You don't have to go on the rooftops or anything, and people won't automatically get mad at you if you're on the ground, and there's not a lot of guards on the ground that have any reason to get mad at you. So just stay on the ground while you follow the cardinal, and then that's pretty much it for that mission. And then this mission actually leads directly into the next mission, once we get to it. So this is going to be the last time where there's a mission that leads directly into another mission immediately. So we're just going to go up to the Vatican district. We don't have to go directly in the Vatican district, we just have to go to the bridge that connects to the Castel Sant'Angelo, where that would connect into the Vatican district. So we don't have to go all the way there, we just have to go to that bridge. Because he spawns on the bridge, and then we just have to follow him to wherever he goes for his path. Just he doesn't go to a random spot. He goes to the same spot every time, but he just goes to a place that isn't really like a specific point that I can really say is like a landmark or anything. He just goes to where the game tells him to go. I do know there's a doctor nearby, but there's doctors everywhere, so that doesn't really narrow it down. So we do go to this bridge here. He should be around the bridge somewhere. I don't think he's like directly on the bridge. I think he's just in the area. He's one of these cardinals. Oh, he is on the bridge actually. So he's one of these cardinals on here. And then just have to follow him. So this is, I guess, our last tailing mission, because I don't think there's a tailing mission after this one. So, yippee, last time we have to do a boring tailing mission, and then he already does a stop and turn around thing, because the game loves to do that. And of course he stares directly at me on the bench, because they always know where you are, because the AI lies to you. So just follow this guy. Don't have to worry about killing anyone, because I want to do the full sync, and I could just follow him on the ground, where I don't have to worry about people getting mad at me for no reason. Even though there are guards around here, they're not going to get mad at me for being on the ground like a normal person, so I don't have to worry about that. So just have this guy walk his path and do his thing. There's actually honestly making this video has shown me that there's like a lot more tailing missions in this game than I thought, because like a lot of people complain about the fact that AC4 has a lot of tailing missions, and there is, but there's also a lot in this game too, especially in the side missions. But like there's just so many tailing missions, and I didn't really realize how many there were. But it's just follow this guy until he gets to the spot where he has to go, and then that's pretty much it. And there's not really too much for this mission. I don't have to go on the rooftops or anything. I don't have to kill anyone. I don't have to do really much of anything. There's these people begging for money from me, but all they really do is just get in my way and don't really alert people to you. So I just have this guy go around the corner. Even though the beggars here do go around the corner and go into his line of sight, he doesn't care about them because they're not me. So they're not trying to detect the beggars, they're just trying to detect me, but because I'm behind the corner, they can't see me, so he can't detect me anyway, so it doesn't matter that the beggars go around the corner. And then the beggars finally leave me alone, and just follow this guy around the corners here. I think I might maybe be following too close, because he's doing a lot of stop and turn around stuff, which is annoying, but I needed to keep him in line of sight, because I needed to not have the timer on the screen. That would make me fail if it ran out. So I guess I just stayed closer than I should, because he already does another one, even though he's like right at the end here, because this is gonna lead into the cutscene, which then leads into the next mission. So then we're gonna see the master here.
Julian, any news of Copernico and the others? Nothing. Those fools, inundating the people.
And then this mission is just gonna be this is a similar mission to the one thief mission where you had to kill the guy on the guys on the rooftops with the pistol. There's gonna be 5 targets on the rooftops around the city somewhere that you have to kill. And instead of killing them with the pistol, you just have to kill all of them in 5 minutes. So there's 6 actually. So in this mission, kill all these 6 targets within 5 minutes. So pretty similar to the one thief mission where you have to kill 3 guards on the rooftops with the pistol. but you don't have to specifically kill these guys with the pistol, even though it is easier to do it that way just because it's ranged and it's fast. You can see that guy there, and just like the guys with the thieves in that one mission, as soon as you get in range, they start running away. I don't care if that guy detects me, because I can just run over to the next guy. You also have to do these guys in the set order that it wants you to do. You don't get a choice of which thief guy, of which enemies you kill, like you did in the thief mission. So you do have to kill these guys in the order that the game tells you to do, which is fine, but a little bit annoying. And then just kill the guys that the game wants you to kill. I think these guys are like walking around on the ground somewhere, so I'm like trying to look around and find them. There's like a set path I think that they walk, but this is Brotherhood and not Revelations, so your Eagle Vision does not show you the path of enemies. Which honestly I think like Revelations is like the only game to do that, except for like Origins and Odyssey and Valhalla with like the Eagle. I guess it's a Raven in Valhalla, but it's really just the Eagle. Because Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla shows you the path of enemies that you mark with the Eagle. Because they have an Eagle drone mechanic for some stupid reason. But I think Revelations is like the only game with like traditional Eagle Vision that shows the path of enemies. I don't know why I had my sword equipped. I guess I still had it equipped from shooting the guy with the pistol, and I just didn't equip. I just forgot to unequip it and go back to my hidden blades. So I guess I just swung at the air for no reason. And I couldn't tell that I didn't equip my sword because I just forgot, and I had Eagle Vision turned on, so I couldn't see my icon. So that guy took a little bit of time to find, but I'm still fine on time. That's really the only guy that like gave me trouble to find. So then we go to the next guy here. I think this next one is like a group of 2 that you double assassinate. Unless that's the next group, but I think it's this one. So this should be 3 and 4. Unless this is another guy on the roof, which it actually is. So this guy is 3, and the next target I go to is gonna be a group of 2 that I double assassinate, and that should be 4 and 5, and then the last guy is 6. And then this time I actually remember to equip my hidden blades instead of my sword. So then I just have to find these guys that I double assassinate. And I think they might maybe also be on the ground again somewhere. But I don't think they're as hard to find as the one other guy that took me a while. So I'm just looking around to see where I can find them from. But it's these brute guys here. These guys are always brutes. So they're a little bit easier to find. And then just because of that other spear guy there, that I didn't want to waste time on, like, see if he, like, walked away or not, I just smoke bombed them, so I just get one of them, get the other one, and also include this spear guy, because he was just there. So that's 4 and 5, and then I go to where the last guy is, and then I think he's another guy on the roof, so I just shoot him again, which isn't too hard to do. Once I do end up finding him and get in range of him running away, so that it's gonna make him run away. Actually didn't get in range of him running away, but because I saw him in Eagle Vision, it triggered him anyway, so I did have to get a little bit closer just to get in range to shoot him. So this is that mission done, and then we have one more mission left. So this is gonna be the one where we actually kill the Master of the Sacred Palace. So we're gonna kill the Master, and then there's gonna be a point where Copernico is going to get ambushed again, and then we have to protect him again. But the full sync for this one, as you'll see, is kill the Master of Hidden Blade, so we're actually gonna end this entire series with another kill the target with Hidden Blade full sync. So one last one. So just kill the target where, kill the master with the hidden blade where he is, and he's like walking around on the street somewhere, and I just end up air assassinating him. I don't have to specifically do an air assassination, but I just do anyway because I end up getting above him on a roof and find him that way, and then that still counts as a hidden blade kill because it's an air assassination. I accidentally got on the horse there a little bit, which I don't care and I don't need. So then I just go to where this guy is, get on the roof with this ladder. I don't think there's like really any other guards around except for maybe the guys on the roofs, but those are just like normal open world guys that just happen to be in the area and not like mission specific guys. I wanted to get on that beam there, but I jumped too far, I guess. And then I guess I don't air assassinate him because I fell, but just get this guy from the back. If he does see you, I don't know if it's a detection fail and the game fails you, or if he just runs away. I think it's a detection fail if he just sees you. But we just get this guy quickly, and then there's no time limit on this one, even though he like makes it out that we have to rush to save Copernico. There's actually no time limit on this part. You might have also saw there I paused a little bit to just check to make sure it was kill him with that hidden blade. I don't know why I cut that one out instead of the other ones. But I did pause there to check just to make sure it was kill him with that hidden blade. I guess because I normally end up killing him with an air assassination, so I guess I was confused with like, oh, do I actually have to kill him with an air assassination or not? He's also wearing similar clothes to Restora, which is one of the Templar agents, which is the one that you do have to specifically kill with an air assassination. So I think I was confusing him for that, and I just wanted to check to make sure. But yeah, there's no time limit for going to save Copernico, so you don't really have to rush all that much. You just have to get there, get into the area, and kill all the enemies that come and ambush him again. There's not as many enemies this time as the first mission, and there's also no requirement to not take any damage this time. I guess it does say that assassins almost reached Copernico, so maybe there is a time limit, but it's not an on-screen time limit that like you can actually see. So maybe it doesn't. Maybe it does matter. Maybe it doesn't. I'm not really sure, but just shoot these guys. I maybe should have stocked up on bullets more, but there's not really too many enemies in this area. I just end up shooting these guys. I want to make sure I shoot the Papal Guard, because Papal Guard sucks. That guy gets scared and wants to run away, but because he's a scripted enemy for its ambush section, I think the game prevents him from running away. So I do have to actually kill him. But that is it for these missions. So I'm actually gonna let this cutscene play out, just because it's the end of this long 10-hour video here. So I do also plan to do Revelations. I do have Revelations recorded up to the end of the game for the story, but I still need to go and record the side mission stuff. And I do also plan to do AC3 and AC4 and Rogue and maybe also Unity and Syndicate at some point. Probably won't do the RPG games because there's no full sync requirements in the RPG games. I also don't like the RPG games unless it's Origins, because Origins is the one RPG game I can say I actually like. And then Odyssey, I do want to replay at some point, and I do also want to make that video of like showing off all the dialogue options to show how pointless they are, which I might also maybe do for Valhalla eventually, but that would also require replaying Valhalla, which I have less of a want to replay Valhalla. And I also still haven't played the DLCs for Valhalla, so I would also need to play those first before I ever would want to make a video like that for Valhalla, but yeah, that's really it for this video. We can just look at the moon. So I do plan to do more of these for the other games, and then I guess I'll start with Revelations videos soon once this video is uploaded. But yeah, this video took a while to do. I think it took like maybe a week or two to like finish recording fully. And this is like one of the longest videos I've ever done, because like most of my stuff recently has been Xenoblade cutscenes, which have never been longer than like, I don't know, like 10 minutes or whatever. But yeah, that's basically it from me.